that officially seals the book on Season 4 of National Women's Soccer League action. We welcome you to downtown Los Angeles. What a better spot to be than right here in downtown as we begin a new chapter in National Women's Soccer League action, and it starts with the 2017 NWSL College Draft. Happy to have you along from the beautiful JW Marriott here in downtown. My name is Mark Rogondino. We've got a ton to cover, and I need these ladies to help me do so. Who is going to be the top pick? Who's going to go where? How are new teams going to get new picks? We'll discuss all that. I begin to my far extreme left. You know her as a two-time Olympic gold medalist. She's also a Hall of Famer and a Santa Clara Bronco. It's none other than Aly Wagner. And to my immediate left, you know her probably from heading into Season 4 of the television broadcast for the Houston Dash. And she's also the host of The Mix Zone, one of the leading podcasts in women's soccer. It's none other than Jen Cooper. Ladies, we got a lot to get to. There's a lot going on here. We got people still filing into the room here. It's a great time not only to be a soccer fan, but obviously a great time to be in women's soccer.
Oh, this is the best time to be an NWSL fan, Mark. You've got the historic 5th draft. I mean, that says it all for this league, that we've reached this point, that we've gotten to the point where there's so many people registered for this draft, so many in attendance, that we will likely see people not being drafted at all.
Yeah, and Aly, you've been part of this process, right? You've been drafted into the professional ranks during your time playing. And so for some of these young women that are walking into this room here today, some nerves, but also a ton of excitement.
Well, first of all, when I walked in, I was thinking,
you don't get nervous.
Born way too early. I want to get drafted in this room. I mean, the boards, the logos, you look around, the media that's set up at these back tables. I mean, we didn't have this when I was playing. This is what you dream of now. When you're a women's soccer player, this is what you deserve. This is what you work for. And this is the type of environment that you want to step up into and get drafted into. This is the way it should be. And it's a beautiful thing. And yes, these players are going to be nervous, but it's exciting because this is all good stuff.
Much like the coaches that we will hear from throughout the course of our broadcast here today, these two have put in a ton of work, a ton of homework, so you're going to get a ton of information coming your way. Whether you're joining us on YouTube or you're joining us on Facebook for our coverage here from downtown. Before we get too far into 2017 and what we expect really over the next 3-4 hours here in downtown Los Angeles, we look back at 2016. It was year 4 in National Women's Soccer League, and what a great year culminated by the Western New York Flash winning the title.
What a Cinderella story for Western New York Flash, and it's appropriate, I think, that we're talking about it at the draft when they had an amazing 2015 draft, a really strong 2016 draft. Paul Riley comes in, takes a team that he hadn't even drafted those players, takes them to the playoffs, and they knock off the #1 seed in the semifinals, take the final to overtime and score in the very last second to take it to PKs. I mean, you can't write a game better than that.
And let's just talk about what that did for some of the players as well, getting their first national team call-ups probably as a result of that success and their performance. The Jess McDonalds, Lynn Williams, Dahlkemper. I mean, that's the value of this league. That's the value of stepping up and playing well and winning championships.
The Western New York Flash also remaining in the headlines, not necessarily for their play on the field, although that will probably be good in the upcoming season, but they've decided to relocate, heading to Cary, North Carolina. As we know, that's a place that hosted the Women's Final Four many, many years until this past season. It's a great setup, great for the league, and it's probably going to be great for the players too.
And the fact that there was someone who wanted to buy a team that wanted to be relocated, that's huge. It is such a positive to know that not only did North Carolina want a franchise, but we know that there's other groups out there that are looking for a franchise as well. And moving into that market, and Aly, I know you've played there. They had a team in WSA. We know it's a great soccer market.
It is, and the players are excited. They want it out of Jersey over there, and they want to get into warmer weather. Those facilities are set up for players to be comfortable, to get the best out of them as athletes, as soccer players. So this is all positive, I believe, for that franchise.
I happened to cross paths with Paul Riley, the head coach, taking this team down there. The North Carolina Courage is what they'll be called. And he said, I can't tell you how beautiful the pitch is there at our new park. We're so excited. And they've got their own exclusive locker rooms that they'll have throughout the course of an entire year. North Carolina Courage not the only team really having a change in ownership. Another team in Kansas City, no, they're not relocating, but they are having a change in ownership, and it's an ownership group that is committed to women's soccer.
And the key about that is that they're just owning FC Kansas City, so they're not owning the Missouri Comets that were part of it. So now that they can just focus on women's soccer.
You also talk about the allocation process. The Canadian Federation as well as the U.S. Soccer Federation have yet to release their list for allocation. It's a kind of a to-be-determined thing, so we don't know exactly when those lists are going to come out. But you have your ear to the ground with this league heading into Season 5. Are you expecting some big changes, or is it just going to be a little small tinkering?
I'm thinking just a little tinkering. We know there were some players who are leaving the national team program. Heather O'Reilly retired. Whitney Engen, is out of the pool. There could be some more changes, and that's what we're all waiting to hear. But I don't think it's going to be an overhaul so much as a few tweaks. And then Canada, we're hearing that there will be some retirement announcements tomorrow, but we don't know if those will affect the allocations at all.
We are just a couple of minutes away from getting on to the first pick, which of course will go to the Boston Breakers. But we lay down some draft rules for you. 5 minutes for each team in the opening round. We'll shorten that to 3 minutes a team for rounds 2, 3, and 4. But don't forget, there is an opportunity to call a timeout. 5-minute timeout, one per team in each round. And then, we'll probably need a little bit of a break in between round 1 and 2. So we'll have a 10-minute break there, and then some 2-minute breaks coming in the following rounds. Here is how the first round sets up. And Boston, we expect a lot of changes. Not only do they have the number 1 pick, but they have 4 picks of the opening 10 picks. So Jen, I would assume it's safe to say the landscape and the roster for the Boston Breakers will change pretty quickly.
Definitely, and I know the fans are a little nervous because in previous drafts, Boston Breakers have handed away some picks. I don't think they're going to be handing away any picks this year, and if they do, it'll only be to get more of what they need. They've got such a great slate to pick from.
We will have plenty of time to discuss the first round and how things start to play out, but we want to introduce you to the 4th member of our crew. As I mentioned, we are on Facebook streaming this live around the globe right now, so the social media impact should be enormous. To help us out with that, we bring in the 4th member of our crew, and that's Ashleigh Ignelzi.
Well, Rogo, with the draft room floor right behind me and the players and their families right in front of me, you can certainly feel the energy in this room. And as you mentioned, social media. For those of you who are watching at home or maybe at the office or even in the classroom, use the hashtag NWSL draft, and we have so much to look forward to. I'm expecting just as much action on this draft room floor as I am on social media. Rogo, back to you.
I can tell you that just over our shoulder, although the lights went out there on Ashleigh, she looks fantastic in her white dress. Some opening thoughts before we get to the first pick and send things over to the podium. I'll start with you, Aly Wagner. Are you expecting maybe any big surprises? Should we see some trades here in the first round?
I really don't. I think everyone's pretty settled into their top 5 picks, if you will. When we hit maybe that 7 or 8 spot, I think that's where things get hairy and potentially some teams have their eyes on the similar players, and that's where things will maybe shake up and we'll get some pauses in the draft.
Jen, any surprises? Should we keep our eyes out for something?
I think there will be a few surprises just because the draft pool is so broad and it's so hard to research everybody that there could be a name that we're just not that familiar with that the coach has actually done research on, and boom, suddenly she's in the first round.
What do you think in the first round?
Low in the first round. Okay.
Time to head up to the podium. It's Amanda Duffy. She's the Managing Director of Operations for the NWSL.
Director of Operations with National Women's Soccer League. Today's 5th annual college draft will consist of a total of 40 selections made over 4 rounds. For round 1, each team will have 5 minutes to submit their pick. For rounds 2, 3, and 4, each team will have 3 minutes to announce their pick. There will be a 10-minute break after the first round, and then a small 1 to 2 minute organizational break between each subsequent round. The teams will each have 1 5-minute timeout per round, while the league may call a timeout at any time to resolve a procedural issue. It's my pleasure to welcome and introduce President of the National Soccer Coaches Association of America, Amanda Vandervoort.
Wow, what a crowd. Welcome everybody to the 2017 NWSL College Draft. The NSCAA is so excited to have you here. I can't believe this amazing crowd. Congratulations to all of the coaches who've worked so hard to have your players and develop your players to be here today. The amazing NWSL teams and staff and league, and especially to the players. Congratulations. Have a great time today and enjoy the draft. Welcome. And with that, I'd like to introduce to you all NWSL Commissioner Jeff Plush.
Thank you very much and welcome. On behalf of all of our owners, our federation partners, our players, our great fans, welcome to the 2017 National Women's Soccer League College Draft. An exciting start to our 5th season. I do want to take this opportunity to thank the NSCAA, thank Amanda Vandervoort, Lynn Burley and Manuel for all that they do for us, for hosting us in this great facility. Fantastic Los Angeles. Hopefully we'll get a little sun at some point while we're out here this weekend, but really appreciate everyone coming out and supporting our league. 2016 was a fantastic season for us. We started off by welcoming the Orlando Pride into our midst, and our expansion club down in South Florida, or Central Florida, I guess is the proper terminology, started with 23,000 people on their home opener and had a fantastic first season. And so thank you for all that they've done for us, and thank you to Phil Rollins specifically, and congratulations on your life presidency, and we'll have you around for a long, long time. We continue to get pushed, and with the great success happening in the Pacific Northwest with Portland, as they marauded at times through the league and got their supporter shield done. Congratulations to Mark and Gavin on a fantastic season. Thank you to Merritt Paulson and Mike Golub for all that you guys do and keeping to push our league forward in another fantastic season, both on the pitch and then at the gate as well. We had a fantastic playoffs, 2 great semifinal matches, hard fought, led to a wonderful final down in Houston. Thank you to Chris Canetti and the Houston Dash for all that you did for us down there. Penalty kicks, and Paul Riley and the Western New York Flash were champions, and so fantastic cap to a season. And no better time to take this opportunity to thank the Salem family for everything that you guys have done. Obviously, Joe and Alex are not here, but Aaron Lyons is, and Aaron, on behalf of everyone associated with our league, thank you so much for all you've done in the past, for every iteration, and all you've done for women's soccer, and all you're going to continue to do. So thank you for that. Please, yes. We wouldn't be where we are in this 5th season without the great support of our federation partners. Obviously, the United States Soccer Federation gives us support on a 365-day-a-year basis, so thank you for all that you do and give us the opportunity to continue doing what we love. Also, great support from the Canadian Soccer Association. So our league is structured in a way that allows for our long-term success, and we're thrilled for the future. Last year, we had great growth. We had growth at the gate. Attendance grew. All of our social media metrics, fantastic. YouTube growth, local sponsorship growth. So we're pleased with where we are, but we're not satisfied by any stretch of the imagination. I think we've shown a demonstration to try and get our players more involved with coaching courses. We had 75 players take the F license, another 25 take the E license, as we start to build that pipeline of our future coaches, and knowing that we're trying to create a platform for our young women, the young women that are here in the room today who will start their journey as a player and know that there's going to be other opportunities for them. And so we just couldn't be more excited than to start our 5th season. And I say that with a real level of pride and gratitude for all the people in the room, our owners, our staffs, our players, our partners who work so hard. We should be proud of being in a 5th season, and we should be ambitious, though, to be in a 10th and 20th season as well. So with that, I want to welcome the North Carolina Courage to their first draft. I want to welcome Elam Bear and FC Kansas City to their draft, their first ownership. And I tell you to be excited for 2017. There's a lot that's going to happen this year. We still have a fantastic league. I feel a lot of confidence. We're the best league in the world with great players, great coaches, great action. And so couldn't be more thrilled than to kick off this draft by letting Boston Breakers know that you are on the clock.
And that will officially get things going as the clock begins for the Boston Breakers. 5 minutes on the clock. As you said, Aly, to open with some of your comments, we kind of have a general idea where the Breakers are going to be going. Yeah. Their head coach, Matt Beard, heading into his 2nd season, said, we need some help in the midfield, and specifically we need a box-to-box midfielder, right?
Yeah, and all signs point to Rose Lavelle for that, and I think that's a wise decision. I mean, in my estimation, I combed a lot of video, looked at a lot of players. I think she's the best player in the draft. I think she's a difference maker for Boston if they choose to go that route. They need a lot of help. I mean, they need players who can step in that are ready to go on the pitch come season 1 or the kickoff of 2017, and she's that player. I mean, she's so crafty, she's so creative. She can slice open a defense, she can play that holding mid, or she can play high up on the pitch and attack. So I think she's going to be a great tool for them if they choose to go that route, and that's what I believe will happen ultimately.
And I think she could mix really well with a lot of the acquisitions that they got in the offseason, the international players, and also some of the trades from the other team. They've really bulked up defense, so I bet they'll draft some more defenders today, but I think she could be the connective tissue between all those pieces that Matt Beard is bringing in.
Right, because you're talking about a Rosie White, you're talking about Natasha Dowie. She likes to play back to goal. On the other side, now you have Hovey from Norway. She's also just one of those players that likes to connect, and Lavelle can do that. She can spray the park. She's so smart. I love her decision making. I love her ability to solve pressure. You know, the question with her could potentially be durability. She's a slight player, so she's got to bulk up in this league.
You know, I think it's interesting too, because obviously this will start the trickle-down effect. Once the first pick comes in for Boston, then all of a sudden other teams, if they thought that's what it was going to be, but they start to wrangle and look to where they are going to go. It obviously helps for Rose Lavelle, the fact that she has attention too with the U.S. women's national team. So there's a bigger stage that's also looking at her to make an impact. I mean, she's a player that's going to continue to grow, not just in this league, but internationally as well.
And it's much like the last two drafts where we had Emily Sonnet #1 last year, Morgan Bryan the year before, where it was the player who in a way was almost being anointed as this is the future of your U.S. national team.
You almost wonder for Boston. I think they did all their homework, right? Just like you two ladies did, so they know who they're going to take. But yet we're at 2.5 minutes. You wonder if the pick is already getting in and someone's about to make their way up.
You definitely want to mess with the minds of the other coaches, right?
Oh, there's mind games here?
Yeah.
Never.
Never.
Have you hung out with these guys?
Well, and also that they have the #1 and the #3 pick. So in a way, they could, I don't know, they could hedge their bets, just depending on whoever Carolina's taken at #2. Is that someone do they not want?
You go with your prime choice, your #1, get them.
Don't play any games.
And I think you guys would agree, we spoke with a lot of the coaches, actually all the coaches in the last 2 weeks leading up to today's draft, and she was a name, Rose Lavelle was a name that came off the tongue of all of them.
And they said her name first always. Every single coach went to her immediately. So I think it's a foregone conclusion, but we could be wrong.
And I know most fans don't remember the 2014 Under-20 Women's World Cup very well because the U.S. was eliminated in the quarterfinals, but I would say she was the standout of that tournament.
Okay. Down to, about 1.5 minutes still to go here in the first round. For the first pick, the Boston Breakers again are going to have 4 of the opening 10 picks, barring any trades or something unforeseen coming your way. And we should get the pick coming in any moment now. We'll see if Boston indeed is going to do exactly what we thought and take the Wisconsin Badger in Rose Lavelle. I think a lot of people would probably be surprised if all of a sudden they went in a different direction. And again, that would make things really kind of turned upside down immediately if they did go in a different direction.
Yeah, and Plush is heading up stage.
Let's go ahead and head up to the stage.
With the first pick in the first round of the 2017 NWSL College Draft, the Boston Breakers select Rose Lavelle, University of Wisconsin.
Oh, you not? Nope.
Can you tell him
First, I just want to thank the Boston Breakers organization for selecting me. I'm super excited for this opportunity to play for such a great league and be able to develop and grow more as a player under these coaches and with this team. So thank you guys. Second, I wanted to thank my coaches at Wisconsin and my teammates there. I'm so grateful to have been able to spend the past 4 years at Wisconsin because they've really pushed and challenged me to be the best player and person I can be day in and day out. And I know that without them, I wouldn't be where I'm standing right now. So thank you guys. And then second, my family out in the front and my friends, everybody back in Cincinnati, my club, my high school, they've all supported me endlessly throughout my soccer career. And it's really nice to be able to go out and follow your dreams and know that you can come back home and have a support system that's going to be proud of you regardless of what happens. And finally, I'm just super grateful to be able to play for such a be able to have the opportunity to play in such a competitive league. I think it's really awesome for all of us to have a place to play after college and be able to follow our dreams. So with that being said, super excited for the season, and go Breakers.
So indeed, just as we thought, Rose Lavelle out of Wisconsin, she is the first overall pick in the 2017 NWSL College Draft. But as we know, she's a player that probably should seamlessly make the jump into the professional rankings.
Yeah, I mean, she's already played with the U.S. national team in camp, so just that right there gets you a sense of the professional environment, the pace that you're going to face, the competition, the physicality. So she's going to, I think, seamlessly transition. And one of the things we forgot to mention even before they selected her is that she's a natural lefty. How many coaches out there talk about, I want a natural lefty? So you have the most talented player in this pool of players, and she happens to be the lefty as well. So just a great asset. And I was getting choked up just seeing her mom there, because in years past, parents weren't coming to this event. I mean, that's pretty special to see your child drafted and to get up there and, say her words. It's pretty special.
So I think you would agree, Jen, this is a good fit for Boston, especially given the opportunity of they could go anywhere they wanted to go, right?
Very good fit, especially after talking to Matt Beard about how the challenges he had with rookies last year. That
I thought that was interesting,
yeah,
right?
Coming from the UK, he was surprised to find 21-year-olds in the US that didn't have certain skill levels, hadn't been, didn't have experience in certain training. So he already has a game plan for that. But I think with Lavelle, that's not an issue. That's going to be more of an issue when he gets to his lower picks. But it was refreshing to talk to him about how he approached this season, because last year he came in so late in the game. Maybe got to the States maybe a month before the draft, didn't have time to build relationships and do research, and now he's had time to do that, and he has so many picks.
Yeah, I think the big word he kept using when we were on the call with him, Aly, was awareness. He was, and I think he even used the word sophistication. He was surprised that players did not have that sophistication where they could kind of solve problems themselves. We know that the top end of this draft class certainly does have that.
Yeah, and one of the things in particular that he spoke to were players' ability to move after they pass the ball. I mean, that's a simple concept. You're taught that at a young age, but so many players still pass it and they take that second to relax. And Lavelle is one of those players who passes it, immediately changes her angle, opens up, shifts her body position just enough so she's ready for the next play. And it's just those little nuances that, in my opinion, separate a good player from a great player, and she has that.
Aly, I do want to stay with you here for a moment. You said you were getting a little bit choked up seeing Rose.
I'm a mom. I'm emotional.
Yeah,
okay.
not only that, but maybe pull back the curtain for us. It wasn't too long ago that you were a player that was going in the first round in the professional rankings. Do you recall that day and maybe some of the emotions that Rose might be feeling right now?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, just a very humbling honor. It's one of those moments that you have, and you feel the weight of the responsibility of it.
Courage select
back
Ashleigh
up to the podium.
Hatch, Brigham Young University. Boston Breakers, you're now on the clock.
I'd just like to start off by thanking the North Carolina Courage for giving me this opportunity and for picking me. I'd also like to thank everyone who's helped me get here today, including my high school coach, my club coaches. I'd like to thank BYU and all my teammates watching. You guys are awesome. And I'd like to thank my family who's here with me today and all my family that's watching. And I'm super excited for this new journey, and thanks again.
So far, so good. As scripted, Ashleigh Hatch out of BYU is the number 2 pick.
Not a big surprise. She really, jumped onto the scene this fall. She was injured for 2015, but came back with a vengeance, leading the nation in scoring. I think she was tied with another player, but she got that first call-up and first cap this past fall with the senior national team, and that'll raise the value of your stock pretty quickly.
Aly, does this one hit a little closer to home for you, right? There's a connection here between Ashleigh's assistant coach and you playing on the women's national team. Is that correct? No?
I don't know if she'll remember Alicia Kramer.
Oh, that's her. Oh, you're right. I absolutely do.
That's why we have the encyclopedia of women's soccer right here in Jen Cooper. You can catch her on the Mix Zone podcast for women's soccer.
Oh my gosh,
but talk about Ashleigh as a player.
Yeah, I mean, I think she's fantastic. I think we saw that when she came in with the U.S. team when she got her minutes. But this past week with the U23s already, she's been kind of touted as the one taking over within camp. And she fits the flash, the courage, their style. You know, she's fast, athletic, she's powerful. She isn't afraid to mix it up. She'll score a beautiful goal. She'll score an ugly goal. I mean, I think she absolutely has a future with the U.S. team, but this is a player that's going to step in and make a difference immediately.
In talking to Paul Riley, what he liked about her was her professionalism already, and he also described the fact that her body type, she's ready for, we know this is a physical league in the NWSL, and she's ready to step right in and be a part of that.
But the challenge is when you look at their roster and how many forwards and how successful they were offensively in 2016, it's like, will there be space for her to fit in?
Absolutely. And you talk about the physicality piece. One of the things Ashley Hatch does so well, and again, it's kind of a nuance, but she rides challenges extremely well. She rides it off, so she doesn't have to get tackled as much because she has a little bit of a slighter frame, but she can ride off those challenges so well. And I do think that she's going to find a starting role within this group because they can move other pieces. You know, maybe they take her and maybe now, you know, they open themselves up to trade to get the pieces that they're lacking.
Just over 2 minutes to go on the third selection, and that would be the Boston Breakers back on the clock once again after taking Rose Lavelle with the first overall pick. Do we have any sense maybe, Jen, where they might go? Who would pick number 2?
Could be Gibbons.
Pick number 3, but their second pick.
Sorry, could be Gibbons, could be Andrews.
I think it's Andrews.
Yeah, Morgan Andrews seems to be a hot name, right, out of USC, and a player that would only add to their stock.
Well, look, he keeps talking about the center of the park for his group. She only adds to that.
With the third pick in the first round of the 2017 NWSL College Draft, the Boston Breakers select Morgan Andrews, the University of Southern California. Sky Blue FC, you're now on the clock.
Hey everybody. First off, I just want to say thank you to Boston. Thank you for believing in me, my goals, the dreams that we have together, and for investing in that. Second of all, I want to thank everyone at home, my family, my friends, everyone back in New Hampshire, live free or die. And then I want to thank everyone at USC. Where are my teammates at? Fight on forever, you guys. I love you. And without you, I would not be in this position. And thank you to everyone who has supported me. To the Boston fans, Boston strong. Let's go, Breakers, baby.
Well, probably one of the shortest commutes for any of the incoming draftees that made their way here to downtown Los Angeles. And USC kind of took the nation by storm with what they did in women's soccer. I don't know that at the beginning of the year, you cover a lot of Pac-12 soccer. I don't know at the beginning of the year anyone thought that they were going to be that good. Yes, they had a lot of good players, but do you think they were going to be that good, including how Morgan Andrews' stock just shot out the roof?
I will tell you that my old college coach, Jerry Smith, played them, and he said that team is the real deal. Even though they beat them, he thought that USC could go all the way early on in the season.
She had to slip into Santa Clara Broncos.
We're smart over there.
Even though they beat USC. But Morgan Andrews, her stock has just gone through the roof. For a big reason. I mean, she had a great tournament helping USC get to the top.
Well, and she's been a name that's been out there for a while. I mean, she was highly touted in high school, part of the youth national team program for the U.S., left off the 2014 U20 roster, and had actually been part of Notre Dame, transferred to USC. So I think this is like a renaissance for her. And that final against West Virginia was the icing on the cake to kind of put her stamp on it.
Right, and because there have been some questions about her and her mentality along the way, and hopefully she's gotten through those demons a little bit, and this is an area where now it's time to be a pro. No one's there to hold your hand. You got to take care of yourself and step it up, and I think she has that capability. I think she has the capability to take over games. I just want to see it. You know, she is that player. She just got to put in the work.
And so now we have Sky Blue FC getting on the clock, so a third team will get into the mix here in the first round of the 2017 NWSL College Draft. We have had Rose Lavelle go, we've had Ashley Hatch go, Morgan Andrews going moments ago. Could there be back-to-back USC Trojans going here with the 4th pick for Sky Blue?
I would not be surprised to see a lot of USC go today, so no, wouldn't be surprised to see back-to-back.
And Sky Blue talking about that they need to add some reinforcements under Coach Christy Hawley. And then we go back up to the podium for pick number 4.
With the 4th pick in the first round of the 2017 NWSL College Draft, Sky Blue FC selects Kayla Mills, the University of Southern California. FC Kansas City is now on the clock.
Thank you so much.
And we'll do that.
Okay, awesome. Okay. Whew. Hello. Okay, I just wanted to thank God first and foremost, just because without him, his blessings are so amazing, and I know I don't deserve this, and he is so good to me. And I would like to thank my family because they're awesome and always supporting me, my friends, my family friends. I love you guys, and my coaches from youth to college. And I just want to thank you guys for teaching me how to play soccer, and also to USC because my teammates and also just the coaching staff. It's the best university ever. So fight on. And I wanted to thank Sky Blue for picking me because that's awesome. Okay, well, I'll see you guys soon. Thank you guys. Bye.
A lot of coaches told us this draft was top heavy with a lot of offensive players, but you look at defenders, she would probably be at the top of the pile.
Right, but she is a converted attacker, so there you go. You can use her in many different ways. But yeah, she's a key part of that defense for USC.
And she's got some versatility, right, Aly? She can
does.
play outside back, or you could put her in the middle, too.
Yeah, and I think that's where Sky Blue fancies her. I think they want her in the center of the park in defensive center mid-roll. I know they were happy when actually Steve Swanson slid her there last night when they could see her in the last scrimmage. So I think overall a good fit for Sky Blue. He likes players who can connect, and Kayla Mills can do that. I mean, she's a big, strong, powerful player, but she's good on the ball and she can connect.
She was a Pac-12 Defensive Player of the Year, and you see ties to both the U.S. Under-17 and U.S. Under-23 women's national team. Another Trojan taken here in the opening 4 picks so far, and so now that'll put FC Kansas City on the clock. Do we anticipate it's going to continue in the same direction here?
I'm thinking he's leaning towards the middle, but with Vlatko's roster, you know, you have the return of Sydney Leroux, Amy Rodriguez, so suddenly he has some forwards again.
What a boost that is, right?
Yeah. You know, I think he might, need some help at defense. There's always the thought of, okay, do I pull in a third keeper? But obviously that's not going to be in the first round. But what I love about Vlatko is how much he researches all of this, that he told us draft day is his favorite day of the year. And just when we were talking to him yesterday, the smile on his face, he loves being here. He loves researching these players. He loves looking for that diamond in the rough or the hidden gem that he can make into a pro.
He told us about a lot of different players, and he seemed to be the guy who I saw him last night. I should say I saw him last night in the hotel here in downtown Los Angeles, and he had a I ate the canary grin on his face, knowing that he had already had his pick, and he knew who was going to come to him at number 5.
Yeah, and I think you're exactly right. And I spoke with him yesterday at the U23s as well, and he had his eye on Gibbons. So I think that's where he's going with it, and she's still up there, so you'd think that's his pick.
For the official word, we go up to Jeff Plum, the NWSL commissioner.
With the 5th pick in the first round of the 2017 NWSL College Draft, FC Kansas City selects Christina Gibbons, Duke University. Seattle Reign, you're now on the clock.
Well, thank you so much. I'm extremely humbled to be standing up here today. First off, I'd like to thank the NWSL for such a wonderful event and for everyone who's out here in attendance today. Secondly, I would like to thank Kansas City. I'm super excited to start my journey. I hope to make the entire city and all its fans extremely proud. Thirdly, I'd like to thank my coaches, teammates, and everyone at Duke University who has supported me, as well as my family, as I would not be up here without any of them today as well. Lastly, good luck to the rest of my fellow players in today's draft. I wish you all the best. Thank you.
So Vlatko Andonovski and FC Kansas City get Christina Gibbons, a midfielder out of Duke University. Now we're going to start to get into a little bit of gray area as to where we think things are going to go next. But let's talk about Gibbons for a moment. What does she bring to the table in your eyes?
Well, she's the complete package. That's the way Vlatko put it, that she's got so much to offer the team. She's versatile. You can play her many different positions. She's already has poise and leadership. When you look at Duke and that they didn't make the NCAA tournament, and then the following year they went all the way to the final, and so she's learned to be a leader. So I think she has all these different pieces that she can bring to Kansas City.
And she played outside back this year for Duke, but I talked to the Clemson coach and said, look, that's the greatest blessing to us when we're facing her. Put her in the back because this player can attack. I mean, she takes players 1v1. She has great service when she does get forward. So you talk about that versatile piece. In NWSL, versatility is one of the key things they look for when they're drafting these players, because you have a small roster, players are injured frequently, so you've got to be able to play different roles. And this is a player, I mark my word, she's going to be in the league for a long time. I see her getting a sniff with the national team, and she's a difference maker wherever she finds herself. The U23 coach, the previous coach, Janet Rayfield, said, this is the greatest coach on the field she's ever coached. So she is that intelligent.
And you probably get the sense for Andonovski in Kansas City, the fact that, he said to us on the call, yes, it was disappointing not to be in the top 4 and make their way into the postseason in the NWSL in season 4, but he played a lot of young players, and that's only going to bode well for them for the future. Now you got a player like this coming out of Duke University, it'll only add to them having a lot of good players in place for the upcoming season 5 in the NWSL. So now it is Seattle Reign FC that are on the clock. The commissioner steps aside for a moment, and Amanda
With the
Duffy
6th pick
is up at the podium.
in the first round of the 2017 NWSL College Draft, Seattle Reign FC select Maddie Bauer from Stanford University. North Carolina Courage, you are now on the clock.
Hi. First, I'd just like to thank the Seattle Reign organization for drafting me. I'm so excited to join such an amazing soccer culture in the Pacific Northwest, and thanks for believing in me. Also, thank you to my club coaches who are here, Z and Waleed from Slammers. It's been a long journey, and also to Paul, Hideki, and Marg just an amazing staff at Stanford for pushing me and challenging me, and all my teammates for being like a second family to me. Jane, hi, for being with me since we were 13 and being behind me in the back line, and I don't know, just I've been learned so much under you. And lastly, to my parents, thanks for being here and supporting me in everything I do. I love you guys so much. Thank you.
So another Pac-12 player goes here in the first round out of the Farm, Stanford University. And again, another player with ties to all of the youth national team level. So here is how the first 6 picks have gone, and I think we would all agree this is kind of what we were looking at over the last couple of days as far as where we thought players would go.
Definitely those first 5. I mean, over the last few days we were hearing a lot of different things, and they kind of settled in. But though I think you, Aly, you had said before we'd heard Lavelle for a while, but I was a little surprised to see where Gibbons fell, because when we heard about the move from New York going to Carolina, and you know she's a hometown girl, that I thought that might elevate her to, hey, we want to take the hometown girl for Carolina.
Aly, I know you've probably seen Maddie Bauer a few times over the course of this last fall and what she's been able to do for Stanford. When you talk,
I haven't seen her because they don't have anyone facing. No one attacks them. They have the ball the whole time, so she just gets to sit back there and play make. So I haven't seen her. No. I've seen her. She's a fantastic defender, but they're not under a ton of pressure. So it's going to be interesting from my standpoint to see how she does translate to the league against these big, strong, powerful forwards where she is manned up, where she's isolated, because this is a transition game. And if there's one question on I think she's a fantastic defender. She reads the game extremely well, but if there's one question, it might be the mobility piece. So in a transition games, when things open up, and you're isolated 1v1, how does she handle that? That's something I don't know yet, but I do think overall a very safe pick. She's going to probably step in and start, and it'll just be a learning process in that first year.
Paul Ratcliffe at Stanford has always had a knack for having his back four organized, and oh, by the way, she had one of the best keepers in the nation right behind her in Jane Campbell. So now we look to the North Carolina Courage. They will have their second pick of this opening round as they are slotted in with the number 7 pick. You look at a live look in at the table over there as we're under 2 minutes to go. Jen, any idea who we might see coming here for the second pick of the first round for the Courage?
I'm going to throw out there maybe Michelle Vasconcelos from BYU, and that's what I was thinking out when I was like someone who might sneak into the top 10. She got a lot of attention towards the end of this season, and she could be that person for the middle that they need to give them pieces to do different things.
Yeah, so Ashley Hatch, her BYU teammate, already went with the number 2 pick to the Carolina Courage. So could you have 2 BYU players go in the first round? We go back up to the podium. This is just a suspense building moment right here with less than a minute left on the clock.
And you saw them going back and forth, a little arguing a bit at the table. So, they have their plans going into it, but then when the pressure hits, you wonder if they're faltering initially.
Here's Amanda Duffy once again.
With the 7th pick in the first round of the 2017 NWSL College Draft, the North Carolina Courage select Darian Jenkins from UCLA. Boston Breakers, you are now on the clock.
Darian Jenkins, a player from right here in the Los Angeles area as far as her collegiate play. Maybe a little bit of concern with some injuries. She had a leg injury that had her miss a ton of time. But there were several coaches that I spoke with that said they think she's going to come in and make a huge impact. We'll get the comments from Aly and Jen in just a moment as the newest pick for the North Carolina Courage makes her way up to the podium. We'll listen into her opening remarks here after going at number 7.
First off, I just wanted to say thank you for the NWSL for allowing all of us players to continue playing the game that we love. Thank you so much, North Carolina. I couldn't be more excited, and thank you for believing in me, even that guy on there. And thank you to UCLA and my teammates, my coaches. I wouldn't be here without your guys' constant support. And thank you to my mom. I love you, and thank you for always being there for me. And thank you to my club coaches who are also here to support. Thank you.
Well, what does she bring to the table, Aly?
I mean, again, another athletic, powerful front runner who has pace, who can press, who can hold the ball, who can take on 1v1. I mean, she fits the Carolina style. So I think about it, and the question it's not a question, but you look at it. Ashleigh Hatch broke her leg in her junior season. Darian Jenkins broke her leg in her senior season. Their first 2 picks are players that are coming back from broken legs. I mean, Ashleigh Hatch, recovered, so it gives you confidence knowing that Darian Jenkins can, and I know that Charlie Namo, the manager, spoke with her and knows her rehab plan. She's one of the players that really developed from her junior year to her senior year. She puts in the work behind the scenes. I talked to Amanda Cromwell, her UCLA coach, and she said she is out against that wall working on her first touch incessantly. I mean, she's out there every day, and so she's gonna grind it out, and she's gonna be a great player for them.
And she was on her way to having an MVP season when she got hurt. So, we know there's a lot of talent there. She's had some youth national team experience. And I think her height is going to bring something to the table as well. It's not something you can really see on the screen, but, there are players that are taller. And to have a taller player who's not a keeper, to have that a part of your back line, that can be key in this league.
Yeah, so 2 picks here in the first round for the North Carolina Courage as they take BYU's Ashleigh Hatch going at the number 2 pick, and now Darian Jenkins out of UCLA. Tap me if you've heard this before. The Boston Breakers are on the clock once again. They've already gone with picks number 1 and picks number 3. So now all of a sudden it's Matt Beard. Again, he has 4 selections here of the opening 10 picks coming in the first round. So he's got the opportunity here to make some moves if he wanted to in the case of a trade, but we know he made the trade so he could have an additional pick here in the first round.
I'm thinking he's going towards defense with this. It's not trading this one away. I think with Whitney Engen's status still being undetermined, that she may come back and play, she might not. He has made some great trades to pick up some defenders, but I don't think it'd be hurt to get one more, maybe Mandy Freeman or
I feel like he's going to go for some pace and a front runner winger type. I don't know why. I think they need some attacking presence. But
he did say, and I know you said we're not sure about goalkeepers and where they're going to go in this draft. He did say that was open for discussion if he wanted to look at a goalkeeper, but probably not here in the first round. To find out where the pick goes, we go back up to the podium. It's Amanda Duffy.
With the 8th pick in the first round of the 2017 NWSL College Draft, the Boston Breakers select Ifeoma Onumonu from University of California, Berkeley. Boston Breakers, you are now on the clock.
Ifeoma, a player that brings a ton of pace. You were talking about pace, Aly. She brings a ton of pace playing up there at Cal. I mean, she's a player that can really surge forward into the attack. I don't know about physicality as far as for her in this league, but certainly she can bring some pace to the table.
Oh, absolutely. She's probably the fastest player, I would say, in this draft.
And she's got the height to add to it as well. And again, another player who's 5'10". Pac-12 Freshman of the Year. She had 10 goals, 3 assists as a senior this year, and she's with the U23s right now. So not a name a lot of people knew before.
I would just like to say thank you to Boston for choosing me and allowing me to further my career. Thank you. NWSL, thank you for giving me this opportunity to play beyond college. It's really exciting. I'm really excited to get for a new start. Thank you to my coaches, Neil and Chris, for being here, seeing me through my injuries and everything. Thank you to my family as well. I couldn't have done this without you, so thank you.
A second straight player from the Pac-12 taken for Matt Beard and the Boston Breakers, playing up there in Northern California. And she actually had a pretty decent season for Cal, and that's probably the reason why she ends up going in the first round.
Yeah, and she's great on the flank. She's great in space. I mean, the area that she's going to have to improve upon to make a dent in this league, to make an impact, is really on that last touch, setting herself up for a shot, because she's not necessarily a clinical finisher. And so you get her on that flank, you let her serve the box, that's going to serve her well, but I think as she gets towards the 18, she's got to clean up her finishing ability and keep that touch tighter in the last second.
She can play in a number of different positions too, right? As far as the attacking end, you can put her in that wide position like Aly was talking about, but if you wanted to pair her with somebody up top, she can do that as well.
Right, very versatile, and I think someone who would benefit from the training program that Matt Beard has planned for his rookies in terms of, videos, classroom education, all kinds of things of how to be a pro.
And they needed that pace. They really didn't have any pacey front runners in their acquisitions with Rosie White, with Hovey. They're not fast players. Natasha Dowie, not a fast player. So they need some players that can threaten in behind, can run that flank, and Iffy's that type of player.
Boston stays on the clock again, as they also have the number 9 pick, so you would anticipate that Matt Beard and his staff knew what they were going to do at 9, and then they're going to turn right around, or excuse me, what they're going to do at 8, and then turn right around and do something again at 9, right?
He's got to have a plan, and that pick is not being traded. Never fear, Boston Breakers fans. He's not trading away the picks.
Are you going? He's going defense on this one?
No. Now I think I've been burned enough times. I'm thinking middle
that's
of the
part
park.
of the job. That's part of the job. Let's go back up to the podium and Amanda Duffy.
With the 9th pick in the first round of the 2017 NWSL College Draft, the Boston Breakers select Margaret Purse from Harvard University. Sky Blue FC, you are now on the clock.
Well, it certainly wasn't a defender. Another attacking option here for the Boston Breakers as Harvard University's own Margaret Purse makes her way up to the podium. So if you're looking at the picks here in the first round, that is the 4th and final pick in the first round for the Boston Breakers, who had 4 of the opening 10 picks, and a lot of it attack-minded. And I guess we knew that Matt Beard was going to go in that direction. He said, we need to add depth and an emphasis on the attacking end.
Thank you to the Boston Breakers. I'm really happy to stay around Harvard and Boston this next semester. I have to say thank you first and foremost to my father. He is the biggest role model in my life and the reason I am the person and player I am today. So thank you again for this opportunity. I'm so excited to be a part of Boston. Go Breakers.
You know, I should say, talk about excitement. The room is great here inside the downtown JW Marriott. You were here last year, Jen. You said 3 times the size of the crowd that we saw a year ago. Here is how the first round has shaken out so far. Sky Blue FC still to close out the first round with that number 10 pick after already taking Kayla Mills of USC at number 4. We thought there might be a little bit of shuffling when we got past number 5 and FC Kansas City having that pick. Oh yeah, by the way, Aly Wagner, Jen Cooper, Mark Rogondino. We'll hear more from Ashleigh Ignelzi, the 4th member of our crew, in just a bit. You can use the hashtag NWSL draft if you want to join in the conversation, by the way. But you know, a little bit of shuffling, I would say, in picks 6, 7, 8, and 9. But still kind of some of the same names that we imagine would go maybe say from 6 to 12, right?
Right, and especially when Boston has so many of these picks, and they still have picks to come, that, you know, what's the difference between being picked 8th and 9th when you're going to the same club?
They have the 11th pick still to come, so they're going to turn around after a pick comes right now for Sky Blue FC at number 10. They're still going to have another pick. But you look at Margaret Purse, and she just said the opportunity to stay kind of in her area and stay home right there is going to be a good opportunity for her to join the Boston Breakers.
Yeah, and who doesn't want to live in Boston? Great city, great atmosphere, but I mean...
What's the temperature in Boston right now?
Hey, we play in the spring/summer.
That's true.
So.
That's very true. Good point.
I mean, overall, I think a great pickup again for Boston. They need that pace. Purse can bring that. And I first was questioning a little bit her ability to keep that ball close enough when she went on her runs by herself. But last night, again, with U23s, I mean, she has good enough touch. So I think she's someone that can just transition into the pro game pretty well.
And I think she has a level of experience that some of the other rookies don't, where she's seen a lot of time with the US U20s, U17s, you know, and she has played with the Washington Spirit Reserve. So she has some almost pro experience.
You have to love it when it works out as a plan, in terms of Matt Beard telling us heading into his 2nd season he was going to go a lot of emphasis on the attacking end, and he's done exactly that. When you look at the names that he's picked so far: Rose Lavelle, Morgan Andrews, Ifeoma Onumonu, and Margaret Purse. I mentioned the 4th member of our crew. Let's go ahead and check in with Ashleigh Ignelzi. What do you have for us?
Hey guys, well, all the talk on social media has been about trades and how it's been a pretty quiet first round in that sense. So I think it's going to get kind of interesting in the second round with FC Kansas City having 2 picks, Boston Breakers only having 1. So we'll see how it shakes out. But that has been the talk on social media, has been how quiet the trades have been on this draft room floor. Ruggo, back to you.
Yeah, you know that's an interesting point when she mentions how quiet it's been as far as trades. But there are some teams that are here in the draft gen that they really don't have an opportunity to pick some of these marquee players that are making the transition from college to the pro level. I mean, no first round picks for half the teams in the league, so you kind of have to game plan differently when you know you're not going to pick till, say, 19, 18, 17 in the draft.
And they don't really have anything to trade to get the higher picks.
There's nothing they're willing to let go of.
We close out the first round as we go back to the podium. Amanda Duffy and Sky Blue FC's second pick of this opening round here at number 10.
With the 10th pick in the first round of the 2017 NWSL College Draft, Sky Blue FC select Miranda Freeman from University of Southern California.
Another Trojan going in the first round, and she'll join.
It is the end of the first round. We will have a short intermission and commence with the second round momentarily.
She will join her teammate, Kayla Mills, as Mandy Freeman makes her way up onto the stage here. She'll get the Sky Blue FC scarf around her neck. And certainly for head coach Christy Hawley, after a 7th place finish a year ago, hoping that some new blood will breathe life back into the team that plays back there at Ursack Field on the Rutgers University campus.
Hello. I just want to thank God for all the blessings that He's given me, and secondly, I want to thank Sky Blue for selecting me and allowing me to continue the great opportunity to play the game that I love. And I want to thank my family who couldn't be here with me today, but I have my friends and my soccer family in place of them, and I'm so excited for this next chapter of my life. And I want to thank USC and all my Trojans out there for helping me be the type of player that I am and, getting me on this stage today. So thank you to everyone who's helped me, and thank you for the best of luck to everyone else. Thank you.
A look at Mandy Freeman, another defender coming out of the University of Southern California.
Yeah, I mean, this makes sense to me because you're not sure if Christy Rampone is going to come back this year to play. She's a center back, so it gives you cover there. And if Rampone does come back, she's going to have a great partner in Freeman, or she can also be her guide, help her along in this process of learning how to manage these front runners. They're going to come at you at pace in this league. So if she's either learning next to or underneath Rampone, I mean, it's a great pickup for Sky Blue, and no one really to learn by.
I was just going to say that, right? I mean, you couldn't ask for a better teacher in the veteran. I mean, umpteenth amount of caps with the U.S. Women's National Team. You guys probably played together, but I mean, Christy is still, if you talk to any of the coaches, you look at the numbers here from the first round of the college draft here in 2017 in the NWSL. I mean, she's still one of the fittest players and knows how to be a pros pro.
She's unbelievable. You say we played together. She started before me, and she's still played after me and on the national team. I mean, her career has been so long. You just wonder when she's going to, hang up the cleats.
In what world is your 131 caps not enough?
It's a really good point.
How many caps did you have, Aly?
Somewhere around then. Jen probably knows better than me.
131. Did you not hear me?
So you're saying between the three of us, we have 131 caps with the U.S. Women's National Team. All right, I'm feeling pretty good about the day then.
I mean, I called Jill and I told her I'm still available if they need a training keeper.
Speaking of Jill Ellis, I think she is going to be joining us momentarily, the head coach of the U.S. Women's National Team. As we take a little 10-minute break in between the first and second rounds, a chance to regroup. You saw the numbers there. Rose Lavelle goes first. Boston using all 4 of their picks in the opening round of the 2017 college draft to go offensive-minded, wrapping it up with pick number 9 with Margaret Purse coming out of Harvard. And then Sky Blue FC goes with Mandy Freeman, a third USC player taken in the opening round. Here's what round 2 will look like. As you see, again, the Boston Breakers right at the top of round 1 and at the top of round 2. And then we'll see Chicago step into the fold here, as well as Portland as the 4th pick in the second round. They will have an opportunity to make their first selection. So some new teams. Houston Dash, remember, very well, Jen Cooper, the Houston Dash had 3 first-round picks a year ago, and they have no first-round picks coming in to
much different draft for
2017. as we bring you back out to the desk here before we get into round 2. It is none other than Jill Ellis, one of my favorites all time in the women's soccer game, the head
Thanks,
coach
Mark.
of the U.S. women's national team, joining Jen Cooper, Aly Wagner, and yours
Hey,
truly,
guys.
Mark Rogondino. Maybe let's just start with your opening thoughts of what you've seen and the excitement around being here heading into the 5th season of the NWSL.
Well, I think I was at the first draft, and obviously just to even see the atmosphere around it is fantastic, and that shows growth in and of itself. So, yeah, I mean, very professional.
Yeah, Jen was saying it's grown,
yeah,
like how much bigger
yeah.
the room is, and the attention put on the draft here.
So I think it's great. It's great for the players to experience something as professional as this, and fun, and obviously there's great energy in the room.
You look from a different angle, through a different glass, obviously, when you're here, not just as a head coach, but right, you're going to be thinking of what types of players you can bring into the fold to help your team. So what do you look for when you're here? What are some of the duties that you're like, I need to do this, I need to do this while you're here?
Well, the beauty of this draft is we've actually had our under-23 national team in camp for a week. So yesterday, myself and my staff were able to see many of these players out here today play last night. I'll get to see them again play tomorrow. So it's given me a real good snapshot of some of these players. And then we have our women's team arriving today, and obviously we'll hold over some players that we feel can come in and give them a shot in with our senior group.
And who has stood out for you this week with the 23s?
Obviously talked to the coaches, Steve Swanson, Michelle French, gotten their feedback. But yeah, I mean, last night, it's obviously every age group. My intent with the under-23 team was to bring in our top under-17s, our top under-20s, the college players. So it's really a blend. But some of the players here stood out. Also some players not quite yet in the draft. So
no names?
Savannah McCaskill did very well last night, scored a lot of goals. Maddie Bauer did well. Mandy Freeman. These players have done very well. But also the younger ones. Pinto, who's on our under-17 team, did well. So it's kind of trying to bring this under-23 team. I want to take it to another level in terms of its relevance right now to feed our senior team. So it's going to be more closely tied, more events for them, and it will give the college players a lot more of a platform to play international matches on as well.
Speaking of feeding into the senior team, talk about the players from NWSL who got their first caps in this past season, because this is the first chance you've had to really start changing the pool and using the league as a feeder to the national team.
Yeah, I think all told we probably brought in 9 to 10 players out of the league that had stood out, and that's exactly the purpose of this league, is to try and give these players opportunities to be seen. But obviously the ones that have done well are the ones that are constantly getting invited back in. So Lynn Williams is back in with us, Casey Short is back in with us, Rose Lavelle actually will be in with the senior team, Christina Gibbons will be in with the team. But yeah, I mean, the players that have done well in the time that we've had them warrant getting a continued investment. So yeah, I mean, right now the priority, I've said this constantly, our focus right now with the senior team is playing high-level competition, which we will again this year, and increasing our pool.
Jill, last thing before we let you go, you mentioned the senior team coming into the fold and you begin your January camp, but it's also on the verge of what is going to be a huge, stiff competition for you guys, right? The She Believes.
Right.
It's the second edition, I believe, of the She Believes Cup that you guys have, but you have, England, Germany, and France coming into the fold. How important is that type of matches for you guys to prepare for what's in the future?
Well, it is massive, and I've kind of told our staff that we've got to now use that event as a testing pool for our players. Because we've seen, for example, we've had Allie Long play in the back, and now we get to see Allie Long play against some of the best teams in the world. So in terms of our preparation, everything is about vetting players. Obviously, it's a competition, it's a tournament format, so it means something. So that's good. It's added pressure. It gets Ashlyn Harris and Alyssa Nair competition against some of the best teams. So in terms of importance for us, it is very, very important, these 3 games. And later on in the year, without divulging too much, we are bringing some of the top 10 teams to this country to play, which is exactly what we need.
We appreciate you stopping by here. And,
nice bow tie, I like that.
I just thought I'd bring a little flair
I
to
was
the
going to say, I
draft
like your glasses.
here today.
Yeah, I need them now to see this stuff, unfortunately.
Great of you to stop by, and
Awesome.
what we will all be watching as continued success goes on here in 2017.
Awesome. Thanks,
Enjoy the
Steve.
day.
All right, man, I will.
Enjoy the day.
I got a few meetings to go to. But
Yeah, there is some work to do, right? There is a little bit of work to do. Chicago Red Stars, they will make their first selection of this 2017 NWSL College Draft coming up in just a couple of minutes. They have the number 12 pick. So Boston will have their 5th pick of today, and we'll see which direction they will head. And then obviously it's Chicago who will be on the clock for the first time.
From the first round, I look back at it and I'm a little shocked that Bauer was taken so high. I thought Freeman was going to go above Bauer, so that's one thing that shocked me from the first round. And Ifeoma sneaking in there, so that's the surprise name that got me. Those players absolutely deserve it. It wasn't what I was predicting based on talking to the coaches, the managers, and just getting a sense for their feel of these players and their ability to impact.
I think that's been the challenge looking at this draft class is there's a lot of talent. There's not a lot of people that are head and shoulders, so there's just a lot of great talent.
Right.
So we all kind of know roughly who the top 15, 20 are, but where they fall.
Right, and that's why you had like a Chicago trade out of the first round, get early second round picks, because they're thinking that the value at the bottom of the first round, the beginning of the second round, is very similar. And so that's where these players are. They're in this little zone of, will they make an impact in the first year? Maybe, maybe not. Can they translate to the program? Can they play quick enough? Are they strong enough, fast enough? And so these are kind of the questions that all these coaches have, and that's why you almost want more picks in the middle in this draft than some of these heavy top heavy picks in the beginning.
And I think we should mention too that so we've been through the first round. We did not have a goalkeeper taken, which isn't a really big surprise, though. I think a lot of people felt that Jane Campbell would go somewhere in the top 10, especially with Sky Blue needing a keeper. But I think that tells you that they feel they have bigger needs. And generally, you don't see a keeper go in the first round, but once they start going, everybody goes, oh, it's time to pick keepers. I mean, that's certainly what happened last year.
I think it's no fewer than 2 keepers have ever been taken, but no more than 5 have ever gone in the first 4 rounds. So you wonder, it's like when you're in your fantasy football draft and somebody takes a kicker. I digress. I'm sorry. Somebody but, I want to go back to Aly's point for a moment, talking about maybe a couple of surprises, and you were talking about Ifeoma coming at the number 8 pick, coming out of Cal to going to Boston. So you have to anticipate that some of the coaches maybe didn't exactly think about that too, and all of a sudden now they're shuffling their cards a little bit, thinking, a certain player might be available or will not be available, right?
Vasconcelos out of BYU is one.
All right, we're going to go ahead and get the second round started. The Boston Breakers are now on the clock.
Oh, Commissioner Jeff Flush, we were already ready. I thought that was the first pick, number 11, coming for the Boston Breakers right there. You mentioned the name of one of the
Michelle
BYU.
Vasconcelos, yeah, I think she's absolutely one that is, right in this sweet spot of going to get picked any moment now. But I think a goalkeeper comes very soon. I just feel like it's coming.
Yeah, and we know that Jane Campbell would probably be one of the top goalkeepers along that list. Let's take a sneak peek at how round 2 is going to go. You heard Boston just on the clock now with their 11th overall pick of this 2017 college NWSL draft, and then that'll be followed by Chicago, Kansas City, Vlatko Andonovski going with Christina Gibbons out of Duke with the 5th overall pick already in the first round. So we'll see what he has in store. Let's focus in on Chicago just for a minute. You were talking about Rory Dames and what he said, trading out, giving some picks, earlier first round picks to Boston. It's interesting the way this draft has changed when you look at it as a whole. And I say that because I think you guys knew better than I did. So many coaches were saying maybe a year and a half ago, this is going to be the best draft ever in the NWSL. Well, yes, it still might be that, but the fact is the way it looks has changed.
Well, especially if you've had some players injured and the league has changed and we've had more international. There's so many pieces to the puzzle.
And you have players going internationally, right? So you've got the 2 Canadians in Buchanan and Ashleigh Lawrence. I mean, those would have probably been the top 2 picks. And in my estimation, I rank Savannah Jordan up there in the top 3 players coming out of this draft. And she's still on the board because there's uncertainty whether she's going to play in the NWSL or go abroad. So, I think if those players were all staying home necessarily, then maybe the attitude towards this draft changes a bit.
I'm no GM whiz, but if Savannah Jordan is still on the draft board and I say I have a late 3rd round pick or an early 4th round pick, I mean, why not take a wild card at that point?
Absolutely.
I mean, in case all of a sudden if she does play overseas, she wants to come back over. But that's a conversation for a little later here in the afternoon. So Boston on the clock with a little less than a minute to go here to open up the second round. Remember, you can use the hashtag NWSL Draft to join in the conversation. We have Ashleigh Ignelzi off around the room. She's working the room. She is also working social media for us throughout the course of our broadcast here, either on Facebook or on the league YouTube channel. And of course, glad to have you along for today's coverage heading into what should be a historic 5th season in the National Women's Soccer League. Aly Wagner, Jen Cooper, and Mark Rogondino also here with you. So could we see our first timeout here? Would Boston need an extra 3 minutes? They need 3 minutes in the second. Well, they need an extra 3 minutes to make the pick.
They almost have the first 10 picks, so you think they have 10 names.
Not only that.
Maybe it's a trade.
Yeah, could be, but not only that. Oh, here it comes. The suspense is over. We go to
the league office is going to call a timeout.
It's official.
Oh, that means a procedural question to be resolved.
Oh, Commissioner Jeff Plush.
Oh, the league office.
That's the league's timeout.
Calling a timeout.
Yeah.
So that could mean something like there is a trade in the works, but they want to know if they can trade this piece for that piece.
Right.
We mentioned at the top of the show, allocations with the Canadian Federation and the U.S. Soccer Federation have not been announced for the upcoming season. So maybe that is part of the discussion as well. Get some comments from you two in just a moment. We go check in with Ashleigh Ignelzi first.
Well, guys, I had a chance to catch up with Rose Lavelle after she was selected first in this draft, and she told me she's really a student of the game, and she's been so inspired these last few years, and she hopes to do that for younger girls now that she's a part of history, being the 5th year in the NWSL. She also said that she's never been to Boston before, and she's very excited to explore the city and call Boston her new home. Guys?
Well, so she's going to head to the East Coast, and Wisconsin has some cold weather too, right?
It's got the harsh weather. It's nothing she's not going to be used to.
Though I did hear it's 65 degrees in Boston today.
It's beautiful.
Twitter wanted to let us know.
Go figure, and it's the low 50s or mid 50s out here in Southern California. Yes, for all of you at home or wherever you're watching from, it is cold and rainy outside here in Southern California. It happens a couple of times a year. It's a problem we deal with. Rose Lavelle, the first overall pick coming here in the NWSL draft. So what are we thinking, though? Going back to Boston and a league timeout here to begin the second round. Any idea of what might be going on in the conversation?
I know it can be sometimes something simple but procedural. In 2014, Dash was doing a trade with Portland, and the hang-up was they hadn't been able to reach the player who was being traded to contact her. So they didn't want to do it. So they finally went ahead and did the trade and said, player to be named later.
Right.
Because they didn't want to officially announce without having spoken to the player. So it could be something as simple as that, or it could be, wait a minute, it could be related to the allocation order, which is a whole different can of worms.
And Aly, when we spoke with the coaches over the past 2 weeks, there were a couple of teams, I think like Orlando was one of them. I think one of the other ones
Houston, perhaps.
Yeah, Houston, yeah. Randy Waldron was talking about, no, I'm not going to trade up to try and get into the first 5 picks or so, but I could trade up to try and get into the second round if I don't have to give up too much.
Right, and if that pick that I want, that I'm craving, is still there. And so it'll be interesting to see what's going on with this. But as you were talking about that, I was reminded of the fact when I was drafted, we didn't have cell phones, so all these players are sitting there. You know they're getting pinged by a text by the coach or the general manager saying we're about to pick you. And so when the name is called, it's probably not nearly as excited as when you're just staring at your phone hoping and you get that little vibration.
What, do they call you on your home phone with a
rotary? You were here and you waited for them to get up on the podium and say something.
Oh, I have an idea. They sent you a fax.
Or you weren't even here. Yeah, you weren't even here. Christy Rampone even said her first invitation to the U.S. national team was via fax.
You never know how times have changed.
And she's still playing.
Yeah. Talk about longevity in your playing career, Christy Rampone. We're efforting to have some of the first round picks join us while we are in a timeout up here. So we're going to see if the number 1 pick, Rose Lavelle out of Wisconsin, heading to the Boston Breakers, might be able to join us for a couple of minutes while we're in this league-instituted timeout. There's the Houston Dash. They will not pick till a little bit later on here in the second round. And the Brain Trust over there, seeing what they can come up with. A couple of last-minute adjustments. And while we are in the timeout here before we begin the second round, we bring it back out to the desk, and it is the number 1 overall pick. My first opportunity to meet you. Congratulations on being the first overall pick. Maybe tell us what the last couple of days have been like for you. I would imagine you had a pretty good sense as to what was going to happen.
Yeah, I did have a good sense of what was going to happen, but I was still really nervous. I was paranoid the whole time that it wasn't actually going to happen, but it was really surreal going up there and giving a speech and getting this cool scarf.
Yeah, it is a pretty cool scarf. We might have to jump in and get into the second round first, but we were talking about what the needs were for the Boston Breakers, and the coaching staff told us that you were certainly at the top of their list. What were your conversations like with the coaching staff?
When talking with Matt, it seemed like he wanted me to play kind of a box-to-box midfielder, which is the role I had this past year at Wisconsin. So I think playing there this past year has really prepared me for this next chapter, hopefully. Yeah.
And what is your favorite position on the field?
I really love attacking mid, but anywhere in center mid's okay.
Well, and Rose, I was really surprised in your thank you speech that we didn't hear you thank Wilma.
I know. Well,
so, and Mark might not know who Wilma is, so you need to tell him.
Okay. Wilma is my bulldog.
Okay.
She's 4 years old, and she is the cutest thing ever, literally ever.
I don't know.
Have you met my kids? And I've seen her wear soccer jerseys.
And maybe you should throw out your Twitter handle so the folks at home can go ahead and probably take a. There's got to be a twit pic of Wilma on there, right?
Wilma has her own Instagram.
Oh, she does.
Yeah,
Even better, right?
Of course, Mark.
My bad.
Yeah.
My bad.
Wilma Jean Wrinkles, follow her, and a Snapchat. Queen Wilma Jean.
And what is yours?
Rose Lavelle.
What do you know about Boston, and have you reached out to any other contacts that you have, maybe through other teams that you've played on, so you can kind of get a little bit of the 411 on Boston and what's in store for you when you head back that way?
I've never been to Boston before, but I've heard it's a great city, so I'm really looking forward to that. And I don't really have any contacts in Boston, so.
Oh, you're going to have plenty, don't you?
I think you know Morgan Andrews.
Yeah, I played with her.
Who else do you know? Let me see.
Midge.
Do you know Ifeoma? I think you know her. I think you know Midge.
Yeah, I know all of them, and I'm super excited to be able to get to play with them again.
And just talk to me a little bit, because as a center mid, you know, chemistry is so important with players around you. Is there anyone in particular in that group that you really connect with on the field?
Well, playing with Midge and Morgan on the 20s, I've had a chance to kind of get a feel for their style of play, and I think we mesh well. Morgan's obviously a very technical player, and I like to think I am too.
I think a little bit, yeah.
I think if you go first overall, you're probably pretty technical. Rose Lavelle, the first overall pick for the Boston Breakers, joining us here. Jen Cooper, Aly Wagner, Mark Rogondino back here with you as our coverage continues. What do you expect that jump to be like? Because it's going to be different going from playing at the collegiate level to the professional level. I'm sure you watched plenty of games when you had time to during last season in the NWSL, but what's that jump going to be like for you?
Yeah, I mean, I know it's going to be super competitive, and obviously a really there's a really talented pool of players on every team. So that's definitely going to be an adjustment, and I think just my professionalism off the field, like recovery, all that is going to be huge in this next step too.
I will tell you, go ahead, Aly.
And just tell me one thing that you think you need to improve upon in order when you go into the league to kind of step up your game.
I would say there's two things. I think this past year I was able to work on the defensive side of my game a little more, playing a little farther back on the field, but at the same time I think it's still an area that I definitely need to improve on. And then I think shot selection, I just need to have a better idea of when I can take some shots from distance, when I should be slotting players through. So I think working on that going into this season is going to be huge for me.
And you spent time with the senior national team in camp last spring. You're about to start another camp with them. What have you gained from that experience?
I mean, everyone there is so talented, and I think some of the biggest things I learned is just, like I said before, their level of professionalism both on and off the field is incredible, and something I had never experienced before. And also just the competitiveness they bring to every training, it's honestly astounding. I mean, going into college, you definitely up the competitiveness in training, but then going into that environment's a whole nother story.
Last one.
Okay.
Who's your favorite soccer player, man or woman?
Man or woman?
Man or woman?
Man or woman. Let's see. I don't know. I like a lot.
Pick one.
Michael Bradley?
He's good, yeah. I mean,
so dismissive.
he's
all right.
Obviously, really like Messi.
Okay.
He's pretty good.
Get original. Okay, bye, Rose.
Sorry. Sorry, I wasn't creative
Rose,
enough.
congratulations again. No big pressure. We look forward to seeing you out on the field with Boston in the upcoming season. And most of all, get out there and enjoy the day.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Congratulations. Good luck.
We are about to find out who Rose's next teammate will be, as we're in a league-instituted timeout right here. The 11th pick to begin the second round of the 2017 NWSL College Draft is on the verge of coming, and it's Boston who has that pick in just a couple of moments. But we wait to see if indeed that pick is going to go to the Breakers, or if there might be a little institute of change coming up here. And we are being told there could be a possible trade.
And I'm thinking
Chicago's
there has
in the
to be a
mix,
Boston Breakers party tonight with all these rookies.
right?
Will they let us go?
The word that right here. So the word that's coming in is that Chicago will take the 11th first overall pick of the second round, and they will give away a pick in the 2018 first round of the NWSL draft, as well as an international draft spot. To get all the details, we go back up to the podium and the commissioner.
Okay, thank you for your patience. We have a trade between the Boston Breakers and the Chicago Red Stars. The Chicago Red Stars have acquired the first pick in the second round in exchange for Boston's 2018 second round pick and a 2018 international slot. The Chicago Red Stars are now on the clock.
Finally, a trade.
You know, it's not a draft until you actually have a trade. So, but what that also means is that Chicago is going to have the first two picks of the second round. So there must have been a couple of players, right, that they were looking at, and they weren't sure they were going to be able to get both of them.
You know, I think you're exactly right. There are a couple of players that they have their eye on, that they think they can shore up some pieces on their team. And I think one of Rory's concerns is an expansion draft that he feels is coming next year. So he wants to get certain players and certain pieces in line. If he can get those, he's done. And then they can kind of get these players ready for next year to step in when expansion players are pulled away.
And he's has such a great record in the draft, picking a lot of local players and making things happen.
From one first round pick to another, as we have a little over 2 minutes until Chicago makes their first selection of the second round. Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Well, I mean, first and foremost, congratulations on going in the first round.
Thank
Had
you.
to be quite the honor for getting an opportunity. We're going to
clarify, just to be very clear.
Go back up to the
The
podium.
Red Stars have acquired Boston's first pick in the second round and are on the clock. The Breakers are receiving Chicago's 2018 second round pick and a 2018 international slot. Thank you.
So just to be clear here, so if I'm correct, that means that Chicago is now going to have 11, 12, and 16 here in the second round. We'll get to that in a moment. But first, we welcome Ashleigh Hatch up here to the desk. Coming from BYU and now all of a sudden making the transition to North Carolina. What are you excited about?
I'm excited for the change, you know. It'll be an adventure for sure, and I'm just excited to learn a lot.
Talk about coming back from injury your junior year to have such a stellar senior season.
You know, injury's never fun, and it was really hard, you know, sitting and watching, but I think I learned the most from, you know, sitting and just kind of observing the games and observing practices and just, like, learning a lot from my teammates off the field.
And have you talked to the organization about how they see you fitting into their team and what do they want to see out of you?
Sorry, I couldn't hear what you say.
Have you talked to the administration or the team, because I'm not sure who the coach, who the managers are, but in their vision for you with the group, have they told you how they want to see you be a part of their team?
I haven't really heard much. You know, everything's still new, so I'm sure we'll talk about it soon, but I'm excited to, I don't know, hear all those things.
What has the process been like for you the past couple of days? Did you know that North Carolina was going to take you with the number 2 pick? And if so, how soon did you know?
I didn't know. I've just,
No text, no call, nothing?
No, nothing. I've just, you know, seen stuff on Twitter, you know, all the mock drafts. So I had a little bit of inkling, but it was
You didn't talk to anyone that said we're going to pick you at number 2?
No.
But it's
That's
good to,
awesome.
Yeah,
I love that.
So
Yeah.
a little element of surprise. So
Yeah.
given that statement, what was last night like?
I couldn't sleep last night, to be honest, but I don't know. I was just really excited.
Moving on to the field, a similar question that we asked to Rose is you're going to make the transition from collegiate play to professional rankings. What would you say is your biggest strength you're going to bring to the table, and where maybe in your mind do you feel like you need to improve a little bit?
That is a very good question.
That's why I'm here.
Yes.
That and the bow tie.
Yeah, right.
Yes, looks great. I would say one of my biggest strengths is I feel like I have a pretty good skill of, you know, creating my own shot. So I feel like I could help, you know, teams get more shots on goal, or, you know, just being in the right place at the right time, you know, helping finish those, like, rebound goals. I feel like there's a lot I need to work on, just like getting faster, quicker, stronger, learning more about the game. So I'm excited to improve in all of those areas.
Well, we'll let you get out and enjoy the afternoon here.
Thank you.
Stay inside, say hello to some friends, and best of luck next season out in Cary, North Carolina.
Thank you.
That's Ashleigh Hatch. With that, we turn
Congrats.
back to the podium, and it looks like we expect Commissioner Jeff Plush to make his way up there in just a moment. Remember, Chicago has just made a trade with the Boston Breakers, trading a future first-round pick in 2018 so they could move up and have the first 2 picks of the second round. So they will pick at 11 and 12 here in the second round of the 2017 NWSL College Draft. It's going to be interesting to see where they go, not just with this 11th pick, but obviously with the 12th pick going back-to-back here.
They got to have something specific in mind. I just don't know what.
I think they need. Rory told us he wants a defensive center mid, big body type to sit next to his smaller creative types. That's one. He wants some pace on the flank. So I think those are kind of voids that he's looking to fill.
Yeah, and he well, here's the commissioner.
With the first pick in the second round of the 2017 NWSL College Draft, the Chicago Red Stars select Michelle Vasconcelos, Brigham Young University. Chicago Red Stars are still on the clock.
Well, how's that for a tie-in from one BYU player to another? We thought that maybe Vasconcelos might go earlier there in the first round. Take a look at what she does well coming out of BYU. She can find the back of the net and get in the attack too.
I love this little player. I mean, she is so talented. She's quick on the ball. She can take on. She can play an attacking mid. She can play up front, so she's versatile. And you're just getting good looks. I mean, that's her getting in the box. She can score goals, but she can score them from outside the 18, not just inside. I think she's one of those players who is just well-rounded. I mean, she's a great soccer player, great mind, and she's got the physical tools that'll translate well to the league.
And what a great 2016 season for her. 16 goals, I think 13 assists, really that glue in the midfield for BYU, and they went pretty far in the NCAA tournament this season.
She go ahead, Aly.
No, I was going to say, and someone that was probably overlooked a little bit because of Ashleigh Hatch, but she is someone who, imprinted on the game for anyone who is watching BYU with a discerning eye.
Yeah, speaking to a couple of coaches, the sentiment was that she is also a player that can get into the attack and make things happen, but she's much different, obviously, than Ashleigh Hatch. My question might be for, she is from the Utah area, Sandy, Utah area, and she went to BYU. It's going to be a pretty big jump going to a big city, going to Chicago, all of a sudden having to adapt. You're only in your early 20s. It's a whole new ball game in a new city, new teammates. That's also going to be something where players are going to have to adapt.
Absolutely. I mean, that's part of becoming a pro. When we talk about that leap you make from going to college to being a pro, it's learning to handle those outside distractions that she's going to experience, maybe being away from home, those creature comforts. So that's going to be hard for her, but I think she fits well with this team. I think she can play in that 7-11 or in the outside of the diamond for Rory, and they don't really have that type of player that's quick, that's fast, that can run at that back line in that midfield spot that's a little bit different from your creative DiBernardos and Colapricos. So I think she's a great asset that they picked up.
Well, ladies, remember, he told us he wants someone who also is going to be physical and can help defend some of his smaller players. I think he even called them his midgets in the middle in the middle part of the field. That could be the next pick that's coming right here, right?
I would think so.
There could be some height.
He also said he wanted a natural left-footed player that could get up and down that side and serve in a natural left-footed ball from the wide position. So 2 real different ways that Rory Dames could go with this 12th overall pick. Good to see Chicago getting in the mix, and as you might have seen, we had our first trade with Chicago moving up to number 11. Let's see, 20 seconds left on the clock right here for the 12th overall pick in this draft. We turn our attention back up to the podium, and the commissioner once again making his way back up there. He should be there in just a moment. That's the beauty of live television. Good to have you along here on YouTube as well as on Facebook. The surprises are going to start coming, though, now, right, ladies? I mean, now we're getting into kind of some unknown commodities.
This is where it gets fun.
Yeah, we could have predicted, hey, it's going to go this way, it's going to go that way, but only the coaches and the guys that are sitting at the tables over there are the ones that know.
Right, and this is when it gets down to picking the best player on the board. It's maybe about filling voids for the future. So those are kind of 2 considerations that these coaches are facing. Depth.
Back upstairs as we go to the podium and the commissioner.
With the second pick in the second round of the 2017 NWSL College Draft, the Chicago Red Stars select Morgan Profit, Marquette University. FC Kansas City is on the clock.
Morgan Profit becomes the second pick in this draft for the Chicago Red Stars. And another one of the many young ladies in attendance here in downtown Los Angeles as she makes her way up. The customary photo in a moment. And getting that scarf wrapped around your neck. That's got to be one of the longest walks you ever have if you're one of those picks and all of a sudden you're making your way up. All eyes now on Morgan Profit. We knew that she would probably go in the top 15 picks coming here to downtown Los Angeles. There is the photo with the commissioner, Jeff Plush.
All right, well, first of all, I want to thank Chicago for picking me. Really blessed and happy to get this opportunity. Really excited to get started and continuing my development as a player. Thank you, Marquette, all my coaches, club coaches, staff, trainers, my teammates. You guys made me who I am today, the player and a person, and I'm really, really thankful for all the support. Thanks again, and can't wait to get started.
Here she is in action. What does she bring to the table, ladies?
Height. She's 5'10". There's the defense for the midgets.
Yeah, that's exactly what.
I didn't come up with that word. That is Rory Dames' word.
Yeah. Don't blame the messenger here. But Marquette has a player go here in the top 15 picks, and you look at what the pieces are getting in place there for Rory Dames. You can see he's assembling an idea of what he wants.
And he knows the draft. He knows the players he needs. I think she is another one that fits in seamlessly to the team. I mean, she's able to win the ball. She's got that height, like you said, Jen, to clean it up. But then she's simple. She can connect. She can find those playmakers that will go run at that back line. So she's going to fill that void. I don't know that she's a player that steps in right away. You know, she might be someone that you put in the last 20 minutes to kill off a game when you need to have a physical presence in the air. You know, she could be a role player. And again, he's probably looking to the expansion draft where some players are going to be pulled away. She's someone that can be groomed to step in if she's not ready next year. But I think she's very good. I thought she did very well at the U23s as well. And she's more mobile because mobility was one of the questions. And I thought she looked pretty mobile last night at the U23s.
Jen, is the philosophy different now that we get into the second and eventually the third and fourth round? Is the philosophy different in your guesstimation from some of the coaches? Because you said now you're starting to get to best available, Aly, but I think some coaches still, are they keyed in on one exact player, one exact position maybe that they're going to go with?
I wouldn't think it's one player. Some coaches will have the one position idea where, okay, I have a need here, I want the best possible player. And some are the just pick whoever's best remaining. So I think you've got those two competing philosophies. And I think it depends on how many other picks they have. You know, Portland and Houston, you know, they're only getting their first picks coming up soon, and they don't have a lot of picks overall. So their attitude is going to be different from someone who still has a lot of lower picks.
Yes, speaking of a team that does have another pick coming, that is Kansas City, who is now on the clock. So Vlatko Andonovski, after taking Christina Gibbons with the 5th overall pick earlier here in the afternoon, now he turns his attention. As I look at some of the notes from Vlatko talking about, he said he wanted an extra defender. And he also said he wanted reinforcements in the midfield, going with Christina Gibbons from Duke earlier in the draft. Do we expect him to go defensive here?
I think you want someone who can play within the lines, another attacking personality, but we'll see.
With the third pick in the second round of the 2017 NWSL College Draft, FC Kansas City selects Antoinette Payne, Duke University. Portland Thorns FC is now on the clock.
We will talk about Portland Thorns, and their first pick, which they will be making.
Welcome to our world.
On the afternoon in just a little bit. As you see the selection making her way up onto the podium here.
And I think Toni Payne is a big-time player. I think she's someone that can fit in that seam. She plays well off that line, and that's something he was looking for.
I just want to thank Kansas City. Thank you so much. for believing in me and drafting me. I want to thank the NWSL for such an amazing opportunity. I want to thank my parents, mom and dad at home, and my brother and sister for always believing in me and supporting me in everything that I do. I want to thank my coaches at Duke, Erwin and Coach Robbie and Lane. I want to thank you for building me and everything you've done for me. I want to thank my club coaches at home in Alabama and in Georgia, and just want to say thank you to the league and everything. Really excited for this new chapter in my life, so thanks.
So the Birmingham, Alabama native out of Duke University. Again, a lot of these players going in with these picks here so far in the first and second round having ties to the U.S. youth national teams. That is indeed the case there with Tony Payne. But we turn to the number 3 overall pick as we welcome a Trojan. Yeah, go ahead and give the camera a fight on right there.
Fight on, everybody.
Hey, by the way, that was quite the speech up there. Morgan
you.
Andrews joining us here. She is headed to Boston to join Rose Lavelle. A lot of excitement in what you're here for today, being selected 3rd overall, and probably excitement for what's about to come in front of you.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm beyond excited to be here, and I'm excited for the future. Boston has a couple of really great picks out here, and it's going to be a great future.
Did you set some goals like this maybe at the beginning of the year, thinking what you had with your team? Aly was talking about, she talked to her Santa Clara coach, a team that you guys played earlier in the season, and he raved about what a good team you had. Did you look at that and say, this is my time to shine, but not just me, I'm going to have a huge future coming into this year?
Absolutely. I mean, the whole thing was a whole team effort. We couldn't have done it without every single person on the roster, and that's 30 girls and the staff as well. And so we always dreamed of winning a national championship, and we made it come true. And now we're here at the draft, and we're hoping to make our professional dreams come true too.
Talk about being reunited with Rose Lavelle, a teammate of yours from the youth national team program in Boston, like how you guys will be able to work together.
Yeah, Rose is one of the best players I've ever seen play. She's so technical and so quick, and I'm excited to work with her. It's going to be fun playing in the midfield with her.
And what are your personal goals? I mean, when I watch you play, I see your tools. I think, you have the ability to go to the next level. Is that something that you want to do?
Thank you. Yeah, it's definitely something I want to do. I've always wanted to be a professional player, but, the goal isn't just to be here, it's to be an impact player. So I'm hoping to make an impact for Boston and then also with the U.S. national team.
Okay.
Have you had some discussions with the coaching staff, Matt Beard, about what he wants you to do, what the expectations are, when he wants you back there to get things going?
Yeah, definitely. The goal is to play pretty soccer, and we've been talking about that a lot. We want to be technical, and we want to make it fun to watch for the crowd. And so we're going to start working on that as soon as possible.
Well, we appreciate that. Get to work.
Yes, thank you for stopping by, Morgan Andrews.
You.
Have a great first season in NWSL. Let's go back to the commissioner and the next pick.
With the 4th pick in the second round of the 2017 NWSL College Draft, the Portland Thorns select Rachel Hill, University of Connecticut. The Houston Dash is now on the clock.
Rachel Hill, a forward out of UConn, and has some ties with the U20s as well as the U23s. That's Portland's first pick of the afternoon as they come in with the number 14 pick here. And I think we knew that they would probably be pretty specific as to where they were going to go, given the fact they don't have a ton of picks.
Right, and Mark said that he wanted someone who could push Razzo, who could push Weber, so he wanted someone that was a bit pacey, that has the ability to play the flank, play up top. And I think Rachel Hill is that player. When I watched her and I was looking at footage, one of the things I loved about her was her ability to get herself faced and get that shot off quickly without even having to beat her defender. So she has a great sense in and around the box, and obviously she's got the pace and the tools, and she's got a savviness with her runs off the ball.
Jen, it's not the first curveball we've been thrown here. We've had a trade already this afternoon, but when we talked to Mark Parsons, he also talked about the fact that he wanted to improve his bench, and he was looking for a defender with some pace. That doesn't exactly fit with the pick here, does it?
Not quite, but he's always good at saying one thing and
holds his cards really
another.
Close to his chest.
Well, and keep in mind, too, he's got a very different season going into 2017. That 2016, he had so many international absences, not just USA players, but a lot of his other internationals. It's not quite going to be the same this year. You'll have a couple of Euro absences. So instead of filling a roster, he is creating competition for spaces to, like you say, get more out of Haley Rosso, get more out of Mallory Weber.
Right.
So
I'm with you on that. And one of the things they lacked was the ability to get in behind, because Tobin Heath isn't just a pacey, flank player. So you need some players that can get in behind that back line with their pace. Sinclair's not that player. So I think this gives them a different dimension if she steps up and can earn a starting role.
Randy Waldrum and the Houston Dash are now on the clock with a little less than a minute to go for the 15th overall pick. Remember last year, and you were there up close and personal, 3 picks for Randy Waldrum. Where will he go as the commissioner makes his way up onto the stage for this 15th pick and the first pick of the afternoon here for the Dash?
With the 5th pick in the second round of the 2017 NWSL College Draft, the Houston Dash select Jane Campbell, Stanford University. The Chicago Red Stars are now on the clock.
As she makes her way to the podium, Jen Cooper, you see this team up close and personal all the time. Are you surprised?
I am surprised. I would have not anticipated that unless there's a trade behind this.
But there was also a question of whether Lydia Williams wanted to go play in Europe.
Or as he mentioned to us, looking ahead, that he feels that he has 2 number 1 keepers. It's like, what if Lydia wants to go elsewhere after 2017? What if Bianca Henninger is tired of being the number 2 and wants to go elsewhere? And when he doesn't really need anyone anywhere else, that's, hey, why not go claim the best American goalkeeper available in this draft?
You're right. It's an insurance policy, perhaps, good coverage, but also maybe, like you said, an opportunity.
First, I want to thank the Houston Dash. This is an incredible opportunity and a dream come true for me, so thank you so much. Thank you to the NWSL. It's making all of our dreams come true today, and couldn't be more excited. Thank you to my coaches and teammates at Stanford. I wouldn't be here without you guys, and you guys have made me the person and player I am today. And lastly, thank you, Mom and Dad, and to my brother. Your endless support and love is unmatched, so thank you so much, and dash on.
There's no question about the abilities of this young lady. I mean, maybe a question of how much she was tested all the time because they had a great defense at Stanford, but when she needs to come up with a save, she can.
Right, and we haven't seen her yet get a cap for the full national team, but I can't think that that's far away. When she was the youngest keeper ever pulled into the senior national team at age 17, just hasn't been capped yet, but she's been a big part of the U20s, U23s, and obviously a big part of Stanford.
And one of the things when I spoke with her when she went into the national team camp, she said was she was getting scored on left and right. She goes, I was watching the balls fly in the back of my net, and then Ashlyn Harris pulled her aside and said, look just shift this little thing, shift this. I want you to work on this little movement. I want you to start in these positions. I want you to be more patient. And she goes, suddenly I was stopping all these shots. So she's a player that's just a little bit away from, taking your game to the next level, I think, and like you say, competing for a spot with those full team players.
There's a lot to be said too if you're coachable, especially coming into a new environment. If Jane can go in immediately, take some instruction like that, make subtle changes to her game, little differences that can make a huge difference going forward.
Right, and humble enough to accept it.
Exactly. Especially when goalkeepers are a different breed. Yes, they are. They wear bow ties. And the ability to accept the criticism or the constructive remarks to be able to change your game in the pro ranks for some new people. She's going to hear new voices in addition to what she's heard in the past.
And she'll have to sit on the bench in a way that she hasn't in a while, but I think that's part of the growth for a keeper too. You can't just swap out keepers in and out the way you can with other positions, so it'll be a growth opportunity for her.
So we're about midway through the second round here of the 2017 college draft in the NWSL. Chicago trading up to have the first 2 picks. And it looks like Chicago, with the next pick, is going to have a timeout here. And so that'll give us an opportunity to bring in another guest, one of the newest members of Sky Blue FC, Kayla Mills, and another Trojan. We had Morgan Andrews up here a moment ago.
Yes,
so the USC theme kind of continues, but what a year it's been for you as a team and also individually, right?
Yes, it has been amazing. It has been amazing. I can't even fathom it. It's unreal. And then this is happening. It's unreal.
Well, I've asked some of the other first round draft picks so far, what was last night like in anticipation of coming here? And this is a life-changing day, isn't it?
It is. And we're all together because we're at camp. So it's just like everyone, throughout the week it's been like, oh, the draft is coming, haha, oh, the draft is coming. And then last night it was like, the draft is tomorrow. And then we're just like, okay, so tomorrow either we come back professionals or we don't. And so it was exciting. I mean, being with people and like some of my
like some of my favorite people at camp. So it's an amazing experience to share with some of the like greatest soccer players. So it's exciting. It's exciting. The mood last night was we had a game, and then after that was like the draft is tomorrow.
Did you have any idea where you were going to land?
No, I had no idea. And I think people say like, oh, you get calls from a ton of people, and like when people would ask me like, oh, have you gotten calls? I was like, no.
So you never touched base with anyone from Sky Blue?
No, I never touched base with anyone from Sky Blue. Yeah, so it was really interesting. I mean, I gotten told like, oh, they're interested, but like I was just like, oh, cool, you know, like it wasn't anything.
But
like,
until
solid.
you heard from them,
right,
it's not
so
happening.
I was like, they haven't contacted me, so I guess they must not like me.
Well, tell us about the excitement of knocking off the #1 team in the country in the NCAA final.
That was exciting. It was exciting. It was mostly exciting because nobody thought we could do it. Like we checked a Twitter poll, and it was like 19% say yes.
Why would you check a Twitter poll?
Don't believe everything you read on Twitter, Calif.
That's
Come
what
on.
this world is coming to. Don't check a Twitter poll.
Unless it motivates you.
I know, but like people were just someone was looking, you know, and then it was like, oh my gosh, no one thinks we can win, and it was just like, okay, no one thinks we can win, solid. So if we win, then we'll just upset everybody and everyone. So it was awesome. Like we all we had was each other. I remember someone told me like, remember that all you had is each other going in, and all you will have is each other going out. So it was awesome.
And you're a versatile player. We know that, we see it. So I want to know what your favorite position is on the field.
Favorite position, you and a lot of other people. I don't have one. I can't say that I have one. I do.
That cannot be true.
I know, but it's just like
She
like
can play
being
keeper
used.
then.
I like being used. So if I'm doing better at holding mid that day, then yes. But I do I love to take people on. So I probably like my favorite things would probably give me like equal outside back. But I really am willing to play anywhere. But outside back is fun though, and I feel like I'm getting like all really fit because I'm running up and down the line, so that's fun. And you know, holding mid, you like stay in this like spot. Well, I do. So
you don't have to.
I know you can like go up sometimes and everything like that. But yeah, this learning holding mid was definitely a different experience. But outside back is really fun.
So outside back is your passion.
It is an awesome position, yes.
We are in a timeout for Chicago, who have the 16th pick. So what better than to get acquainted with one of the newest members of Sky Blue FC in Kayla Mills. We've got a pick coming up here in just a moment. Just real quickly, how excited then did you have a moment with Mandy Freeman because she went a couple of picks later?
My gosh, I was stoked. I kept asking like, did Mandy get drafted? But it was amazing. Like God is amazing for putting us together again. I'm so blessed.
A trade has been approved between Seattle Reign and the Chicago Red Stars. The Chicago Red Stars have acquired the 2018 first-round pick. In exchange, the Seattle Reign have acquired the 2017 sixth pick of the second round. Seattle Reign, you're now on the clock.
Okay.
So the website can be updated to say, yes, Laura Harvey has made a trade today.
Yeah, right? And all of a sudden, we know that 2 trades have happened now in the second round. Chicago, you wonder if Chicago maybe had all of this kind of in the works, because first, Aly, they trade up they trade Boston so they can get a first pick in the second round in addition to their 12th pick. But now all of a sudden, a pick that they had given away in that to Boston comes back to them so that they can let Seattle into number 16.
Right. I think you're exactly right. They had their eyes on a few players. They knew they could make some moves to get it, but when we talk about that, expansion draft that Rory thinks is coming next year, we're not announcing anything, but he thinks one is coming. He wants to be able to have some key players to grab in that first round. So now he's going to have 2 picks in the first round next year, and that could be something that protects him against the expansion. So, I mean, again, you always say it. He's very good at his drafts.
He's very good at his drafts. And once one trade happens, I think there's a cascading effect of, well, wait, I thought so-and-so was going to have that pick, and now they have a higher pick, so now I need to do a trade to guarantee that I get the player that I want, because maybe they're not going to be available now. And that's what we were thinking, is that the trades would be heavier later in the draft.
Well, speaking of a player that you want, where does Laura Harvey want to go here now that the Seattle Reign are under 2 minutes on the clock? I mean, she's got some big shoes to fill with some of the players that she's losing from last season.
Right, transferring Kim Little back to Arsenal, Manon Melis retiring, though you do have Megan Rapinoe back healthy. That could change things. And she didn't get the 2 Japanese players, Naho Kawasumi and Rumi Atsugi, until middle of the season, but there's still, like you said, holes to fill, and very big ones.
And she said she does have some inner international drafts in the pipeline
Two
that
of
we
them.
don't know about, so
Right.
we don't know what voids those are filling, but
She said that her need was a center back, her priority was a midfielder, and she wanted some depth at the forward position with about a minute to go here before Seattle makes the pick. Remember, Seattle had the number 6 pick in the first round where they drafted Maddie Bauer. So we'll see what direction they decide to go here. Laura Harvey, the 5th year in charge of the Seattle Reign. We turn our attention back over our shoulder, and it's Amanda Duffy coming back into the fold with the 6th pick of the 2nd round.
With the 6th pick in the 2nd round of the 2017 NWSL College Draft, Seattle Reign FC select Katie Johnson from University of Southern California. FC Kansas City, you are now on the clock.
Katie Johnson makes her way up onto the podium, and I have a feeling that this was not a surprise to her. And I say that because didn't Laura Harvey tell us? She said, I think Katie Johnson might be one of the surprise picks that you could see coming in the draft.
Well, we thought she was saying that to kind of throw us off the scent.
Yeah, you never know, right?
no, I mean, I think she said she was almost disappointed that she had such a great final because now everyone was aware of her and she was afraid maybe someone would grab her, but maybe that's why they move up to grab her. They saw her available on the board because she mentioned her, she liked her, she wanted her, she wants cover up front.
Ay, Dios mío. I just want to thank Seattle Reign for giving me this opportunity to keep playing and continue my career. I'm really excited. I'd like to thank my parents, my mom especially, for coming out here today. And my coaches, I just had a good conversation with them like 2 minutes ago. So thank you for this opportunity. I'm really excited.
Well, you love it when a plan comes together as Katie Johnson, yet another USC Trojan, makes her way off the stage. And with that, we bring our attention back here. Kansas City now on the clock with the 17th overall pick. And speaking of FC Kansas City, their newest first-round pick joins us here in Christina Gibbons. Congratulations on, on the selection. Maybe tell us some of the emotions feeling not only right now, but walking up on that stage and putting that scarf, that beautiful scarf.
Yeah, no, I love it. I would have it on right now, but I'm afraid I'm going to mess up my microphone. But
we have you covered, don't worry.
No, I mean, obviously walking up on stage, I think I was trembling from excitement, nervous energy.
Hands look good.
I'm okay
you're
now
right,
because I'm super relieved. I'm extremely excited to start the journey. I think now it's finally starting to sink in a little bit, and I'm starting to get a feel for the environment I'm walking into, and it seems like a great situation, and I'm very excited.
We all had an opportunity to talk with Vlatko Andonovski, and he seemed so jazzed about the draft and where he was going to go, knowing where he was going to go. Did he have that conversation with you?
Yeah, I mean, I spoke to him last night, actually, and you know, he kind of gave me some indication that he was really interested in drafting me, and you know, things fell certain ways, and I think it worked out really nicely for hopefully both sides. I think, you know, he's a great coach. I've heard great things about the entire staff, and I'm extremely excited to join the club.
And when you watch the NWSL teams play, Kansas City has to be one of the ones that you like their style. I mean, talk to me a little bit about, you know, is there any apprehension where you're going to land, what style of play, and you land in this sweet spot?
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously, you know, I'll admit there's like certain nights where I can't sleep. You know, leading up to this, where I'm like, where am I going to end up, and am I going to fit in? And yeah, I think for me, walking into Kansas City and a possession style oriented team, and that's, you know, something we tried to do at Duke and something I'm comfortable with, and I think that suits my playing style. I think, you know, it's a really great fit, and you know, watching them play on TV, there's, you know, 2 championships within the NWSL, and they're a team that you want to play for and a team that makes you excited, and I think that's awesome.
And a couple players that I've asked this of, and you're one in particular, that the biggest thing on you is versatility. You can play anywhere and make an impact. Where is your gem spot? Where do you like sitting on the field?
I mean, for me, it's outside back. I love getting forward. I love defending, and playing on both sides of the ball, I think, is, I mean, one of my greatest attributes, I hope. So I think that in the future, outside back will be, you know, somewhere I would love to play, but at the same time, I've done it before. I'll fill in anywhere I need to and wherever I can have an impact. So,
Christina, talk about hearing the announcement that the NWSL was moving to your home state.
Yeah, I mean, I'm extremely excited for the soccer community in North Carolina. I think it's a great place for a team. Growing up in Castle, going through all the Castle club programs, and you know, since I was young, it's been a dream to play for the Carolina Courage, or I was a ball girl for them when they were in North Carolina. So to see that come full circle and to be able to witness a team there, and obviously I'll go home and have a home game there, or not a home game, but be able to play in Wake Med, which is 5 minutes from my house. I'm so excited people will be able to come and watch, and I'm just extremely excited for the whole community. Great college soccer programs there as well, and I think that the team will really thrive.
Christina, we know somebody that played for the Carolina Courage.
I think I might know someone as well. a legend.
I didn't play for Carolina Courage.
Oh, my bad. Sorry.
I was like, Mark.
My bad.
I mean,
Thank you for joining us. Let's go back upstairs and check in with the next pick.
With the 7th pick of the second round of the 2017 NWSL College Draft, FC Kansas City selects Stephanie Ribeiro from University of Connecticut.
So third pick selected here on the day, and it's Stephanie Ribeiro out of UConn, a player that Vlatko Andonovski actually told us a little bit about. He said he liked the way she played, a little bit of Brazilian flair. When he asked her who her favorite player was going to be, she said Ronaldinho, talking about Ronaldinho Gaucho, one of the great Brazilian midfielders who does great things with the ball. By the way, we just had a quick word right there, Christina and I. We were talking about Carla Overbeck for the Carolina.
Sure.
Just covering my tracks,
I thought
everybody.
you were talking Danielle Slate.
Could have been Danielle Slate.
Carolina Courage and Portland Thorns. The North Carolina Courage have acquired the 2017 10th pick of the second round and the 7th pick of the third round. In exchange, the Portland Thorns have acquired the 2017 8th pick of the second round. Portland Thorns, you are now on the clock.
So I think we're officially just going to name this the trade round right now, coming here in the second round. So Portland just had the 14th pick where they chose Rachel Hill, and now all of a sudden they're going to have the 18th pick to make another selection. How about the fourth member of our crew? Where is Ashleigh Ignelzi?
Back down here on the draft floor, of course, Rogo. And I just spoke to Morgan Bryan of the Houston Dash and the U.S. Women's National Team, and she said when she was selected in the draft a couple years ago that she wasn't able to be here. So for her, it's very exciting to be here today and to see the growth that the league has made over the last few years as far as things go with her club team, the Houston Dash. She said this season, it's really time for us to put the pieces together. They're not feeling the pressure, but it's time to kind of put all of the pieces together. Back up to you guys.
Good stuff, Ashleigh. I mean, you talk about Houston, and you're very close to the situation. Randy kind of went all in last year, knowing that he needed to get some particular pieces to build that team. Maybe the results didn't show immediately in year one, but now there's got to be some added pressure, maybe a little heat under his seat in the sense that you've got some players in piece, and now you have to get some results.
Right. The pieces they acquired in last year's draft all really paid off, and it was frustrating, I know, for the club and for the players to have a somewhat disappointing season. They ended on a high, but they, again, third season in a row not making the playoffs. So Randy feels like I've acquired as much depth as I can. 2 great off-season signings with Bruno Benitez from Brazil and Van Vick from South Africa. He didn't feel that he needed much more, but so you just got to take what you can. And taking Jane Campbell, that could pay off.
Portland just traded so that they could get the 18th overall pick. Here's Amanda Duffy once again.
With the 8th pick in the second round of the 2017 NWSL College Draft, Portland Thorns selects Savannah Jordan from University of Florida. Washington Spirit, you are now on the clock.
Well, my theory goes right out the door right there, right, with maybe having Savannah Jordan available later on in the draft.
So late second round, you were close.
Late third round, late second round, minor details right here. But there is some concern when you look at Savannah Jordan in terms of will she be available for Portland? Maybe they know something we don't.
I know, that's interesting. Why do you trade up 2 spots to get Savannah Jordan when you're not sure she's gonna be here?
Or maybe someone has her cell number and they called her.
That's what I'm saying.
And they said, hey, I just traded. Yeah.
If she was on the board, if you go to Portland, will you play here? And let me just put my player cap on for a second. If I'm a player and I see the crowds I get in Portland,
absolutely.
One of the reasons I may be thinking of going abroad is for that soccer experience, that you walk into a full stadium and you've got that culture around you. Well, you get that in Portland.
Yeah, there's no
so
question.
Maybe that's the drawing card and she stays, and that would be awesome to see.
And just to be clear, as we've alluded to a couple of other players like Buchanan and Andrews as well, right? Some of these players are
Lawrence,
getting
right?
Lawrence, excuse me. Yes, thank you. They're getting other opportunities to maybe possibly play overseas, and that was part of the thought right there, possibly with Savannah Jordan, that she might go play for Montpellier over there in France. As early as last night, or as late as last night, I should say, I was hearing that wasn't exactly going to be the case. She had not signed a deal there, and that possibly whether she was looking at the NWSL or she was maybe looking to go to another country overseas was still in play. So maybe, again, Portland knows something, and they have a reason why they wanted to go with that pick. I said late third round, early fourth round pick, but she goes right here in the middle of the second round.
And it's important that she declare for the draft, because if she doesn't, she can't come back into NWSL.
Great point.
Very, very easily, and she could even work out a deal with Montpellier or whomever, where maybe it's just for the spring. It's just through July 1, and when the transfer window opens, come back to NWSL.
It is a possibility.
There's so many options. It keeps her options open.
And if Montpellier was the landing place for her, then I say, no way, don't do that. I mean, that's not one of the top teams over in France. You want to be surrounded by the best if she, wants to keep up her level of play. And again, if this pans out the way we all hope it does, I hope she puts her cleats on in Portland, because she is an amazing player to watch. I mean, I think she is so exciting. She will immediately go onto that team and start.
And you look at the players that she could be surrounded with right there.
Right.
Savannah Jordan is one of those players that you would assume can immediately make the jump.
And you're right. And how about the people that are going to be feeding her those passes?
Totally.
I mean, she created so much on her own, but her runs off the ball, her ability, I mean, she is strong, she's powerful, she's quick. Just slip those little through passes to her. It's going to be something to watch.
Yeah, that's going to be, it remains to be seen.
Gets me excited.
Well, yeah, what Mark Parsons exactly had in mind. Again, we have said it before, the head coach for the Portland Thorns likes to hold the cards a little close to the vest. He didn't exactly give us everything we probably wanted on the call, but some of his plans are clearly starting to play out right here in the draft in front of us. Here's how the second round has gone so far here. It started with Chicago trading up to get Michelle Vasconcelos out of Brigham Young, and then they had the immediately following pick.
The Washington Spirit have called a timeout.
So we've had some league timeouts, and now we have a team timeout. Back to the board here from the second round. Tony Payne, the second Duke player to go here this afternoon, heading out to Kansas City, in fact, to join Christina Gibbons. And then you have Rachel Hill coming into the fold. Jane Campbell, the first goalkeeper off the board here in the middle of round two, going to the Houston Dash. And Savannah Jordan, the most recent pick to go.
And just imagine if you're any other team in the league and you're looking at, you thought Portland was stacked before, and now they acquire Savannah Jordan on top of Rachel Hill. I mean, that team is just loaded with talent.
Not surprised.
They can't all make the roster.
Right.
As we bring you back out to the desk here, another first-round pick joining us here, Maddie Bauer, taking a little bit of time to stop by.
Thank you.
How are you feeling about the day and the excitement of being a first-round pick?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of been building up to this moment for a while now and this day, but now it's finally here and I'm kind of settled in now.
I would assume that means you've had some conversations with a couple different coaches and you kind of had a general idea where you were going to go?
Yeah, I think a little bit. I've talked to Laura, the coach in Seattle, and just really liked her style and her really respect what she does. So it was good talking to her, and I'm really excited to be joining her.
I think we all talked to Laura earlier last week, and she kept kind of reiterating we were going to play Seattle Reign type of soccer.
Yeah.
What does that mean to you, and where do you fit into that puzzle?
Yeah, I think I fit in pretty well there. They play a very possession-based style of soccer. They like to play out of the back, and I think that's one of my strengths, so I'm excited for what I'm going to learn under her, and the way that they play is the way I also like to play, so it works out nice.
It's not too far of a move. You're just going to kind of continue to go north, right?
Yeah, it's actually great. I mean, there's not too many teams on the West Coast, and I've been in California my whole life, so it's really not that big of a move at all.
Paul Ratcliffe has a long time been the orchestrator of what Stanford has done for so many years. Mm-hmm. Describe the influence he had on you, and including probably it'll still go forward, right? Making the transition from collegiate play to professional.
Yeah, I mean, Paul has been such an amazing coach. I really can't think of playing under anyone else in my college career. He's really put a lot of faith in me to, set the tempo of the game, bring the ball out of the back, kind of start our plays, and I've just learned so much under him, and about how soccer should be played and the way we play it, and I really, really respect him and am happy that I've gotten to learn so much from him over the years.
Well, and you said you grew up in California.
Yeah.
I know you played at the same youth soccer club as Kristen Press.
Yeah.
So did you ever get to play with her? I mean,
No,
I know she's a little older, but I mean,
not
like
with
was she a
Kristen
role
at
model when you were a
Slammer.
little kid?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, she was older than me, and I always kind of looked up to what she was doing in her path, and going to Stanford, and now she's on the full team. It's just very amazing to see her and kind of do kind of some of the same things she's been doing. I didn't play with her at Slammers, but she did. Her and Kelly came to a couple of practices at Stanford. Got to hit a few balls to them, which was really cool.
We wish you the best of luck.
Thank
the
you.
next pick coming in here in the second round, and enjoy your
Thank
time
you
up there
so
in
much.
the Pacific Northwest. That's
Thank
Maddie
you.
Bauer.
Congrats.
We
Thank
go
you so
back
much.
up to the podium here as the second round continues here in the 2017 collegiate draft here in the NWSL.
With the 9th pick in the second round of the 2017 NWSL College Draft, the Washington Spirit select Lindsay Agnew from Ohio State University. North Carolina Courage, you are now on the clock.
And that's a player that, the coaches, I had heard mutterings, from a few different coaches, coaching staffs, that they liked her style. I mean, she's one of those players that is crafty. She is excited. She's one of those that you like to watch. She likes to go 1v1, likes to take people on, but she's also got some bite in her, and she likes to tackle hard. I believe Rory Dames had his eye on her, so he's probably a little upset about that one.
And you both have mentioned the fact that when we get later here into the draft, you're going to be able to need to pick players that can play multiple spots on the field. She fits that category, right?
Right, and they're also going to start looking at, I might pick a player who's from the area where my team is, because then she's more likely to stick around. But I think the important thing about Lindsay Agnew is she had such a breakout senior season, scoring more goals in her senior season than the previous 3 seasons combined. And she really outshone Nichelle Prince on the Ohio State roster, as a Canadian international. Right. So it's kind of great to see someone from a different school, getting the call. We have never had an Ohio State player drafted in NWSL, so she's making history.
Yeah. And Jim Gabera said he doesn't need defenders, so as though she might be versatile, my guess is she's going to be a flank player that is using the attack. Just can fly down that flank and take people on, get some service in the box.
So Washington making the pick there to get Lindsay Agnew, and now all of a sudden that puts the Portland Thorns FC back on the clock after already selecting Rachel Hill earlier here in the second round. So we turn our attention back to Mark Parsons and what he wants to do heading into his second year with the club. Any ideas, ladies?
So wait, this is Portland, or this is North Carolina right now, because North Carolina switched for this one. Sorry, I just wanted to jump in.
I was just testing you guys.
Yeah, thanks. I'm on my game.
I'm 0 for 2 now. If you're counting at home, I'm 0 for 2 on a couple of spots here. Aly did not play for the Carolina Courage, and the pick is now on
But it's not too late.
It's not against North Carolina.
It's not too late.
No, it is too late. It is clearly too late. But I just...
She's still fit, you guys. I'm telling you, she's still fit.
Okay, anyway. No, this is North Carolina's pick, and they're a team that when they came in, they had their eyes set on center backs, outside backs, and they decided to go with 2 attacking presence. So, it wasn't the best. They went with the best player on the board rather than fill their needs. Well, now they need a center back, they need an outside back. So I would think they'd go more defensive and try to shore that up, but you just don't know.
Yeah, I talked to Paul Riley just as we arrived here this afternoon or this morning in downtown Los Angeles, and he said he had a lot of really top-heavy, a lot of good attacking pieces. McDonald's probably one of those players at the top of the list. He adds Hatch, so now what's he going to do for reinforcements going in at the back is probably what everyone is thinking. Let's go back up to the stage and the podium, and here again is Amanda Duffy from the NWSL.
With the 10th pick in the second round of the 2017 NWSL College Draft, North Carolina Courage select Claire Wagner from Clemson University. This concludes the second round. We'll now take a 5-minute break.
And Mark, there's another school that's now has its first player ever drafted into NWSL, Clemson, who's had players in our pro leagues, just never won through the draft. So shout out to Claire Wagner. And Clemson had a great season this year.
And anyone with the last name of Wagner.
Wow. Oh, wow.
I mean,
I was waiting for that.
I don't know why it took so long, but...
Jen, were you counting how many Broncos went in the first 2 rounds? Speaking of Clemson, we really didn't get a chance even to shed some light on the fact that Jane Campbell went there earlier in the second round, and we thought maybe that will start the trickle-down effect of goalkeepers.
Right.
Wouldn't Kaylin Sheridan be part of that? She's a Clemson player who might be the next goalkeeper on the list, correct?
Right. I would say she's definitely number 2 on that keeper list.
And I think,
and I just want to go back to Claire Wagner for a second, because I was lucky enough to get some video of her, and one thing that I really liked about her, and I think that she's going to bring to the team, is her ability to play those penetrating passes out of the back. Yeah, she's a strong, tall, good presence, center back, physical type. She's actually very good on free kicks, but one of the things I loved about her style was just her composure, and that when she can play out, she plays out. She doesn't just bang it forward, and I just think that's something that, yes, Western New York likes, or excuse me, North Carolina now, they like to, play a little bit more direct. Well, they're getting some center mids and the Brazilians, and they can connect as well. So.
And they're also getting a hometown girl. So much like I thought they might do earlier with Christina Gibbons, here's someone who is from North Carolina.
Yeah, you won't be the first probably to make that mistake, right? If you're not hip to the news, the North Carolina Courage, no, they're not exactly a new team in the NWSL. It's the reigning champion Western New York Flash that have made their way to Cary, North Carolina, to their new digs over there, as they will play in the Wake Med Park under Paul Riley, who enters his second year as head coach. Here is how the first round of the draft went. Seems like yesterday. Boston Breakers with that first overall selection of Rose Lavelle, Hatch, Andrews, Mills, and Gibbons, and Maddie Bauer. We've had all of them join us here so far on our broadcast. And then into the second round, if you missed it, it was Chicago trading up to get that first pick of the second round. They followed it up with Morgan Profit out of Marquette. And now rounding out the second round, Claire Wagner, the first Clemson player chosen on the afternoon. Lindsay Agnew going from Ohio State. She'll be headed to play under Jim Gabera for the Washington Spirit. So as we turn now into the third round, which was just a couple of moments away from beginning.
And one thing that I just remembered about Lindsay Agnew going to Washington Spirit is that she would go up there and play for him with his reserve team. So he's very familiar with her as a player.
Good point.
And seen her outside of just the college ranks. And you get a better sense for how someone's going to transition when you see him against other pros.
Let's step aside from here at the desk for a moment and go over to Ashleigh Ignelzi.
Hey guys, well, a lot of entertaining commentary on Twitter after the second round has concluded. A lot of talk about Portland's pick with Savannah Johnson, but also that timeout with the Washington Spirit got the supporters a little anxious, a little excited, but it's definitely entertaining commentary to say the least, as again, the hashtag is NWSL Draft. Keep it coming, guys. I'm loving it.
Ashleigh, are you getting anything about my bow tie? I mean, there's been plenty of comments up here. So
and it's Houston Dash colors.
The bow tie is a solid choice on Twitter, Rogo. They give it a thumbs up. They like it.
Okay, we can use hashtag Rogo's bow tie or hashtag NWSL crew too, right? Because we got a good crew going here. Again, it's Aly Wagner, Jen Cooper, Mark Rogondino, and you just heard from Ashleigh Ignelzi working the room here and also patrolling all aspects of social media for us here. We're at the midway point. I can't already believe that we're through 2 rounds already. What sticks out for you for the first two rounds so far?
I just love that these players are not coming from what we would call the big name schools. Everybody knows I'm the stat head. I'm looking at most picks from schools, and it's like it's not from Penn State. It's not from Florida State. It's not from North Carolina. It's from other programs.
Is that a changing of the guard in the collegiate landscape, or is it just because parity is starting to take over?
Yeah, I would say it's more of an expansion of the guard.
Okay.
And I also think it's access to video, it's access to seeing these players play, that they are, able to see them. You don't have to travel, so I think that's the beauty of technology as well. But, you value all these people because you think they can compete at the highest level because, as you're saying, it's becoming more competitive.
So we are at the midway point through the first 2 rounds here in the 2017 NWSL Collegiate Draft. 2 more rounds to go, so another 20 picks still on the card, still to come for you. And again, this is the 5th season upcoming for the National Women's Soccer League, and that means that it has been a lot that has transpired all the way up to this point, including last year's 2016 Collegiate Draft.
The 4th season of the National Women's Soccer League kicks off with the NWSL College Draft.
Sky Blue FC select State University.
First, I want to say thanks to my family. I know they're watching live, and a shout out to my cousin who came all the way from Costa Rica to support me. And finally, I want to wish good luck to all the players that are in here and going to get drafted.
Just about to begin the third round of the 2017 NWSL Collegiate Draft. We've had a ton of Trojans go in the first two rounds so far. We've had the first player out of Ohio State, the most recent. We've had a Clemson player go. We've also had a UCLA player go. And we move on to round 3. Chicago, after having 3 picks in round 2, they will again start things in round 3 as they did in round 2. And we'll get to see Orlando make their first selection of the day. Oh yeah, Orlando is still here as one of the 10 teams in the NWSL. It kind of makes it tough for coaches when they don't have the early pick. Don't they have to get a little bit creative of what they want to do? I think we heard several coaches on the calls when we spoke with them talk about the fact that, by the way, Sky Blue will have picks 3 and 4 in the round and pick 10, so they'll have 3 picks in round 3. We heard a couple of coaches say, yeah, I'm willing to trade up, I'm willing to try and get a better pick in this draft, but at what cost? Meaning I'm only going to give up some of my ancillary players. I can't give up pieces that are so important for my progress going forward.
Well, and Orlando doesn't have a lot of ancillary players right now. You've lost Becky Edwards. She retired. That's a huge piece of the puzzle. You have some internationals whose statuses are TBA.
Right.
We know that Alex Morgan will be going over to play in France at least through June, late May. There's a lot of holes that he needs to fill. He's got some players coming off of injury, though I think Aubrey Bledsoe, their backup keeper, is back to full form. And it reminds me very much of where the Dash was a couple years prior, where you built your team off an expansion draft. So you built your team with players that other teams didn't want, so you can't really trade them back. But I think, another year of solid acquisitions and maybe a surprise trade here and there, and Tom will have some pieces to build for the future. I mean,
is it progress in both of your minds in the sense that, yes, they finished 9th a year ago in their inaugural season in the league, and now if they even, say they move up a couple of spots but still don't crack the top 4, is that progress for Tom Sermanni and his team in Orlando?
I think if he gets the right pieces, it is. It's more about knowing how close you are breaking to that upper echelon. So yes, if they move up a couple spots and he feels like he's building his team and he has some players also that are on the older end of the spectrum. So you want to get some, younger players moving into the fold. Then I think you're making progress to where this team wants to ultimately get.
We have the commissioner heading up to the podium, and we are receiving word that it could be another timeout here. So maybe
The Chicago Red Stars are calling their 5-minute timeout.
And that has to be because I think Rory had his eye on Lindsay Agnew, and she got snaked away.
Well, and Mark, with Orlando, I think you look back at their 2016 season, they only had 6 wins. And since I followed Dash so closely, I know 3 of them were against the Dash. Okay, so if they go into 2017 and they have wins against more teams, different teams, maybe more dominating wins, Orlando had a lot of wins, ties that were within the 89th minute that they pulled it off. So if you can gauge progress and say this was a better season without making the playoffs, even though, of course, the ultimate goal is making the playoffs.
We'll talk more about Orlando in a moment. Let's go back to Chicago, who really, I think it's more than a 5-minute timeout, right? Because we had a little bit of time in between the 2 rounds right there. So they've got a serious amount of time right here to try and decide exactly where they want to go. Remember, they had 3 picks for the Red Stars in that second round, and now maybe looking to add some players to compete. Rory Dames, remember, he said something about, if I can't get certain players in the second round and we go to the third round, I'm going to find players that can compete. Maybe they won't be initially in my starting lineup or regulars in my 18, but they'll be players that I might look for to develop and be in year 2 of their pro career.
And you know better than anyone, he's the master at that, of getting these players, having an eye for talent, players that he can develop that are ready year 2 or 3. And he keeps talking about this expansion draft. So I would still think he's going with the kind of a pacey winger type player that he's going to look for. Maybe someone that is versatile and can play anywhere down that flank, in the back or in the mid. but maybe he just goes and says, I need to shore up my back line. I need to get cover back there, get a good, solid outside back who can run the flank, because as we know, they're a fast transition type style. So,
and I would think, ladies, it has to be a specific role, and I say that because now that we are getting into the third round, Rory Dames told us, he said, I'm more excited than I've ever been heading into a season coming into this year, and the reason is because there's not question marks at positions that he wants to play for the most part in his starting 11. There is not question marks at who plays specific roles, so it's got to be a small window as to what he's thinking, what piece he wants to fit in there, right?
Yes, and especially because for the 2017 season, we're not going to have the string of international absences that we did in 2016, so the chance for him to get a rookie some time are going to be greatly reduced. So he's got to be thinking very, very narrowly. That's
actually part of the conversation and how interesting it's going to make this year in the NWSL, because you're not going to have to use your depth as much to fill positions with certain players with all the international absences, but that should bring the level of play up for the games across the board.
Definitely.
And just in general, I mean, the reason that all these players are saying we don't have any major needs. I mean, most teams have said we don't have any major needs. It's because we're entering the 5th season, and that hasn't happened before in women's soccer and professional women's soccer in the U.S., and that's something that we all have to be excited about, because you no longer need these first 4 round of players to come in and make an immediate impact. You need maybe 1 or 2, hopefully, and these others you get to bring into the fold slowly. All the coaches have been very clear that it really takes 1 full season for a player to understand the rhythm, to be able to manage it physically and mentally, and to step into the fold and make a difference. So that in the back of your mind. Now you're trying to pick a player that fits your system. You're trying to pick a player that you believe has the right mentality, that can cope with that, not being a starter, maybe being on a reserve squad, and someone that wants to fight and scrape to get into that first team. And that's not everyone, on the board. It's just not.
Go ahead.
I think it's also important, now that we're hitting a 5th season, like you mentioned, that the players who would be considered for the draft are more willing to declare and commit to the league, because they know it's not going anywhere. Like, we saw a string of some early retirements in the first few years of the league, because they're like, well, I could get paid better elsewhere. But now that you're seeing it's stable, more teams are being added, the salary cap going up, and there are players from the league who are getting their time with the U.S. national team, I think you have a better pool of players going, I'm willing to maybe not make that much for a few years, because there's a payoff at the end of the road.
Yeah, that has to be one of the biggest feathers in the cap for the NWSL. I mean, the previous editions of women's professional soccer in this country, going all the way back to WSA, remember, and then WPS did not even last close. Those I think both went only 3 years, and now we're heading into year 5 here in the NWSL, which is a great benchmark for them to get to. But they're not going to be content right there. They're going to continue to move on. But going back to filling up your roster, I thought the guy you know pretty well, in Randy Waldrum, put it really well to us in the call when he said the fact that, first couple of years I'm looking to just fill out my roster. Second and third years I look for specific pieces to fill holes. But now I'm looking for really small pieces that only fit certain spots. I mean, the window gets smaller and smaller as we get further and further in these drafts and in the league.
And that's what make that Jane Campbell pick a little bit surprising, where it's like, because you're just going to carry 2 keepers on your 20 roster, but he just made it very interesting.
Their 5-minute timeout. Thank you.
So we heard the Portland Thorns have now used their timeout. So
are you keeping a list?
I'm trying to, but this is starting to look like hieroglyphics.
There's only one per team.
Here. Yes, exactly. So I had thought that Chicago Red Stars were on the clock for a moment.
I know. I didn't know you could use your timeout during someone else's slot.
Did I miss something? So my guess would be we have another trade brewing somewhere, and all of a sudden we're going to see.
So maybe Chicago was calling Portland about a trade, and so now they get to use their. Who knows?
And you could see last night, Mark Parsons was upset he wasn't in the first round. I mean, this is him just trying to stir the pot a little.
Oh, he was asking me last week. He's like, so what have you heard? Who are the players in the second round that are the ones to pick? And I'm like, even if I knew, I don't think I should tell you.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, what was it he told us? He said he's looking for players with great mentality, but that are also really good players and kind of unknown commodities in a sense. He mentioned the gal coming out of Cal Berkeley a year ago when he was talking about Celeste Bure. If he can find a player that maybe no one else is focused in on, this is when your scouting comes into play, that you sent your assistant coaches out. They've helped try and find some other players that maybe not everyone had their finger on, had the pulse on, and what kind of finds can you come up with here? Isn't that the difference in terms of the coaching ranks right now?
Right, and he loves to do that. He loves the draft almost as much as Vlatko. I think he's a born coach, and we've seen him even in the 2016 season take some players that you would consider fringe NWSL players, maybe Meg Morris, Sade Pratt, where it's like they come over to Portland and they actually have an impact. You know, they're not getting to start, but they're having an impact, and they're showing that they have something to contribute. And I think he really likes that part of it, that maybe the Stars isn't his thing, you know, because you could almost say that Portland is your Galacticos team, but that I think he likes that fringe players. How do I make that fringe player play with the star?
And just think overall, I mean, you know, take it away from Mark for a second and think about a Taylor Smith who actually went undrafted last year.
Yes.
And now
Good point.
she's in with the full team. So you just don't know with these players, and that's one of the challenges. And I had it when I was trying to look at video and I was talking to all the coaches. You don't know what type of pro these players are going to become. You don't know how the transition's going to go. Can they step it up? Because the pace of the game in college game is very different from the pace of the game in the pro game. And you don't know if a player can make that transition. You know, there's little clues in their movements, there's clues in their touches, but you don't have an absolute on that. And so it makes finding these players in this, you know, next 2 rounds a little more challenging, and that's why you almost want more picks so the odds are in your favor.
And Aly, for a person that's played collegiately in Division I soccer, but now you've also covered it for a number of years. We heard a lot of coaches tell us over the last couple of weeks that gap is getting wider. The gap between playing at the top level in Division I college soccer in the women's game and what it is now in NWSL with the international talent coming in. You see the youth national teams for both Canada, the US, even you can include Mexico in there, how they are really incorporating players to go upward into the senior national team. I mean, that gap is getting bigger, so the search is going to be harder.
You're right, and you have, I mean, think about it. Now you have the best collegiate players we had in the US over the last 5 years, and you're pulling from all those players. So this, as you're saying, it's just going to get better and better and better, because now maybe, you know, another year or two, only a couple of these players are actually going to step onto teams and start, because the quality of the talent, the ability to retain these players is up, and I just think the disparity is going to get higher, a little bit wider. And you're going to maybe start to see players maybe not want to go into the college game, maybe go straight to pros, and it's going to become more of a professional environment. I mean, it's definitely out there.
That's a whole nother dynamic to see.
Because it's still a challenge for that transition from NCAA to pro, that NCAA is such a short season, and sometimes you're playing 2 games a weekend, and you're allowed 1 sub per half, so you can get that breather. You can't get a breather in the regular games, and it's a long season with a lot of travel, and you have to be an adult at the same time. There's no athletic department that's taking care of you, so it's a big challenge.
It's a grind.
Portland on a timeout right now while we have a moment. Oh, it looks like we have another pick coming up as the commissioner about to head up to the podium. We're trying to begin the 3rd round here. We've had a timeout from Chicago and then a subsequent timeout coming from Portland Thorns FC. Do we have a possible trade in the works? We turn to Commissioner Jeff Plush for the answers.
Okay, we have a trade. The Chicago Red Stars have acquired the Portland Thorns 2018 second and 3rd round picks. In exchange, the Portland Thorns have acquired Chicago's 2017 first pick in the 3rd round, which is this one, so the Portland Thorns are now on the clock.
All right, so I think I have it all figured out.
Good.
Chicago had the pick. There was some discussion as to what the details of the trade would be with Portland to begin the 3rd round, and so now it looks like Portland is on the clock.
And Chicago is getting what pick from Portland for next year?
They are getting, I think it was two first rounds in 2018, or maybe it was a first and a second in 2018. Either way,
but not affecting today.
Either way, it's nothing that is going to affect it immediately here today. Maybe for a little more clarity or what's going on in the room here, we check in with Ashleigh.
Well, guys, I don't know if I can give you more clarity, but I can say that the energy on the draft room floor has definitely shifted. You see teams trying to get more creative. You see head coaches going back and forth to tables. Just moments ago, we saw Mark Parsons over at the Orlando Pride table, so obviously they might be up to something, but there's an energy change. Guys have to get more creative, so let's send it back up to the desk and see what happens.
Well, I'm glad we have our ears to all the tables out there with Ashleigh Ignelzi, so we can get a little bit of 411 of what is going on, and we'll get more from her on the social media media front. Remember, you can use the hashtag NWSL Draft to follow along here with our 2017 college draft coverage here in the National Women's Soccer League. So we have Portland on the clock now after taking Chicago's 21st overall pick and the first pick of the third round. And by the way, Mark Parsons already did surprise us, right, with his pick coming earlier by taking Savannah Jordan.
Right.
So really no telling which direction he might go. He said that he wants to improve his bench. And he also was looking to maybe get a defender with some pace that could help him out in recovering across that back four. Any ideas of maybe who might fit that mold?
That's an Aly question.
That's what I'm looking down that's what I'm looking down my line for, and there aren't, a ton of outside backs with pace that are jumping out at me that I think he grabs here. Maybe a McNabb. I mean, she plays left center back. I'm not sure she can translate to the outside back position, but maybe it's a situation where you grab someone on the outside that you think you can mold into an outside back. So they're a winger in college, not going to make it at that level in the pro game, but someone that you can develop into an outside back, because I think he does need some pace back there. He needs some cover back there. If Kat Reynolds or Sonnet are caught on the ball frequently, you need someone who you can plug in there who maybe can connect out of there, or if Klingen's getting beat with speed, someone that can jump in there. So I think, you want some versatility in that back line for Portland.
And Jen, you mentioned the fact that for Mark Parsons it's going to be a little bit of a different mold this season, in the sense that he's not going to have to face a bunch of international absences. And so, I mean, how much can he really be looking for as far as making an immediate impact? I mean, they finished, first in the regular season. They had that tremendous winning streak during the year. So he's got a lot of pieces in place, doesn't he?
Right, but you also have a different arc of the season this year, so you don't have that pocket where the players are gone for the Olympics. So you've got to prepare for, okay, what's the ebb and flow of that season? I mean, they started with such a bang that they were able to survive a pretty rough pocket in the middle of the season. And I'm sure he's looking for something more consistent.
Right.
And
I got it.
Yeah.
He's looking for someone who can defend long throw-ins.
He mentioned
That's what
that.
He said.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's pretty easy, right?
Yeah,
that's pretty easy.
Someone good in the air.
Yes, it was a 12-match unbeaten run during the course of the regular season, but they did have a little bit of drop-off coming in.
A slow start to the third round. Sky Blue FC is calling their 5-minute timeout.
That would qualify as understatement of the year so far, since we're only in about mid-January. Yeah, so
no one told us that they were scheduling lunch like this.
Yeah, right. So we had a timeout between Chicago, then a timeout from Portland to make the trade to get Chicago's first pick of the third round, and now Sky Blue FC, who, by the way, has the third and fourth picks of this third round. Could they be trying to move up, sensing that maybe a particular player that is on the board is not going to be available? Yeah. We're getting word from our truck out there. It was the trade round in round 2. This is the timeout round in round 3. In round 3.
Yeah.
But if you're looking at Sky Blue, they must have their eyes on one particular player that they're nervous about is not going to be there.
It has to be that. And when we talked to Christy Hawley, he seemed pretty clear about who he wanted and the needs that he needed to fill. So
well, in that spot in particular, he told us.
Yeah, and should I go ahead and put it out there? Why not? They're talking about it. We know that they have the two Carolines.
Oh, right, but maybe not if someone's listening in, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. Is the draft table's listening in?
I don't know.
I mean, could you blame them? Why would they not have the live feed going on Facebook right now? I mean, look at this. Aly Wagner, Jen Cooper, Mark Rogondino. We've got Ashleigh Ignelzi here as well. So we're just efforting.
I'm just saying, we all know the one team that everybody thought was going to take Jane Campbell. And obviously that team didn't take Jane Campbell.
Okay.
So...
But also, we should say we were privy to some conversations with Christy Hawley, right, talking about goalkeepers and maybe which direction he would go. I mean, he did. Let me find my Sky Blue FC page right here.
It's no secret they need one.
Yeah, he did allude to the fact that he might look to a goalkeeper. He does have the one international spot open if he wanted to choose to use that for a goalkeeper, but that would be on another day, obviously.
Right.
So could the pick be coming here to add a goalkeeper as a Sky Blue FC are on the timeout right now. And that gives us a chance to welcome in another guest. One of the 4 first-round selections, Ifeoma Onominu. Onomanu. It was close.
Okay. Just stick with Iffy.
I didn't call one of her college games, and I guarantee I got it right when I did that game.
Okay.
first round selection, a lot of excitement here inside the room. Describe kind of what went through your mind when your name was called and all of a sudden you take that. Wasn't that a long walk heading up to the podium?
Yes, it was a very long walk. I'm just so excited that Boston's given me an opportunity to continue my soccer career. I was just shocked when they called me. It's just like so exciting because you never, like, when you do these things, you never know what's going to happen.
You mean they didn't give you any indication that you were going to go in the first round?
I mean, I talked to Matt a little bit before this whole thing, but my coach has always told me, like keep an open mind, you know, anything can happen. So, you know, when more and more names started getting called and it came closer for Boston's next pick, I'm like, oh my God, this is going to be me. But yeah.
You're from California. You played at Berkeley. Now you're going across the country to Boston.
Exactly.
It's a little different over there on the East Coast.
Just a tiny bit.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that?
It's definitely going to be different. I mean, weather-wise especially.
That's the first thing on your mind.
Yeah.
But I was texted by Kat Whitehill, by the way, who said it's 60 degrees in Boston right now. So.
Okay, that's good.
So you got that going for you.
Yes. There's a little stormy in Berkeley right now, I hear. So.
Speaking of text messaging, though, we were discussing it up here at the desk. Before the pick actually went in, do you get a ping on your phone that says you are our next pick? I mean, a la other drafts that we see in the professional sports rankings?
Yeah. I didn't get a.
Phones are off limits here?
No, they're not off limits. But I wasn't really on my phone. I was kind of trying to be in the moment. So.
I love that.
I mean.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean,
enjoy it.
I was trying to like stay off of it, just trying to be in the moment and see where I end up. So maybe I got a text, but I didn't see one. Exactly.
Now, your teammate from Berkeley, Sam Winneman, she was drafted last year. Has she shared any insight or knowledge with you of how, what's it going to take to adapt to the pro level?
Yeah, she's told me, it's definitely different from being in college. The game's definitely faster. The girls are better. They're stronger. So she's kind of told me, be prepared for anything. You're going to be thrown into situations you might not expect, different positions. So, I'm just, ready to play.
We were all discussing when you were picked in the first round, we were discussing the fact that you bring a ton of pace to the table. That's one of the things that is certainly one of your strong points, but I'm sure that there's a lot more to you when people say, hey, she's just got a lot of pace, she can go up and down the field. Yeah. What else do you bring to the table, not just in college, but you expect to do it at the pro level too?
I think I am, a smart player. I know when to use my pace. I know, what situations it calls for. It's not just always like me running with the ball, me running into space. So, I think I bring that aspect, just like my soccer IQ to the game. That people don't see, but definitely something that I acquire. So.
And what's your favorite part, scoring or assisting?
As a forward, I can't say that I hate scoring, but I think assisting is, something that it's having your teammate just, feel what you usually feel when you're scoring is so amazing. I mean, I love assisting.
Iffy, we love you stopping by, and we look forward to watching you this next season.
Thank
do
you.
Some great things out there in Boston.
Thank you.
Ifioma Onumonu.
Yes.
Let's go back up to the podium. It looks like Sky Blue is deliberating whether or not they're going to make a trade here. It was Portland that had called a timeout, and then Sky Blue jumped into the process as well. Head coach Christy Hawley deciding to call his own timeout. What happens to kick off round 3? We find out now.
All right. With the first pick in the third round of the 2017 NWSL College Draft, the Portland Thorns select Tyler Lucy, Princeton University. The Orlando Pride are now on the clock.
And Tyler Lucy is one of those players that I think could transition to an outside back position, but I like her. I think she's got the pace to run up and down that flank, and she's got a good nose when she's in and around the goal. The only question is her ability now to develop tactically, but I think she, again, is another good pick for Portland, who was having trouble getting in behind defenses last year on pace.
So Portland, after some deliberation, maybe there was a trade on the cards with Sky Blue. We will never know.
First off,
I'd like to thank Portland for drafting me and giving me this amazing opportunity. I'd also like to thank the NWSL for putting together an incredible event. It just shows how far women's soccer has come. I'd like to thank my teammates, Princeton Women's Soccer, go Tigers, as well as my coaches, my college coaches, Sean, Kelly, Mike, and Allison, as well as my club coaches, Clyde Watson and Ellis Pierre. Thank you so much for doing everything you can to make me the player I am today. And I'd also like to thank my family, the support daily. Thank you so much, and I love you all so much, so go Thorns.
Tyler Lucy out of Princeton University, second Ivy Leaguer to go here today.
And second from Princeton, Jen Hoy with Chicago is the other one. Great to see the Ivy League getting some love by the NWSL coaches.
And great to hear her say thank you to the NWSL for this amazing event. I love when there's that type of appreciation because she understands where women's soccer's come from and where they're going. And
heading to Portland, as we just discussed a moment ago, they've got a lot of cards in the deck coming into this season after finishing first in the regular season a year ago in the NWSL. So yes, there might be some concerns of how much playing time initially a player like Tyler Lucy will get, but that is really what's going to happen for a lot of these players. There isn't too many players that we are going to see or speak with this afternoon that are going to immediately go in and make an impact. So like some coaches have told us, right, Jen, it's not just about what they're going to do for me in 2017, it's about what kind of player they're going to be in year two.
And that's an important thing for the fans to understand is being drafted doesn't mean you're guaranteed a spot on a team. It means that team now has your right. So you get a spot at preseason, which will start sometime early March, and you'll get a chance to fight for a spot, but you won't necessarily earn the spot.
That is such a good point because I think, from the outside looking in, people probably expect, look, if these players are drafted, they better come in and make an immediate impact. We want to see sparks fly when they step on the field, but nothing is guaranteed, and a lot of these players are being drafted for depth. Perhaps, Tyler Lucy is coming in because Nadia Nadim is probably going to be gone for the Euros. So maybe there's some depth there that she can provide. And again, more competition for Razo and Weber. And so you just aren't entirely sure what the game plan is from behind the scenes from the coach's perspective. But I think, these players that are getting picked up are the ones that we anticipated overall, and they're quality players that are going to at least provide depth and competition on the roster.
Orlando set to make their first pick of the afternoon. We've yet to hear from the Pride here in the 2017 college draft. That will change now as the commissioner, Jeff Plush, makes his way to the podium.
With the second pick in the third round of the 2017 NWSL College Draft, the Orlando Pride select Danica Evans, the University of Colorado. Sky Blue FC is now on the clock.
Danica Evans, another of a handful of Pac-12 players.
I was going to say, these are all Pac-12, just flying.
Is it the Pac-12 draft?
It might be. Another very good player offensively. I mean, she had a breakout senior season, I would say. She was always very good, but this last year, she was the difference maker for the Buffs. And one of those players that is faster than I initially thought. She's very good in and around the goal, has a great nose, a great sense for it, and can take players 1v1, can combine, set herself up on the shot, but very steady finisher in and around the net.
We'll talk more about Orlando's pick in just a moment as Danica Evans out of University of Colorado, a Buff, makes her way to the microphone.
First of all, I want to say thank you to Orlando Pride for drafting me today, and I want to thank everybody at the University of Colorado, Danny and Jason and Dave, the whole staff and my teammates for everything they did for me while I was there. And most importantly, I want to thank my family. I couldn't have done it without you guys, and I love you. Thank you.
Well, here's a little footage on Danica and what she can do, a forward, and Tom Sermani said he wanted some strength in the spine of the team. I would think that qualifies in terms of where she plays on the field.
Well, and knowing that Alex Morgan is going to miss the start of the season, we don't know the status of Lisa Devanna. We know he needs scorers.
And he wants flexibility up there as well if he wants to play a front three. And yeah, without Alex Morgan, obviously you need to fill that hole, but but I think he also, again, wants to bring younger players into the fold, and some of the players are on the tail end of their career, so it's about kind of crafting that next generation for his group, and I think she's one of those players that's a good footballer. On top of being able to fill a need, she's a very good footballer, and he's a coach that likes that type of high soccer IQ player.
A coach that, up until recently, getting back into the club situation. Remember, he'd been with Australia, he'd been with the U.S. women's national team, and then most recently with Canada, I believe, as well. So back into the club rankings for Tom Sermanni, and he's one of those coaches that we were talking about in the sense that he didn't have a lot of wiggle room. He didn't have a lot to work with not having a pick until coming into the third round, and he had pieces that, as you said earlier, he can't afford to trade away any of these pieces. He even told us he wanted to move up into the first round, but it just wasn't in the cards this year.
And I'm sure, some fans of other teams would argue, well, Orlando got a lot in the expansion draft at the end of the 2015 season. Getting Alex Morgan from Portland, Kaylin Kyle, a lot of other accommodations. So I'm sure non-Orlando fans would be like, well, you have to deal with it. But I think it is part of the process of building a club long term. And as we were talking about having NWSL go into the 5th season, this is what we haven't seen before because we didn't hit this point in a young league's development.
And Kyle's one who's on the tail end of her career. He has a lot of work to do with the club to get that depth that he needs. He doesn't have it. He has voids, and he's got to fill those voids. And sometimes that happens when you have to bring someone like Alex Morgan in the fold. And that was a smart move by Orlando. But as a coach, it ties his hands a bit.
Right.
The fact that she's going to be gone until I think he expects her to come back from Lyon in probably sometime in late May, maybe early June, depending how long their season extends.
Right. But how far they go in Champions League.
That's not just missing just one player. I mean, it is one body, but I mean, she accounts for a lot when you're talking about her offensive scoring punch.
But they also had to give up a lot of picks to get Alex Morgan as part of the negotiations.
Which is why they have so little this year.
So a little bit of a trickle-down effect is. The next pick coming up will be for Sky Blue FC. They have back-to-back picks coming up here in the third round, and awaiting the commissioner to make his way to the podium. And on cue, Jeff Plush, the NWSL commissioner.
With the third pick in the third round of the 2017 NWSL College Draft, Sky Blue FC selects Kaylin Sheridan, Clemson University. Sky Blue is still on the clock.
So that is the second goalkeeper that goes here in the 2017 NWSL draft. And without saying the name, we alluded to it a little bit earlier that we thought that maybe Sky Blue FC might go for a goalkeeper there, and indeed they do. As Kaylin makes her way up to the podium. Again, Sky Blue will remain on the clock for a moment. We'll wait as she takes the mandatory picture up on the stage with the commissioner, and then some short words from Sheridan, the second Clemson player taken here in the 2017 NWSL draft.
First of all, I want to thank my family. They're always been my #1 supporters since I was just a little kid kicking around a ball. Obviously, I need to thank Clemson. That's been a huge part of my life. Siri, Eddie, and Jeff have got me where I need to be. Thank you to Sky Blue. This is huge. I can't wait. It's going to be awesome. I can't wait for the season. And thank you to the NWSL. This is an amazing opportunity for women everywhere, and for all these girls sitting in front of me. This is our chance to be professionals. This is what we've dreamed of, so can't wait to get started.
Well said. And you look at some of the highlights for the Clemson product and what she can do. We had a feeling she'd be the second goalkeeper taken here on the afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. And Siri Mullenix has a good relationship, has a little bit of an in there with Christy, so they have a good relationship. He was able to talk to her about, Kaylin's qualities, and she's coached her. She's actually coached you as well. Siri Mullenix, I think, coached you with the U20s, Jane. But another, tall, strong goalkeeper and with a ton of upside. Very good with her feet, very comfortable on the ball. She actually played on the field before, so someone that's very good at distribution, obviously a good shot stopper. Again,
Sheridan was the second goalkeeper taken here this afternoon. The first was this young lady to my left. That is none other than Jane Campbell, coming out of Stanford University. What a fantastic day. I think it was great what was said right up there on stage. This is your opportunity. This is your chance to go out and shine, and you guys are all going to embrace that.
Absolutely. We're all very excited, and a huge huge honor to be drafted, and the NWSL is an amazing league, and just can't wait to get the season started.
Did you have some conversations with various coaches around, and did you have an idea where you were going to go?
I actually had no idea. I knew as much as about flipping a coin, so definitely exciting day for me, and patiently waiting, and just really happy my name got called.
I see your parents everywhere. Are they going to move to Houston?
I sure hope not. They might, but hopefully they stay at home in Georgia because I love my home, and can't wait to come visit them.
Now, how much have you watched Lydia Williams or Bianca Henninger play? You know, Bianca played at Santa Clara, and Williams, of course, a great keeper for Australia.
Yeah, I've definitely watched, and last season I followed pretty closely, and so they're two amazing goalkeepers, and I can't wait to learn from them, and you know, any advice that they have, I can't wait to hear.
How hard is that as a goalkeeper to be backup or fighting for a first spot?
I think it's definitely difficult. I mean, you know, you have a veteran who's been there, or maybe you have a new person there, and then it's like two people battling. I just think each environment is just great in its own way, and you kind of just take the pros and cons with both and kind of roll with the punches.
Jane, I'm going to jump in here. We're about to find out who your newest teammate is about to be. Another pick coming up right now.
Great.
So we head back up to the podium. Jane Campbell, thanks for stopping by here.
Thank you so much for
Best of
having
luck
me.
in the upcoming season.
Good
luck.
Congrats.
Here again is the commissioner with the next pick in the third round.
With the 4th pick in the 3rd round of the 2017 NWSL College Draft, Sky Blue FC selects Madison Tiernan, Rutgers University. FC Kansas City is now on the clock.
Madison Tiernan, a forward but also midfielder, can play multiple positions coming out of Rutgers University, and boy, she won't have to go far to play for the field she's going to go play at, right?
That's her home field,
Ursac Field right there, and so you would sense, though, that for head coach Christy Holly, that's probably one of the, he spoke about looking at local players and players that he could bring into the fold that he knew a little more about. That certainly fits the mold right there.
And he said she had great potential, you know, felt that she was ready physically, just maybe needs to take it, you know, to the next level mentally, but that's part of being a rookie and making that transition. You know, she had a career high 11 goals this season for the Scarlet Knights, and she'll be reunited with I think it's Erica Skrosky who's on Skype. Yeah, Erica Skrosky, you know, her teammate that you know, made it all the way to the Final Four last year. So that's got to be a nice way to come home and stay home.
And you look at Sky Blue, Aly, a 7th place, a bit of a disappointing finish. Looking to shore up a couple of different spots, but a little bit of pressure, and they have the picks here in the 3rd round to kind of start to build to alleviate that pressure.
Yeah, you know, that one surprises me a little bit. She's more of a power forward type of front runner, you know, can hold players off, turn, get her shot off. I was actually thinking, as you were saying, they were going to go with more pace. You know, that was one area that he talked about, some pace on the flanks, and I thought that was maybe a direction they might go, but a nice addition, someone's going to compete. I think that she's one that's going to have to step up her speed of play if she wants to get into the fold, see some playing time, and earn a starting spot next year.
Sky Blue will still have one more pick remaining. It'll be the final pick coming up here in the 3rd round, and then in the 4th, they also have the 34th overall pick. So still some pieces to be moved around for Christy Holly, the head coach, the Irish coach who heads into 2nd season in charge of Sky Blue. And you've been following this league for a long time. Sky Blue, a bit of a unknown commodity in the sense that they've always been able to get some players to come out there, but they haven't always necessarily had the results in this league. Isn't that correct?
They've had a lot of different coaches, you know, at Sky Blue when you consider the WPS era as well. So I think you know, Christy Holly is them turning the corner and starting a new culture. At the beginning of last season, we heard a lot from the players that they were doing all kinds of special bonding things like a scavenger hunt and just trying to mix up who was staying with whom to just build a new team chemistry. But I like that he also mentioned to us the leadership role that Christy Rampone was playing, that she had no problem just sitting down at a table of rookies.
Yeah, that's true.
For lunch and just going, hey, you're part of the team too. So I think we saw at the beginning in 2017 of him building that new culture.
What better person to step in there and kind of tutor some of the young players coming into the fold than Christy Rampone. She has pretty much done it all in the world of women's soccer, world of soccer, period. Kansas City, FC Kansas City back on the clock here. 5 seconds remaining as they get set to make their only selection of the 3rd round, coming here with the 25th overall pick in the 2017 draft. And we're receiving word that the pick indeed is in. Wagner has gone for a couple of Duke Blue Devils so far, and then he picked Stephanie Ribeiro in the 15th overall pick coming earlier in the second round. Where does he go here with the 25th overall pick? We're about to find out. And once again, here is the commissioner, Jeff Plush, making his way up to the
With
podium.
the 5th pick in the 3rd round of the 2017 NWSL College Draft, FC Kansas City selects Alexis Schaefer, the University of Virginia. Seattle Reign is now on the clock.
Well, it looks like as the Reign are now on the clock, it looks like Vlatko Andonovski has got both the players that he told us about on the call that he was interested in. Ribeiro first, and now Alexis Schaefer. If I remember correctly, he said he had his eyes on the University of Virginia product.
You're right, and for the reason was similar for both, that they can play within that line. So he's probably trying to get, both these players in, see who steps up. And this is a player that I really fancy. I think I rate her high. I think she's very good in and around the box, but she's comfortable on the ball. She likes to connect. She does everything that you see in Kansas City's style of play. She's a player that will come into the fold and connect well with others, knows when to pass it, knows when to look for her own shots, set herself up. So I think she's a great pick for them.
Well, and he'd even referenced when we talked to him, Becky Sauerbrunn. He's like, I've had such good luck taking Virginia's players. Why wouldn't I keep taking
That's right.
Virginia players? And so I have to say, with that pick, Virginia has now tied Florida State for the most players ever drafted in NWSL.
Again, that's why we have the encyclopedia
You're
of
amazing.
NWSL action right here in Jen Cooper. Remember, you can check her out on the Mix Zone Women's Soccer Podcast, one of the best around in the country to listen to, and she's also heading into her 4th season on the Houston Dash broadcast. I can't leave out the 3rd member over here, in Aly Wagner, a 2-time Olympic gold medalist and Hall of Famer from Santa Clara University. So now we move into the second half of the 3rd round. It's the Seattle Reign FC that are now on the clock. Laura Harvey making a splash with Maddie Bauer coming out of Stanford with the 6th overall pick in the 1st round. And she said she's looking for players that are going to be part of the future. She's another one of those coaches that said, we need something that we know we can count on in year 2. They might not make a huge splash for us in year 1, but can they be then ready to play and step out and be a part of the plans in year 2?
Especially with the international signings that we know she's going to make soon. She just hasn't told us what they're going to be.
She has 2 of them available, and she said there will be an announcement coming. And this is how the 3rd round has gone so far. It began with Portland taking Tyler Lucy, and then now recently back-to-back picks for Sky Blue FC with Sheridan and Tiernan, and now Alexis Schaefer out of Virginia going. Seattle Reign FC on the clock for a couple of more seconds. 35 seconds to be exact, and we will get ready to listen in with their pick. Actually, we're receiving word that they are going to look to call a timeout, and that is a perfect segue because you called
no more timeouts.
You called numerous timeouts.
No more timeouts.
It's Jeff Plush, the commissioner
What could be
of the
more
NWSL.
fun than a timeout?
Well, we named the 2nd round the trade round, and
Yes.
now we've named the 3rd round the timeout round. There's been a few surprises so far here this afternoon.
There's been some, and thank you for what you did during those timeouts. I'm sure that was not the easiest part of the day. So
it's all that.
absolutely. It's an exciting day. Thrilled to when you see those players go up there and you see how fantastic they are and articulate and excited and passionate and appreciative. It gives you a lot of really excitement about the future of our league.
Well, and along those lines, it's not.
Seattle Reign has taken a 5-minute timeout.
There's the official warning from Amanda Duffy. They are taking a 5-minute timeout.
Maybe we could have just
Reign.
asked you, but
We have an insider here. This is just another step in kind of continuing to move forward for the league. We were talking about it earlier here in the broadcast that unprecedented, uncharted waters. The fact that you're heading into season 5 of the NWSL, and really the future's never been brighter with all 10 teams heading into the next season.
Look, we're incredibly excited but appreciative of where we are and the opportunity that we have. People like yourselves who do so much to support us and the fans that support us so well. We have to continue to raise the bar, demand more of ourselves. We have 10 great markets. We know we have opportunities for expansion. We know that we have opportunities to increase our player pool over time, increase roster size. All these things are going to happen over time, and I think we get to now start talking about long-term planning, not just about being open for business. It's about being a great league and a great business and role models and all those things that we aspire to be. And so I'm incredibly bullish on our league, and where we're going to get to. We're just not even close to the finished article. It's just another step in the process.
You know, along those lines of a new market, what a great find, the fact that you guys get a chance to go to North Carolina. Not only that, though, but the perfect tie-in with a group that already knows how to operate a franchise. You're going to have that group that's with the Carolina Railhawks, and all of a sudden you've got a great facility, you've got a great infrastructure, they know how to run a soccer team. It's a perfect setup to move the defending champions down there. It is. Look, it's and again, I've said this earlier, start by giving the Salem family all the thanks and credit in the world, and they did so much. And as things evolve, you know, the opportunity to relocate that club to a fantastic market with a tremendous facility that's already ready to play at a really high level, grass surface, with ownership who's not only has the infrastructure, the human capital, but is ambitious. And I think that's exciting. When Steve came out on Monday and said he wants to be the best women's club team in the world, there's nine other teams that are going to want to have a little say about that. Exactly, because I'm sure Merritt Paulson paid attention to that, and that's exciting for us. That's competition is good. Competition is very good for everyone. So,
well, it was your first draft 2 years ago. Same for me, first draft. Talk about the last 2 years, just briefly in the arc of where we were in 2015, January 2015, and now January 2017.
Yeah, just look, I think we've grown and we're stronger across the board. It's incremental growth, right? There's more to be done. We get as impatient as other people. You know, I think everyone wants to grow faster and more clubs. And
we just want you to tweet about that impatience more.
Yeah, no, I think maybe I've actually come to the realization that I'm not a very good tweeter. So I just don't wake up thinking about tweeting something. So
that's a good thing.
Yeah. So,
we already discussed earlier. Don't believe everything you read on Twitter. We discussed that
it's just, you know, I've tried and my friend Amanda Vandervoort from NSCAA, but MLS and social media guru gives me a hard time. I was like, look, it's just not very authentic. So I'm going to try to get better, but there's no promises anymore. So, but no, I think we've gotten better across the board, and I think that's exciting. And I just know there's so much more we can do. We can do more at the league level. We can do more at the club level. It's funny. It's Dawn Scott, who you guys all probably know. This phrase that she's been using that I really like is the aggregation of marginal gains. Just better in everything, even small increments. It's going to rising tide lifts all boats, and I think it's
you beat me to that one.
Yeah, it's a really good.
You won't forget
it.
It is true.
And we might not notice short term, but we're gonna notice long term.
Absolutely, right? If you say we want to grow 30% in ticket revenue, that's daunting. If you say we want to grow a couple percentage points in every market, well, that ends up being 20% anyway. So it adds up, and it's so we're excited about demanding more. So.
I think I just want to know, you know, as it from behind the scenes as a business, you know, what is kind of your number one, number two priority when you talk about this growth? Is it the revenue that you guys focus on? Is it eyeballs on the league? Like, I just want to know where your attention is.
Yeah, look, for me, you gotta be careful because it's always revenue, right? Because I think revenue makes everything else possible.
Right.
We know and we want to invest more in players, invest more in infrastructure, invest more in the training environments and sports science, and all these things to make the sport better. It all takes money to do that. So we need to drive more revenue at the national level. We need to drive more revenue at the local level. But again, when you have such confidence, the quality of the play is so high that it's a product that we have a lot of confidence selling. We need to round out and develop a better commercial platform, more television, more markets. So we need to expand over time and get a bigger national footprint, but it has to be done in a really prudent way, and we have to go to the right markets for the right reasons, not just to expand.
Can you give us some of those cities?
I cannot give you some of those cities. What I will say, and I've said this, and everyone would understand this, we're sitting here in Los Angeles. We need to be in California for a lot of reasons, right? You have
Agreed, northern though.
Yeah, exactly. You've got the number 2 media market here.
Stadium
We've got fantastic stuff in the Bay Area, and one of my favorite places to go. So yeah, we could pick places that I really love. But it's an important state, so important from the youth side, from the college side. So there's a lot here for us. So this is a priority, but it's got to be the right time. So.
Commissioner Jeff Plush joining us here, heading into his third season.
We're still in timeout too, right?
Only for a couple more seconds.
Okay,
only for a couple more seconds.
Timeout's a bad thing in my house with my triplets.
Yeah,
and
me
it's
too,
also
right?
a bad thing here.
Yeah, I've got you 2 kids under 6.
Triplets. That's a hard job. So.
We know you have some business to attend to, but we really appreciate you taking a couple of minutes to stop by here. I know all the viewers back at home on YouTube or following us on Facebook right now, watching this one. Appreciate kind of the insight, you pulling back the curtain a little bit for us, and letting letting us know what's going on. So enjoy the rest of the afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Great
Thanks
time.
for all that you guys do, and appreciate you suffering through these timeouts
With the
for us.
6th pick in the third round of the
Great.
2017 NWSL College Draft, Seattle Reign select Ariel Shipp from University of California, Berkeley. North Carolina Courage, you are now on the clock.
Sorry about that.
Ariel Shipp, a pretty highly touted player coming out of Cal. Actually, for me, honestly, I was a little surprised that her teammate, Ife Anumanu, went before Ariel Shipp. Shipp was the one that got most of the spotlight, if you will, up there surrounding the Golden Bears, but Shipp will make her way up to the podium. That puts Portland Thorns FC on the clock. If my hieroglyphics and my writing is readable here. Your comments from the gals in just a moment, but first let's listen in as Shipp makes her way up to the microphone, coming in as the 26th overall pick here in 2017.
I'd like to thank the Seattle Reign for drafting me. I hope I don't disappoint you guys. I'd like to thank my university, my coaches, my teammates, the staff at Cal have been amazing. I'd like to thank everyone who's helped me through my youth and club years. And I'd really like to thank my family, my mom, sisters, they've been amazing. Thank you.
Well, here she is in action up there in Northern California and looking to make her mark as a new member of the Seattle Reign.
And just, another quality player that I've had the fortune of watching every week almost in the Pac-12. She is a great target forward, but she does love to make those runs in behind. So she can do it both. She can pull off that line, but she likes to have those, kind of dicing runs across the line. And she's very clinical once she gets in and around the box. She can score the pretty goal. And just as last year, I think she took her game to another level when she was willing to score kind of that ugly goal, get down and dirty, and slide in and find its way home.
And there's the hug, of course, with Anumanu, her former Cal teammate who will be playing in Boston. So they'll be on opposite ends of the country. Speaking of the Boston Breakers, Margaret Purse, she was the 9th overall pick, joining us here up at the desk. How you feeling right about now?
I'm feeling great.
Kind of a little bit overwhelming, but obviously a lot of excitement, right?
A little bit. It's kind of hard to articulate myself. I have to slow down.
That's what we're here for, to help you out with that.
Okay, great. We'll take it slow.
Did you know that you were going to go in the first round?
I had no idea. So it was very exciting. I was not expecting to walk up there at the time. I think you could tell when I was trying to speak. I was a little caught off guard. I didn't have it planned out, but it was amazing.
Well, this is just 4 friends having a light little conversation right here. So don't worry about the millions of people watching at home on YouTube.
Millions.
Yeah.
What are you looking forward to bring to the table for Boston?
I'm looking forward to bring my 1v1 ability. That's just my favorite thing to do. I love going 1v1 at players, but I'm most excited to bring my coachability, I think. That is what I'm best at. I'm really good at learning, so that's what I'm excited for.
Talk about deciding to go to Harvard, for soccer, because you're the first player drafted out of Harvard into NWSL. Talk about why you chose Harvard and what you think your picking means for the program.
I chose Harvard because it was a space where I could pursue excellence in both academics and in soccer. And I'm really proud of that decision. And the coaches there were absolutely amazing and made that such a reasonable and plausible thing, an endeavor. Mm-hmm. So I'm just really happy with them, and I think it should be known that you can do both and go to an Ivy League school and still get the training that you need.
Good news. Go ahead, Aly.
The transition from Harvard to this pro team where you're going to have a lot of talented players around you is very different. I saw a lot of footage on you. You take players on 1v1, and you don't necessarily have the talent around you at Harvard that you're going to have. How much does that change your game?
I feel as if the players I play with at U23 camp are also very talented, and it's definitely going to be faster, and that's what I'm really excited for, to pick up my speed of play, but it's just going to be fun. I think
Rose is super creative, Morgan's creative, Evie's fun to play with, all players I've played with multiple times in my youth. So it's going to be exciting to get to know them again on the field and become comfortable.
And the best news, Margaret, is that you know the city. You don't have to go too far. As you
Right.
said up
I
at
have
the
my
podium.
meal plan.
Yeah, you know exactly where you're going to go.
You know the home field.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do. Very well.
We appreciate you joining us for a couple of minutes. We head back up to the podium as we continue the third round of selections here in the 2017 NWSL College Draft. Here's Amanda Duffy, Managing Director of Operations, with another pick.
With the 7th pick of the third round of the 2017 NWSL College Draft, the North Carolina Courage select J.C. Johnson from University of Nebraska. Chicago Red Stars, you are now on the clock.
So the Courage going with J.C. Johnson here in the later picks of the third round. And all of a sudden, you can see the plan starting to come together for the North Carolina Courage. Again, if you hadn't heard the news, Western New York Flash, the defending champions from last season in the NWSL, are making the move to carry North Carolina for their new digs. It's going to be fantastic to see them and what they can accomplish down there. And as we just heard from the commissioner, a lot of excitement to be able to get a team into that market included in the 10 in this league.
Though the pick for J.C. Johnson, I think that's much more about the future than today, because she had a second ACL surgery, this fall. But definitely, you can see at this point in the draft, they're looking way ahead, especially when they inherited such, as we've talked about before, such an amazing roster with the 2016 champion. So that's okay. Here, to me, this pick is more about dibs.
And Aly, unlike some teams that did not have a lot of early picks, and then they had to either, like Chicago, had to go after it in the second round, or you look at a team like Orlando, didn't get a pick until, as you look at J.C. Johnson from the University of Nebraska, another player with ties to the U.S. youth national teams at the U20 and under 23 levels. Carolina had she had a couple of early picks in the draft in the first round. I think it was a second round pick, and then, or second overall pick, and then like a 9th pick. And then all of a sudden now, so they could address immediate needs, but then all of a sudden as you fall a little further in the draft, as you just mentioned, now you're looking for players that might not be into the 18 right away, but they can train, provide competition for other players throughout the year.
Well, I mean, they didn't really even address their immediate needs in those first 2 picks, right? They just took best players on the board.
Good point.
And I think this is someone that they had their eye on regardless of the ACL, because everyone can come back from ACLs. We've seen it time and time again. It shouldn't be that daunting. But she's a player that, in my estimation, she's good up front. She makes great runs. She's got the pace. She's got the skill set, the power. But I think she's one that you might transition to an outside back position, which is something that they, want to have cover, and they want to find some players there. So maybe she is someone that they kind of, foster some growth in a new position.
In my conversations with Paul Riley earlier today here in Los Angeles, he actually said that exact thing. He alluded to the fact that sometimes when I get in the later picks, I'm looking for a player that's athletic and can do a number of different things. And he didn't name a specific name, but he said I might take a forward and turn her into a center back or turn her into an outside back. And that probably might be some of the thinking right here, because at this level you're going to need to be able to adapt, especially if you want to find playing time when you're a 3rd or a 4th round pick. Right?
Because what do you want out of your outside backs in the modern game?
Getting forward, causing havoc,
right, and
being able to get back to cover that space once you get forward.
And usually if you find those engines up top, they've got the pace, they've got the burst, they've got the skill set on the ball. They make great outside backs. And especially in NWSL, this is a transition league. We've heard that from numerous coaches. So you need to be able to run that flank.
Physical and transition, I think, were the 2 words that we've heard from a lot of coaches. You have to be able to take the pounding over the course of a season.
And maybe when this is all done, we can look back at how many of these players are your fast, athletic type players, and then I want to look at the ones that we say are maybe not as mobile, but have the skills, the technical ones. And I think we're going to be 80-20 fast, athletic.
Right. And that's probably the reason that a lot of coaches said the fact that it's top heavy in terms of the great, excellent players that we were going to see in this draft were probably 1 through 6.
Right.
But yet the 1 through 40 were all players that can make your team. So now we're seeing some of those players in the later stages. I am getting word we might have another trade coming. Had a couple of them in the 2nd round. What's brewing now?
A trade has been approved between the Chicago Red Stars and Houston Dash. The Chicago Red Stars have acquired a 2018 2nd-round pick. In exchange, the Houston Dash have acquired the 2017 8th pick of the 3rd round. Houston Dash, you are now on the clock.
And while Houston goes on the clock after making the trade to take Chicago's 28th overall pick. We turn to the final pick of the first round from USC, Mandy Freeman. Opportunity to come step up here and be a part of the day. What a fantastic day, right?
Oh, amazing. Unbelievable, honestly.
Especially for USC. You guys had, I think, 3 in the first round, and then you have another one go in the second round. Kind of really a reflection of what an incredible year it has been to be a Trojan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was a really awesome year for our team. I mean, we accomplished a lot of our goals that we had planned out in preseason and even from way back in our freshman year. So to be able to, have this as a kind of a showing of the talent that we have at USC and within the Pac-12, I think is amazing.
How difficult do you think that jump is going to be from playing in the Pac-12 Division I college soccer to now really competing against the best in the world?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a rough transition, but, I have Sky Blue and their team there to, help me through it, and I'm really excited.
Talk about your experience with the U23 team this week.
Yeah, it's been awesome. You get a couple of elite players together, and it's always going to be a great time with competing and just at the high level that everyone is playing at. It's been a really fun camp so far, reuniting with friends since I haven't been to camp in a while, and just getting together again and playing has been amazing.
And just talk to me about, as a center back, shutting down a front runner. I want to hear what your excitement is like.
I mean, that's kind of like the best part about defending is kind of just kind of ruining forwards' dreams. The things they're going to pass you and the things they're going to score. And you're like, no, I got this. And then to be able to shut down the defend forwards that are coming at you. I think as a back line and a unit, I think having shutouts during games and just being the rock back there, I think is awesome.
I was talking to Rich Manning, the coach of Utah, and he said when his team was playing you this year, he told all of his players, whatever you do, don't dribble around Freeman. Don't try to take her on. She will win the ball, and it will start a counterattack the other direction. Do not do it.
Well, that's very high praise. So hopefully, I did my job, and
Well, I think so. How's that national championship?
Yeah, right.
About now?
We're still waiting on the ring, but when it comes, I don't know if I'm ever going to take it off. That's for sure.
Quickly before we wrap things up with you here, who are your soccer influences? Maybe your favorite players, or who did you model your game after?
I kind of just took a little bit from everyone. I think men's and women's games, you can take a little bit from everything that you see. And both of my sisters growing up, they both played D1 soccer, and so they were kind of my big influencers from when I was a young age.
I'm going to steal a question from Aly Wagner from earlier here. Men or women, who's your favorite player? Is it a defender?
I actually like the forwards better. I don't know if I have a specific player, but I feel like watching the forwards, I get to know the different attributes that they have and then ways that I would want to defend them.
See, that's almost a step
ahead.
That's a step ahead.
I love that.
Yeah. Doesn't care about saying a defender's name.
Wait, I thought USC was an education school. What is this?
Hey, we're pretty up there now. We're not Ivy League, but I would say our degrees are pretty great.
The Houston Dash have taken their 5-minute timeout.
All right, so Houston trading in to get the 28th overall pick here in the 2017 draft, and then all of a sudden decide to call a 5-minute timeout. So there must be something brewing. I was going to say, your opportunity to go play at Sky Blue, you're not going to have to look far for a familiar face, right? With Calif being there as well. Did you guys have a chance to share a moment, both being drafted by the same team?
Right afterwards, when we were going back to the interviews, we had a huge hug and celebration. Short-lived, and then we had to do some interviews and stuff, but it's awesome getting to play with my best friend who I've had 4 amazing years with, and then continue it on again.
Oh, I'm sensing like a 2-bedroom apartment out there in Jersey together, right?
I'm sensing trouble.
Yeah, right.
We'll try to stay out of trouble.
You guys are some sort of hashtag, the journey, Trojan journey continues, right?
I know, we need to figure out something, and we have Caroline Stanley that's there now. So
what do you think is going to be the most difficult thing on or off the field, heading from being out here on the West Coast to now heading all the way back to New Jersey?
Yeah, I think the main thing would just be speed of play. The pros play differently. Everything's faster, quicker. Just harshing more on the details of the game, I think, is going to be the most tough transition.
And have you ever not started throughout your career? Is that going to be something that is hard to maybe or be a challenge for you?
I don't think it's going to be so much more of a challenge, but just a humbling experience and a reality check, which you need every now and then. So I'm excited to support my team, whatever role I have on the team to begin with, and then to work my way up to hopefully be starting if I'm not.
Absolutely.
Yeah, even if you're not starting, to be that player to come in maybe for the final 20 minutes of every game and shut down the other team's top, you have experience too. We appreciate you stopping by.
Thank you so much for having me.
Again, huge congratulations, not only for the national championship, but also the opportunity to go in the first round, and best of luck with Sky Blue SC.
Thank you so much.
Congrats.
We are approaching the end of the third round here in the 2017 NWSL College Draft. Take you all the way back a couple of hours. Here's what it looked like in the first round, with Rose Lavelle going as the first overall pick. Purse and Freeman, another USC Trojan, rounding out the first round. Turn over to the second round board now. And in the second round, Chicago traded up to get Michelle Vasconcelos out of Brigham Young. She was the second BYU player taken after Ashleigh Hatch went in the early couple picks of the first round. Kansas City had a couple of picks in there, picking Ribeiro as well as Tony Payne out of Duke. We've had a couple of Duke Blue Devils going. When you look to the third round, we are approaching the last couple of picks of the third round. Houston on the clock right now after taking their 5-minute timeout. Remember, Houston had an earlier pick back at number 15 overall, where they took Jane Campbell, who we had up here at the desk just a short time ago. Kaylin Sheridan, the second goalkeeper taken in the draft, at number 3. Back-to-back picks there for Sky Blue. They would go for Tiernan with the 4th overall pick in the third round. And now we find our way, after J.C. Johnson out of Nebraska going to the North Carolina Courage, we find our way back to the Houston Dash. And lucky for us, we've got Jen Cooper. She's heading into her 4th season as the lead analyst on the Houston Dash broadcast.
And I have no worthy intel on this
Come on,
whatsoever.
Okay, epic fail.
Epic
Wait,
fail.
you're not getting a text message right now from
I am
Randy Waldron?
deleting
Where are
Randy
you going?
from my
Where are you
cell
going,
phone.
Randy, right now?
He is so deleted from my cell phone.
Well, look, he said he wants cover in the midfield, even though they're loaded with midfield. He says he wants cover there because you just never know if those internationals, how long they want to stay.
And the Dash have a lot of internationals, way more than other teams.
Okay, they want an outside back. So I think, I don't know, or maybe they take a forward because, Daly might be gone for the Euros. So I think those are 3 options. I mean, I'm covering all boards here. Jen, help me out.
Yeah, and then there's like 120 players left in the pool.
Oh, an 8th place finish last year, and Randy and the team entering their 4th year in the league. As we bring it back out to the
Kaylee
desk.
having, an MVP run, scoring 11 goals in the last 10 games of the season, getting her first cap for the U.S. national team and first goal, in 48 seconds. And she's called up again. So I wonder, too, if we'll see him deploy Kay maybe more on the outside mid. He's done that sometimes, and so maybe picking a forward is something that could work with that.
The timeout has come and gone, and now it's time for the Houston Dash to make their selection. Back up to the podium with Amanda Duffy from the NWSL as she takes over in the latter half of each of the rounds for the commissioner. See what exactly the Dash have in store.
With the 8th pick in the third round of the 2017 NWSL College Draft, the Houston Dash select Nichelle Prince from Ohio State University. Washington Spirit, you are now on the clock.
So not 1, but 2 Buckeyes going here on the afternoon.
Wow.
After I think you said, right, there had never been an Ohio State Buckeye player taken in any of the 4 rounds.
So teammates going in 2017.
And there you see Nichelle Prince. She will join the Houston Dash.
And she will get to join her Canadian teammate, Janine Becky. They both were part of the Olympic squad for Canada that won the bronze medal last summer. Janine was one of those 3 first-round picks for the Dash last year. So I wonder if Randy's thinking maybe chemistry along those lines, or like I had just mentioned before they announced the pick, maybe Ohio, someone that he can work more on the flank, because she plays so well off the flank, and I think we've seen Jill start to use her that way as well.
And we were talking to the commissioner about continued growth of this league. Aly, I think it speaks to the fact that now more and more, I mean, every single pick, when we show the card on a pick, or the player profile, I should say, you see ties to the U.S. women's national team. This is ties to the Canadian national team.
Right.
So when you talk about Prince, I mean, the fact that she's played club and her collegiate team, but also for country, I mean, this is going to play her that might not immediately be in the starting lineup, but she couldn't be far away, right?
Right, you're exactly right, because she has that experience against some of the best players in the world, which means you're exposed to that speed of play. The transition is all that much easier just in terms of the mental, physical challenges. You've already experienced it with your national team more than likely, and another, kind of check in the win box for her is that she can be free if she ends up being allocated by the Canadian national team. So that's a good pickup by Houston.
Exactly.
Let's check in with the fourth member of our crew. That's Ashleigh Ignelzi. What do you have, Ashleigh?
All right, guys, I'm with Katie Johnson, and how does it feel today to be a member of the Seattle Reign?
I'm super excited for this new opportunity and to start a new career with them, and I'm really excited to play with them and see how my career keeps going.
It's been a great day for Trojans here. What is it about that program that has allowed you all to be so successful?
I think that our ability to push each other throughout training, we all play against each other, so we have an opportunity to make each other better, and our coaching staff did a great job, I think, getting us together and putting us on the same track, and we were able to play with each other really well this year.
And lastly, what are you most looking forward to about being a pro in the NWSL?
Just a new level of competition, playing at the highest level and trying to get better, I guess, individually and trying to make the team better too. So I'm really excited for this new experience.
All right, well, thanks so much and congratulations. Rogo, back up to the desk.
Thank you, Ashleigh. Seconds ticking down now on the pick coming up for the Washington Spirit. Mark Parsons has already surprised us a couple of times with his earlier picks. Will that trend continue? Back to the podium with Amanda Duffy.
With the 9th pick of the 3rd round of the 2017 NWSL College Draft, the Washington Spirit select Maggie Doherty Howard from the University of Florida. Sky Blue, you are now on the clock.
And look, I might be a center mid biased player. But I love this player. I'm actually surprised she's going in the 3rd round. I think she's a big-time center midfielder. And one of the things that I saw out of her when I was watching her, just even last night, but in a lot of footage, was her awareness of pressure and how quickly she turns. So we talk about this transition to the pro level. She can turn quickly and ping a ball. So she's always taking her look. She knows where her teammates are. She knows where she wants to go with it before she gets it. And that's one of the keys for a center midfielder at the next level and being able to play quickly. And I just think this player has it. I think she's special.
Let's listen to her opening remarks.
I just want to start by saying thank you to the Washington Spirit for giving me this amazing opportunity. I'm very excited to start my next chapter there. I want to thank God for everything He has blessed me with. I wouldn't be here without Him and His guidance. I want to thank all of my coaches I've had growing up and my teammates for helping me get to this place. Special shout out to George Fotopoulos and Becky Burley who are here supporting me today. I want to thank the University of Florida for giving me an amazing experience in 4 years. That university has shaped me into the person and player I am today. And finally, I just want to say thank you to all my family for their endless love and support and always being there for me. Thank you, and I'm very excited to be a part of the Spirit fam.
Well, and Aly, as you were saying, what she can bring to the table, we know that the Spirit need. When we think of who has left the Spirit, who they've traded away, and Crystal Dunn going over to play in England and Krieger being traded to Orlando, sounds like they really need a player like that.
I think so in terms of, I mean, she's a playmaker, right? So she's maybe not going to close down players like a Crystal Dunn will, but she can set tempo. If they are going to win the ball high on the field, she's someone that can spring someone with a final pass. So I think she will fit nicely.
So maybe she's taking Christine Nairn's place as like the midfield engine.
Yes, exactly. More of that type of playmaker and type of role. And let's not be remiss. She actually was a part of his, his, what do you want to call the off-season developmental program that he has, his developmental pyramid, as he likes to call it. So she would train with them, so he's really familiar with her again, and that brings comfort in these later rounds.
I mean, listen, you're not going to have just one player come in and fill, which are huge shoes for a player like Crystal Dunn now that she's going to be overseas. I mean, the Washington Spirit did go as far as to say that she is committed, and they haven't closed the door as far as her coming back to play for the Spirit, but at least for the immediate future. So you're going to have to find different ways, not just with personnel, but probably different ways of maybe even how you play if you're the Washington Spirit.
He said no. He said we're sticking to our style. He said last year it took a little bit to get the team to buy in, but we wanted to play a high press style, and that was largely because of Crystal Dunn and take advantage of her skill set. But they wanted to press, win the ball high, and go at teams, with that being the base of it. And he said we're going to stick to that because I can't ask these players to change again.
And he was in the middle of, I think he still is in the middle of taking his team and making it his own, because when he came in as head coach at the beginning of 2016 season, he told management, he's like, I'm not going to overhaul this roster. I'm going to take what you have and add value to it. So I think obviously we're seeing a little bit more of an overhaul in this offseason for a variety of reasons, but I think he's not done with what his plan was.
And in our conversations with Jim Guevara, let's be clear, it wasn't exactly in terms of overhaul, maybe not just even here on draft day. There might be some moves coming in the next couple of weeks where he might move some personnel. So It's the final pick of round 3, Sky Blue FC, and here's the announcement.
With the 10th pick in the 3rd round of the 2017 NWSL College Draft, Sky Blue FC select Katrina Atanda from Clemson University.
A 3rd Clemson Tiger going here in the 2017 college draft. The 3rd one following after the 2nd one being Kaylin Sheridan. And so another pick is 3 rounds have now and as they say, and then there was one round left, the fourth round still to go here. It's been a fantastic afternoon up to this point. Any early winners so far in your mind in terms of the teams?
I think Sky Blue is really clean.
I was going to say the same thing.
And I know I'm biased, but I'm really pleased with Houston's picks. I didn't think they'd be able to get that much value for those.
First, I would like to thank Sky Blue FC, of course, and the NWSL for selecting me. I am super excited to continue playing at the next level in my home state, New Jersey, so thank you for that. Second, I would like to thank my university at Clemson and all of my teammates and coaches that have helped me along the way to make me the player that I am today. Without them, none of this would be possible. And then most importantly, I'd like to thank all of my friends and family for serving as my role models, not only soccer related, but in life in general. And I love them so much, and thank you.
So the 3rd and final round closes out with Katrina Atanda out of Clemson, a 3rd Tiger taken here on the afternoon. And as you may have heard over the loudspeaker here inside the JW Marriott in downtown Los Angeles, a 5-minute break to get you ready for round 4. That's what the 3rd round looked like. Probably some names that we expected to fall to this spot in the draft.
And just a little bit on Atanda, because I was able to talk to Siri Molnix again from Clemson, and just said that she's one of those attacking center mids. She's not as pacey as a Tony Payne when Tony Payne plays in that role, but she's someone who is super technical, will keep the ball always, will keep them moving. She's got great vision and a very good final pass, and I just think.
And a left foot.
And she's a lefty. Okay. I forgot about that one. Good.
Yeah, I knew that one, Aly, but I didn't want to point it out.
See, Jen knows everything.
Yes, she does. And thank goodness we have her here, right?
I know.
That's 2 of us that agree with that. Thank you, Jen. As we continue to look forward to 2017 and some of the bright things that will happen in the upcoming NWSL season, you can't forget about some of the highlights from 2016, including a fantastic final.
Washington and Western New York both looking to take home their first ever NWSL championship trophy.
I expect both of these teams to continue to play the style that got them here. Western New York Flash, a very aggressive, high-press team, love to force those turnovers, get the ball to their goal scorers. On the other hand, the Washington Spirit, they can really possess all over the field, work the ball up the flanks, up the middle, and of course, they've got some pretty good attackers as well. Getting the job done there. Early lead here for the Spirit.
Mewis comes in wide open, cuts it back, right foot, shot from Mewis, and we're even!
Maybe now you throw that who scores first stabs out the window, right? Because Western New York able to answer so quickly, but that is the talent of that offense.
Nairn, nice move, takes the shot, and there's a save from D'Angelo.
Pretty quiet from a goal-scoring opportunity standpoint after those 2.
whistle done, left-footed shot, and she's got 2 in the game.
That might be one of the fastest goals ever scored in extra time.
This Western New York team, do they have anything left here in the biggest moment? The seconds winding down, and we're just those 4 minutes minimum before added. Ball to the far post. Williams! Oh my goodness!
You've got to be kidding me.
We are headed to penalty kicks. Krieger takes it and a save! Sabrina D'Angelo, first one she faces, keeps it out of the back of the net. Donald's shot and she skies it. Huster trying to keep things even, and D'Angelo comes up again. Sabrina D'Angelo with 2 saves. Sam Mewis. The shot and the save. That time, Kelsey Weiss got to the ball. Can Diana Matheson keep this shootout going? Matheson, another save from D'Angelo, and Western New York wins it. Jubilation for the Western New York Flash, as this team that has been so successful can now call themselves NWSL champions. That team.
And with the Western New York Flash winning the title in 2016, now one of the questions surrounding heading into the 2017 season is not only which stars will shine coming out of this college draft here in the NWSL, but who will raise the trophy in about 7 months from now. And certainly as we continue into the 4th round here in downtown Los Angeles, we're probably writing a few Hollywood scripts throughout the afternoon here through the first 3 rounds. As we head toward the 4th round, we can't forget about the first 3. And it started with a bang. Rose Lavelle, the player that everyone had marked down in their list as the #1 overall pick, indeed goes #1 overall coming out of Wisconsin to the Boston Breakers. Boston had 4 picks in that opening round. They capped it off with Margaret Purse out of Harvard. 2 Harvard players have gone here on the afternoon. Chicago were really the standout team in the 2nd round with the first 2 picks of the 2nd round, including Morgan Profit out of Marquette. Moving into the 3rd round, which was just recently completed. A couple of trades off the top and some timeouts halted things, but then the Portland Thorns would finally take Tyler Lucy, Katrina Atanda out of Clemson, a 3rd Clemson player taken to cap off the 3rd round. And here is the commissioner to...
We are going to commence the 4th round. The Boston Breakers are on the clock.
So with the clock beginning on the Boston Breakers, my count is, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Is this going to be their 5th or 6th pick coming up on the afternoon?
It's like their 10th or 12th
yeah,
pick
right?
at this point.
Aly Wagner, Jen Cooper, Mark Rogondino, and we have Ashleigh Ignelzi still on hand here, working around the room inside the JW Marriott on a cold, windy and rainy day here in downtown Los Angeles. But that has not, I repeat, has not taken away from the mood of what a good afternoon it has been. A few surprises here and there, but as far as the first round went, a lot of the picks that we anticipated. And now we get into the 4th round, which is, it could be a hodgepodge, a mixed bag, right? I mean, guys could be trading to get other picks. They could be giving away picks and hoping they can
Last
get
year
something.
It felt like the 4th round was the Chicago Red Stars round, where everyone's just like, fine, well, I'll give our picks to Rory. He knows what to do with them. It's still such a question mark. And as we've been talking about, already today, that going into a 5th league, this is unknown territory. And so you do have these established leagues, but you also have Boston rebuilding. You have Orlando wishing they had more. So here Orlando's getting another pick soon.
Yeah, and so Boston is the only team that, as of right now, has multiple picks in this round. We're down to about a minute and a half remaining for the first pick of this fourth round. And the first of those 2 picks, Boston at number 31 overall. They will also come in at number 38 overall. And I'm getting a little something talking in my ear. We've seen 2 goalkeepers go so far, and maybe we're about to see a third as we wait for the commissioner, Jeff Plush, to make his way.
And we didn't have the waterfall of goalkeepers.
Not really, right?
Like last year, once one was picked, it just really went.
And they kept alluding to that, but it just didn't. I think there's a lot of good goalkeepers out there, and a lot of them are talking to coaches to have them come into camp behind the scenes, you know, if they're not going to be drafted. So they've got backup plans, I think, in the back of their mind to find that third goalkeeper perhaps that pushes along or they develop for the future.
And Jen, I think before we ever even came on the air, you discussed it. There wasn't a ton of teams that were looking for a first choice keeper to immediately step in. Let's go to the podium. Here is Commissioner Jeff Plush.
With the first pick in the 4th round of the 2017 NWSL College Draft, the Boston Breakers select Sammy Jo Prudhomme, University of Southern California.
They brought us a snack.
The Orlando Pride is now on the clock.
Another one of those USC Trojans getting drafted here in the 2017 College NWSL Draft. Sammy Jo Prudhomme making her way up to the podium to deliver a couple of words. And it has to be exciting. Third goalkeeper taken in the afternoon, and the first goalkeeper taken obviously here in the 4th round. But another player that maybe not a lot of people knew a ton about heading into the season, but she quickly made a name for herself. We'll get some words from Aly and Jen in a moment, but first we listen in.
First, I'd like to thank Boston Breakers for the opportunity they've given me. I really appreciate it. Second, I'd like to obviously thank my family for all the love and support that they've given me throughout my playing career and my life. And last, I'd like to thank my club coaches and my high school coach, Randy Dodge, and I'd also like to thank the USC teammates and coaches that are here. Fight on, and go Breakers.
You can always use a good shot stopper, especially if injuries come into the fold, and she does exactly that.
Well, she really took that NCAA final into her own hands, literally saying, West Virginia, sure, you're number 1, but sorry, you're not getting past me. So after that, the equalizer by Ashley Lawrence, she just had a tremendous game to help the Trojans win. And she's someone who can really compete well with Abby Smith at Boston Breakers to maybe give Boston the real starting keeper that they've needed. They've struggled the last couple of seasons rotating through several different keepers.
Yeah, I mean, she's got the physical tools to do it. She's got the size, she's got the quality, and now it's about the mentality. It's about those little nuances as goalkeepers. You know better than anyone, actually, Mark. It's about your positioning. It's about setting yourself up for success. And I think that's why she's such a good goalkeeper. She gets into really good positions. And so you don't have to see like a lot of glorious saves. Everything looks very clean and simple because she's got a good eye for where to be.
And you mentioned an opportunity for her to compete for a starting job, possibly going there to Boston. But I almost liken being a goalkeeper to being a starting quarterback in the sense that, yes, you're that final pair of eyes back there, part of the brain of the operation, but at the same token, it's really good sometimes when you have a young goalkeeper and they get to sit on the sidelines and see someone else do it, how they do it, where they make their mistakes even, and then you get inserted in and it's your opportunity to make the most of it.
Well, that's why Jane Campbell being taken by Houston, I think, is an incredible opportunity for Jane, because she's going to get to train with Lydia Williams and Bianca Henninger, who have both played in a World Cup.
Well, that's assumption on Lydia Williams, right? We don't know. That's for sure.
But she is under contract with Houston at this point. But that what Jane will be exposed to will be a veteran keeper, even in just Bianca, who's been in the season, the league all 4 seasons.
So we now have 3 goalkeepers that have been taken on the afternoon. I think I've lost count because it's gotten over on this other hand of how many SC players have been
Orlando
taken.
is calling their 5-minute timeout.
A little bit surprising that you get a timeout here in the 4th round, and I only say that from the standpoint that, you would figure that most of the coaches at this point know what's best available on their board or what exactly they're going to go to. So maybe the Pride, who did not have a ton of picks coming into this draft, remember they only had 2 picks coming in with the 22nd and here the 32nd pick. So does Tom Sermanni have something up his sleeve? Oh, he's got the phone in hand.
And we know he's not tweeting because he told me he hasn't been able to figure out Twitter.
Whatever he's doing it fast.
He said there wasn't much room for overhaul of his roster, and that was because it's not a free marketplace here in the NWSL. You can't just grab and get anything that you want coming into season 2 for the Pride here. So we'll see in a couple of months.
You'd mentioned, Mark, that he's coached several national teams and is kind of coming back into club. But one of my favorite old WOSO stories is Tom Sermanni taking over the New York Power in the WSA. He had been an assistant at Bay Area Cyber Rays, moved over to New York, traded away a #1 pick to get Shannon Box and some other players. And I love to bring that up to him anytime I see him because he's like, people gave me so much grief about that pick. But that pick meant that, well, hey, Aly got to stay in California. And Shannon Box got to be seen in a way that she hadn't been seen before and ended up getting called into the national team.
And that was then. This is now. Talking about a first-round pick back then. Now looking to do something with the 4th-round pick. It'll be the 32nd overall selection. As I look at my notes here earlier, he selected Danica Evans with the 22nd overall back in the 3rd round. I think he's probably looking to strengthen up the spine was one of the things he said. He said that's a priority here. Right. So that could be anywhere from a center back to maybe a defensive center midfielder, somebody that can really help the bulk of the team.
And there's someone that I really like that he actually saw at a combine, and it was Teagarden. And he said she did okay there, but she's a defensive center mid, very capable of spraying the ball around the park. Someone that I would like to see go in the draft because I think she's a good footballer, and so my fingers are crossed it's her.
You see Ashlyn Harris on the graphic here as the team finished 6-13-1 and became the first team in league history to win a game after they trailed in the 85th minute mark. Did that happen to be against the Houston Dash?
Yes.
I'm sorry I had to bring it up and go ahead and rehash things. But on the topic of Ashlyn Harris, I mean, she, to me, appears to be the heir apparent, right? I mean, we don't know exactly if we're going to see Hope Solo coming back and play in Seattle. That's a whole nother conversation to have. But Ashlyn Harris, along with Alyssa, probably the 2 players that are competing to be Jill Ellis's #1.
Absolutely.
Fair to say?
Oh, yeah, easily a fair statement. But I think that at this point, for the national team at least, Jill is trying to still bring in other people, third goalkeeper, to push those 2.
Because you've got time.
And I don't think anyone's grabbed it. I don't think Nair or Harris has grabbed that position yet and said back off. So
I think that's what we'll see in the She Believes Cup is who gets those starts and who really takes that opportunity to take that spot.
Tom Sermanni has said that his top assistant, Kahano Smith, former MLS player, has been scouting all around the country and having lengthy conversations with collegiate coaches to ensure that even though they only do have 2 picks, they find a way to grab a couple of diamonds in the rough. And so in the timeout here for the Orlando Pride, the 60-something-year-old Scotsman probably seeing if he can maybe pull a rabbit out of his hat here in the 4th round. I mean, if you can get a player in the 3rd or the 4th round that is going to have an opportunity to just contribute in some way, I'm not even saying a starter, but maybe be a player that comes in and gives you 10, 15 minutes, is your 3rd substitution to come in and contribute, not even on a regular basis. But if you can get a player in the 4th round, that's good scouting if you can get a player that can contribute.
Jen, who was the 38th pick?
Alex Arlett for Kansas City from LSU. Yeah, I mentioned that when we talked to Vlatko. 38th pick last year. And she ended up starting several games before she got injured and then recovered and started again. But that's what's so great, I think, about this league is to have that opportunity that if you earn that starting spot, it's yours. I do think it's going to be harder this year because there's going to be fewer absences where those players are going to have a chance to step in and prove themselves. But it's not, out of the realm of possibility for a 4th round to really contribute.
Can Tom Sermanni find his own Alex Arlett?
Especially when he has a pretty thin roster right now.
Yeah, remember, we alluded to it earlier. He is going to be without Alex Morgan in the early part of the season as she has made her way over to France to play for Lyon. And so now he's trying to figure out what exactly he can do with this 32nd overall pick for Orlando, and just his 2nd pick.
Now, has Alex reached out to you, Aly, about what Lyon is like? Because you played there.
I did. I played there, and it's amazing. I love the NWSL. I want everyone to stay, but I also think going abroad is something that's very special, and if you can do it, I think at some point in your career, players should do it. Not necessarily saying now or in your in your prime, but I think it's something that everyone should experience if they want to, and it will help her game if she can embrace a style. It's a different way, it's a different environment to train in, and I think it will help Alex ultimately come back and be a better player for the Pride.
Yeah, you think technically, right? I mean, that's where you can kind of get a little extra when it comes to the technical aspect going overseas over there in the day in, day out training.
And there's something too that they let you play a bit more over there. It's not as structured, and there's a beauty in that for a lot of these players to be able to problem solve without having it be so scripted.
All right, the timeout is over for the Orlando Pride. We go back up to the podium and see who exactly Tom Sermanni was contemplating and who exactly he has decided to pick with just his second pick. You wonder if maybe he's going to go somewhere that we had not looked. We're about to find out. Fourth round, second pick of the fourth round, well underway. Took him a little bit of time to diagnose exactly what he wanted. And so as the clock winds down, I look over my shoulder. No commissioner just yet. Oh, he made a quick U-turn.
I wonder if there's going to be another league timeout.
Well, it could have.
Procedural question.
That or another team that he's engaging with. I guess the suspense is actually over.
With the second pick in the fourth round of the 2017 NWSL College Draft, the Orlando Pride select Nicolette Dries, Penn State University. The Houston Dash is now on the clock.
Well, you had said earlier, Jen, that there weren't Penn State players going, there weren't Florida Gators going. We've had a couple of those selections come off the board here as we've gotten into the later rounds of this 2017 college draft, and the latest to go right here, Nicolette Dries, midfielder, can also play defensively, the New Jersey native.
And how many players can claim to have 2 national titles with 2 different schools? She was with Florida State, won the national championship, transferred to Penn State, won the national championship.
Again, a wealth of knowledge right here.
What was
going to Orlando.
What was interesting is you thought that we would hear more names from Penn State, given how strong and incredible that team was.
But I think they don't have a lot of seniors this year, so it's that weird ebb and flow.
I'd like to thank God, because without him, none of this would even be possible. I'd like to thank my family for always supporting me and always believing in me. I'd like to thank Penn State and my coaches, everyone at PDA, all my teammates growing up, everything like that. Because without you guys, I wouldn't be here. I'm really excited for this opportunity with Orlando, so thank you.
From Penn State University, making her way down to Orlando to join Tom Sermanni and the Pride. Second season in the National Women's Soccer League, as we bring you back to the desk, starting to wind things down with 32 picks of the 40 now completed. Aly Wagner, Jen Cooper, Mark Rogondino, and we have Ashleigh Ignelzi, who we'll hear from in just a moment. We'll send things over to her to check in. Again, if you use the hashtag NWSL Draft, you can hop in on the social media front and join in the conversation. And now that puts the Houston Dash on the clock. Am I correct?
You are correct.
Houston
What
Dash
do you got for us, Jen?
on the clock. Did you get a text message? I didn't feel the desk buzz or anything.
We're just going to wait till Randy gets here, and then we'll grill him.
We will.
Why didn't you tell me about all those
I'll
picks?
set it up perfect for you. I will tee it up perfect. Don't you worry. Under a minute to go for the Houston Dash to make this selection, and we turn our attention to the podium. We would imagine the selections would come probably a little faster and more furious, although the timeout from Orlando moments ago went against the grain of that thought process. And now here is Amanda Duffy making her way up to the microphone.
With the third pick in the fourth round of the 2017 NWSL College Draft, the Houston Dash select Aaron Smith from Rutgers, New Brunswick. Sky Blue, you are now on the clock.
So Houston goes with Aaron Smith with the 33rd overall pick, and that will be the final selection as far as we know, barring a trade for the Houston Dash. And as Jan Cooper mentioned, we're aiming to have Randy Waldrum up here, the head coach of the Dash. Speaking of head coaches, as we go over to Ashleigh Ignelzi, she has Tom Sermani, the head coach for Orlando Pride.
Well, Coach, in the third round, you guys selected Danica Evans and just recently Nicolette Dries. How would you assess the draft so far for the Pride?
Well, considering we didn't have picks until late in the draft, we're delighted with the two players we got. They're two players that we did have on our list, and we were seriously considering even if we had higher picks. So all in all, we're very pleased with how it's gone.
All right, take us onto the draft floor. We were jokingly calling the second round the round of trades, and the third round the round of timeouts. What's the energy like on the draft room floor?
It's not bad now, considering we've been here for some time, and it kind of, I think the excitement keeps it going because there are players still out there hoping to be picked. There's still deals getting done. There's still coaches wanting to trade and do business, and that keeps things ticking along.
Goals for the Orlando Pride this upcoming season?
To be competitive. Obviously, like every team, we want to try and get in the top four, and that would be our aim, as I say, with the 10 teams that are in the league. But the key for us is to make sure that we're competitive and to make sure that we keep building.
All right, thanks, Coach.
Thank you.
Rogo, back to you guys.
Thank you, Ashleigh. Always appreciate one of the head coaches of the 10 teams stopping by here as part of our broadcast on either YouTube, the league's YouTube site, or as well as on Facebook, reaching around the globe. So now it's Sky Blue FC. And you kind of alluded to, about a minute left for their next selection, 34th overall. You kind of alluded to it, that they might be one of the big winners here today, considering what they've done. They've kind of moved around a couple times, did make a trade, didn't they, to move up for one of their picks.
And I think we were all focused on Boston having so many picks. But
Hard not to, right?
Yeah. But I think with Sky Blue, the picks they had, I think they used them the most judiciously up to this point, that is.
Yeah, you probably look at the back-to-backs, right? 23rd, 24th? No?
I don't know. I don't necessarily agree. I don't. I think Boston did very well with their picks, and they had a lot of them. But I also think Kansas City picked up some great. I think there were great players actually on the board, and I think Kansas City made out well. I think Western New York Flash was very poignant in who they opted for. So
Carolina Flash.
I think everyone. Carolina. Sorry,
yeah.
It's very hard to transition for me. I'm not very quick. I think everyone will walk away from this draft up to this point happy with who they got, and I think that speaks to the this class.
Well, and we'll have to get together mid-season and do this again and talk about, okay, how did our draft picks do?
Figure out, yeah. Because Nicolette Dries that they just picked for Orlando, she's a steal. She again a center mid. I get soccer crushes. I have a soccer crush on her. She is such a good player, great final ball, and so you can see kind of the style by all these picks that these teams play, and she fits right into the fold with Tom Sermani wanting to connect.
That bow tie has the effect, soccer crushes.
Yeah,
you were talking about Dries.
No.
You were talking about Dries. 34th overall pick with Sky Blue FC. Clock is down to 000. That means that we should have Amanda Duffy approaching the podium, and indeed we do. Or Commissioner Jeff Plush.
With the fourth pick in the fourth round of the 2017 NWSL College Draft, Sky Blue FC selects Mackenzie Meehan, Boston College. FC Kansas City is now on the clock.
I think another team that made some moves and kind of moved things around, not just today, but in the last week or so, would be Chicago Red Stars with some of the moves that they've made, giving Boston an extra first-round pick. We can talk about that in a moment, but first, Mackenzie Meehan, forward out of Boston College. And again, another player with ties to the U.S. Youth National Team.
And another player that's quick, and she's very quick. She's good with the ball at her feet. I don't know how many times I can talk about those qualities. These players across the board are athletic, and they have more of a skill set than I think the previous generations did. So it's boding well for women's soccer going forward.
Well, and I also want to say about Mackenzie is that she was Boston College goal leader And that says a lot when she's in the ACC. So she's playing really tough defenses as opposed to, okay,
Gibbons, right?
Princeton or Harvard goal leader, well, they're not necessarily playing against the toughest defense. So I think that says a lot that she was Boston College's goal leader.
And clearly, like many of the questions that we've put out on the table so far here today, I mean, a lot of these are going to remain to be answered until we kind of get 5-6 months, even further down the road, because especially with this 3rd and 4th round, you're talking about players that aren't probably going to make an immediate impact, but they're going to be players that you hope are actually part of the fold. They might not even be with the same team, but they probably could still be in the league, given if there's expansion, other teams looking to grab other players that fill specific needs. So we turn to the next pick. That's going to be the 35th pick. It's Kansas City, FC Kansas City. And again, it's the commissioner, Jeff Plush, as we're down under 90 seconds left on the clock for FC Kansas City. Vlatko Andonovski with his selection here in the 4th round.
With the 5th pick in the 4th round of the 2017 NWSL College Draft, FC Kansas City selects Rashida Beal, University of Minnesota. The Washington Spirit is now on the clock.
You surprised me.
Well, good. Keep you on your toes.
And with that pick, the Washington Spirit hop on the clock. There is Beal making her way up onto the stage here for an opportunity to put the scarf around her neck.
And she's another one, though, that I like. I like her movement off the ball. She gets herself in good positions, pulls out defensively, shapes up her body offensively. I just think she's a very smart defender, and I do think that she's someone that can come into the league and fight for a spot.
We'll go to Rashida Beal.
First off, I would like to thank Kansas City for the opportunity to continue my soccer career. I'm very excited about it, and I'm looking forward to being challenged at the next level. Then I would obviously like to thank my Go for Soccer family, including my coaches and teammates. It has been a great 4 years there with many challenges, and it's definitely grown me as a player. And lastly, I'd like to thank my family for all their support over the years. Thank you.
That's the final selection for FC Kansas City on the afternoon as we hit the midway points of the 4th round of this 2017 NWSL College Draft. And pleased to be joined by the head coach of the Houston Dash, Randy Waldrum, joining us here at the table, along with Aly Wagner, Jen Cooper, and yours truly, Mark Rogondino. A little different story here in 2017, maybe compared to last year, right? I mean, you told us on the call, you kind of had to push some of your cards into the center of the table last year because you had specific needs that you wanted. How would you gauge yourself? I know it's early. How would you gauge and maybe grade yourself on what you were able to do here today?
Well, obviously, I'm sure every team is. We're really happy how things played out because, when you pick at the 15th pick, you're really at the mercy of kind of what's going on in the 1st round, and we really could use some help in every line in terms of getting some depth. So we didn't go into the draft saying we need to identify this position. And we had a list of 6 or 8 kids that we thought would fall to us, and fortunately for us, it was a bit of surprise that Campbell fell to us as the pick, but I think we see her kind of as our goalkeeper of the future. And, with internationals, you never know. We've got, obviously, Lydia Williams from Australia. From year to year, you never know if they're going to come back and play or not. So we feel like this gives us a long-term solution and goal. We thought she was the best player on the board at that pick. So that's why we went in that direction. And then to make the trade with Chicago to pick up Michelle Prince, I think obviously a young player that's got an Olympic bronze medal. I think she's had a little bit of a up and down career at Ohio State, I think it's fair to say, but had a lot of conversations with John Herdman about her, and he's very high on her potential. So I think she's one of those young players that could really pan out big for you, and somebody that we weren't expecting to get because it got us another pick.
And with her skill set, what do you see her bringing? I know she's got pace.
Yeah, I think the thing that's a little bit different is she's a little bit more of a powerful player. We've got Ohai that's got pace, that can get around the corner. Steph Oakes is kind of like that, and that same kind of a player. And I think Prince has that pace, but I think she's a little bit more of a stronger body and a little bit more powerful. And I think the thing that we liked about her is in and around the goal, she's not afraid to get in, and I think we need that. So I think her skill sets we're going to have to continue to work on away from the 18-yard box, but I think you get her into that area, I think she'll provide goals for you if you get her the right kind of service.
Coach, we want you to stand by for just a moment. We want more from you as we turn our attention to the podium. The Washington Spirit set with their final selection of the afternoon.
With the 6th pick in the 4th round of the 2017 NWSL College Draft, the Washington Spirit select Cameron Castleberry from the University of North Carolina. Seattle Reign, you're now on the clock.
Seattle Reign goes back on the clock, and we bring you back out. We have the head coach of the Houston Dash, Randy Waldrum, here with us talking about the afternoon. Was there any surprises for you maybe in the first 8 or 9 picks as to where players went?
There was a little bit. We all, as all of us coaches, we kind of put in there what we think could potentially go in round 1 and what you think is, is that next group behind it. And I'd say we had it pretty close. I think there were a couple of picks that surprised me that went into round 1. I certainly don't want to name names here, but there were a couple that I felt I was a little bit surprised at. But this draft was a little different too in my eyes. I know, and I may be the only one that you've talked to that feels this way, but everybody kept raving about this draft being so strong, and I think there is a lot of talent. But what I really felt like going into it was that there were more good players in this draft. You got deeper into rounds 3 and 4, and there were still good players that were going to be available. But I didn't think it had as many of those sure bet, hey, this is a Crystal Dunn, she's going to make an impact in the league.
Right.
I think if Kadisha Buchanan would have come in, then that's one that you go, okay, she's going to impact whatever
Absolutely.
team. And I think even in the first round, there's some picks in there that you go, they're great players, they're good players, but I don't know that it had as many of those picks that you just looked at and you went, wow, she's really going to make an impact. So I think it's going to be an interesting year to see how some of these picks pan out.
Talk a little bit about Erin Smith.
Erin Smith, I liked that we hoped she would fall to us at the end. And there was a little bit of a gamble whether we took her a little bit earlier instead of Prince and then, made that push the other way. But Erin Smith is an attacking outside back, and in the way we play, we want that. And all of the times I talked to Mike out at Rutgers and we watched video of her, she's just this, out of that 4-3-3, she's just has this attacking mentality. And she looked good enough defensively that she can handle her 1v1 duels. She's got pace. I think some areas of her game I think we can work on a little bit with her, with some of her crossing and those type things based on what we saw. But I like her a lot, and it's just one of those things that we're not real deep in that spot with us in the back. I think we kind of got things shored up. So we know Carrie Recaro could play outside if we had to. But I think we need to make sure we've got some cover for Rebecca Moros and for Pollyanna on the outside. Okay. So it was great that she fell to us.
Coach, we appreciate you stopping by.
Thank
Always
you.
Appreciate your candor,
Okay.
and look forward to seeing what the Dash are going to do this season.
Okay.
Heading into a fresh season, I think 2017 is going to have some excitement.
We hope so.
Thank
you very much.
By the way, top-notch sport coat right here this guy's got on. This thing pops on camera. I might have to borrow that from the boss. Randy
Thanks a
Waldrum
lot. Appreciate
joining
it,
us.
guys.
Let's go back up to the podium.
Thank you, guys.
See you, Randy.
With the 7th pick in the 4th round of the 2017 NWSL College Draft, Seattle Reign FC select Kristen McNabb from the University of Virginia. Boston Breakers, you're now on the clock.
If my math is correct, that is the second Virginia Cavalier that has gone this afternoon.
Your math is rarely correct, but I think you might
yes,
be right.
thank
It
you.
is
Right,
correct,
right,
which
right.
means now Virginia has had more draftees than any other college.
And I'm just going to go out on a limb here. That's more now than Florida State. Wow. Kristen McNabb, a defender out of the University of Virginia, and she will make her way up into the Pacific Northwest to join Laura Harvey and Seattle Reign FC. And Laura kind of told us earlier in the week when we had the conference call with her that at this point in the draft she's looking for players that can come in and train on a daily basis, players
Right.
that can probably contribute in season 2, not season 1. Does she get that here with this pick?
Oh, I think so, absolutely. And she's a lefty. So you always hear the coaches, they want their lefties for whatever reason.
There probably is a few people, we've mentioned that a couple of times, there's probably a few people out there that say, well why exactly are you saying that she's getting a lefty? Why?
You want someone, like you typically like a righty on the right, you want people on the left side who can play a left because they can texture a ball in that stays in bounds.
Gives you more options.
They can relieve pressure. They can whip a ball in if they're an attacking type player with their left on the left side. They're just those qualities but she's more of a left center back. I don't know if she can transition to the left back position, but collegiately she was played as a left center back. So that's just a nice spot for a lefty to be in as well, because it just gives you a better range, being able to ping it to that far side with your left, driven, over distance to distribute.
Just 3 picks remaining. It's Boston, Chicago, and Portland Thorns FC to wrap up the 4th and final round of the 2017 college draft here in the NWSL. We check in with the 4th member of our crew. You've done a fantastic job out there today, Ashleigh. What do you have for us?
Well, guys, a name that I keep seeing pop up on Twitter is that of Tar Heel goalkeeper Lindsey Harris. Hasn't been drafted yet. Fans seem to be surprised by that. We've seen a few goalkeepers go here today, but Lindsey Harris not one of them. We'll see. Maybe she'll be one of these final 3 picks here in the 4th round of the NWSL draft.
Yeah, 3 goalkeepers by my count that have gone so far, right? With Sammy Jo Prudhomme being the 3rd one recently taken to begin this 4th round by the Boston Breakers. And oddly enough, it's Boston that is back on the clock. So probably wouldn't be a goalkeeper here, but likely that maybe Chicago or Portland could indeed go that way with their final selection.
As Aly mentioned, a lot of coaches are probably thinking, I'm not going to use a pick on it. I'll just invite a 3rd keeper into camp.
Right. I think you're right.
Let's go up to the podium. Amanda Duffy heading that way.
With the 8th pick in the 4th round of the 2017 NWSL College Draft, the Boston Breakers select Haley Dowd from Boston College. Chicago Red Stars, you're now on the clock.
Haley Dowd, a forward from Boston College, and she will be part of the Boston Breakers, so kind of a hometown selection right there. We've seen a couple of those here today.
A lot of teams do that. I think it makes a lot of sense. And here you've got another forward who's played against those really tough ACC defenses. So that she's been tested. And
can we talk for a moment? There was so much excitement, so much buzz when we had the first 2 rounds. You might not be able to see it over our shoulders
it's
right
a little
here.
Quieter.
But slowly but surely the room is emptied out a little bit as we've got to the 4th and final rounds. I can only imagine what it's like if you're one of those young ladies and you're kind of waiting for your name to be picked. We had a huge gathering, a huge number, I should say, of players that actually came here to Southern California to take part in this 2017 college draft. But still, let's not take away the shine from what began at noon Pacific time and how exciting it was. This room was completely full with coaches, fans, front office staff to be a part of this draft and see a lot of these young ladies take a next step in their career.
Yeah, and just about the young ladies that may not get picked, if they end up watching or if they're listening, remember, Taylor Smith was not drafted. She's now getting a look with the national team. This doesn't mean
isn't the end.
These are just scouts who go out and they think they can understand what translates well to a pro league, and oftentimes they're wrong. So as we applaud these picks, I just want people to, stay hopeful and know that this isn't the end of the road if you don't want it to be.
And as the 3 of us working in the media to cover women's soccer, we love nothing more than to see a story unfold
Absolutely.
Like that. Like, a player that wasn't really looked upon as to be even a 4th round draft pick, but all of a sudden they find their way onto a roster. Let's go back up to the podium for the penultimate selection in the 2017 draft.
With the 9th pick in the 4th round of the 2017 NWSL College Draft, the Chicago Red Stars select Lauren Caskey from UCLA. Portland Thorns, you are now on the clock.
Caskey will make her way up to the podium. I think you could clearly say in a reflection of how the league itself is done, Pac-12, there has been more than you can probably count on 2 hands of Pac-12, led by UFC, of course, winning the national championship, but a lot coming from the West Coast out here.
You're right, because the league is so talented. The teams that fell to the bottom this year in the Pac-12 were great teams, full of great players, and Lauren Caskey from UCLA is that lefty player.
First and foremost, I'd love to thank God for putting me in with this opportunity. I wouldn't be here today without him. A big thank you to my family for always supporting me. A big thank you to UCLA. I was so blessed with my opportunities there, and I was led by such a great staff with Amanda, Josh, and Lou. The memories are priceless. Thank you, Chicago, for believing in me and giving me another opportunity to prolong my career, and I look forward to the 2017 season. Thank you.
So Mark and Jen, Lauren is that left-footed player that we were talking about early in the broadcast that Rory was looking for, wanting to get on his team, and he talked about he wants to bring someone like that into the fold, maybe to kill games off. You're asking why a left-footed player? Well, someone who can relieve pressure if you're being rained down upon. You want to see a game out, who can clear the ball. She's a center mid type player, very good on the ball, very comfortable on the ball. She's gonna have to learn to cover more ground, probably at the pro level, play a bit quicker. But she's one of those players that can whip balls in as well offensively. So I think she fits the bill in terms of being able to do both.
And being able to get such a specific need like that in the 39th pick really tells you the
someone
depth
did his
that's out
homework
there.
as well.
Yes, yes.
One final selection still to come, and that belongs to Portland Thorns FC. Mark Parsons has made a couple of intriguing or eyebrow-raising selections with Portland earlier here in the draft. What does he have in store for us? This is in other drafts they refer to this final pick as Mr. Irrelevant. I wouldn't say Mrs. Irrelevant here, only because it is the last and final selection, but it'll be interesting to see how the journey plays out for whoever Mark Parsons selects right here.
You're exactly right. It's not irrelevant to the player who gets picked, and I'm sorry if you're sitting in those seats. You want to get picked because you're going to Portland.
Let's go to the podium. It's the commissioner with the final pick of 2017.
With the 10th pick in the 4th round of the 2017 NWSL College Draft, the Portland Thorns select Caroline Flynn, University of Nebraska. That concludes this year's college draft. I want to thank everyone for all of their efforts. Congratulations to all of our teams, all of our players who are starting on this journey. Thanks for all the people that out here that watched and covered us, and those of us over there on the set. Thank you to Mark and Jen and Aly. And I'm going to call another timeout if that's okay. Just one more timeout. And have a great year. Please come out, support us, support this league, support these young women, and we'll be looking to see you when we start year 6, a year from now. Thanks so much.
And we certainly echo those sentiments from Jeff Plush, the NWSL commissioner. One final glance at how each of the 4 rounds went. Boston Breakers, clearly one of the winners on the afternoon with 4 picks in that opening round of the 2017 college draft, beginning with Rose Lavelle. She was the consensus #1 all around the league. Chicago making a splash in the 2nd round, but you also have to look at Katie Johnson. That was the one that Laura Harvey in Seattle had been eyeing when we spoke to him 2 weeks ago, and they get that pick at number 16 overall. Into round 3 we went. Sky Blue FC with the back-to-back picks there at 3rd and 4th of that 3rd round. And then they also had that 10th pick of the round, getting Katrina Atanda from Clemson. And in that 4th and final round, Sammy Jo Prudhomme became the 3rd goalkeeper to go. And I can't even count how many USC Trojans went. Last pick, Portland Thorns, Caroline Flynn from Nebraska. She was actually the 2nd Cornhusker to go on the day. So as we wrap things up here in 2017, hard to believe that our time has come and gone. First, let me say, excellent work by both of you, Ashleigh Ignelzi as well. Excellent work by all 3 of you. Made me feel pretty good. You know, it was kind of Rogondino with his gals here for 4 hours.
And your bow tie.
What will you take away, Aly Wagner, from today? Maybe a couple of specific players, a couple of teams that really stuck out for you, or even just the whole experience?
No, it's a great question, and it would take some time to digest it. I do want to see each team broken down by who they got picked, and I should have written it down as we went. But I do think what stands out to me is that Boston got a lot of talent out there, and I just don't think that next year there's going to be that player sitting at the bottom, or a team sitting at the bottom of the table the way Boston did this last year. I just think that there's not going to be a bottom dweller. I think overall, I believe every team is relatively happy with their picks, whether it's Chicago feeling confident who they got. They did their homework. They know why they wanted those players, and whether it pans out is another story. I think Carolina, they're still Western New York. Carolina did well with their picks. I mean, across the board, I think everyone's going to be happy when they walk away from this draft, because there are some gems in there, and the fun part is getting to see who those turn out to be.
How about for you, Jen?
Well, from a fan perspective, I really like that this was a very unpredictable draft. You know, we've seen some of the previous ones. It was pretty clear who would go where in the first round, for and sometimes even further. This had a lot of unknowns in it for us, for the fans watching, and all those trades and timeouts we saw clearly. It was throwing a lot of wrenches into plans for the coaches as well. So I like that. What that says to me is how serious and established this league is.
Yep, absolutely, and it remains to be seen how everything unfolds over the next 6 months or so as we work our way toward the final of the 5th season in the National Women's Soccer League. We cannot go on without thanking Patrick Donnelly, head of the PR staff for the NWSL, did a tremendous job getting us all prepared. Jeff Strauss, our producer behind the scenes, was fantastic once again. For Ashleigh Ignelzi, Aly Wagner, and Jen Cooper, I'm Mark Rogondino. On to the 5th year in the NWSL.